As always, you chose Rick and Bubba, and we thank you for that. Don't take it lightly. No, we don't. As always, the phone number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. A little change today. We don't have Blazing Silverman, so those phone calls will be unscreened. But we'll have lots of topics this hour, so if you want to chime in, you can do so at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Busy show today. We'll explain, but first let's bring in the other two that complete the Good Time Gang here on the kickoff hour, and I'm talking about Greg Burgess and Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Dandy.
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 We've got a really cool podcast coming up this week. It's with New York Times bestselling author Jeff Pearlman, and Jeff has done some extensive homework and has a really cool book about the last folk hero, the life and myth of Bo Jackson. And Rick is actually on page 60 of this book. He was interviewed by Jeff. And so we will talk with Jeff on this week's edition of Rick and Bubba University. Make sure that you are liking and subscribing to Rick and Bubba University. I should say getting notifications as well. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, on all of your podcast apps. And we'll always send that out on social media as well. So check that out. Jeff Pearlman, this week's edition of Rick and Bubba University, his new book, The Last Folk Hero, The Life and Myth of Bo Jackson.
Which is funny because last night I was flipping channels and the 30 for 30 about Bo
was
on. I watched a good bit of it.
Huh.
And I've already seen it, but it's just amazing.
Yeah.
It is ridiculous.
I was looking at how many interviews. Jeff said this is the because he's, I think, had 9 books out, I believe, overall. And like I said, he's pretty successful in what he does. And he did about 720 original interviews for this book. Yeah. And so it's really good, and you can go to jeffpearlman.com, click on books, and there's an Amazon link there if you choose to grab the book, but it's going to be a great discussion this week. Also, friend of the show, in the last hour, Dr. Melanie Petro will come by. Terry got to laughing because I guess Petro put out on social media when she was last here, and they had me pinned down, giving me shots all over my face, and y'all just thought that was the funniest thing ever.
It's funny.
Y'all couldn't breathe. I mean, I saw y'all over there, and I saw a bunch of red faces, and I can tell when people aren't fake laughing.
Yeah.
And y'all weren't fake laughing.
No,
y'all were
funny.
like down.
Especially when you start crying.
Hope you had your fun. But that's in the last hour today. Rick and Bubba, the Wheel of Meat could spin as well. So that's there for you. Well, look, before you know it, it's Thanksgiving. I was talking to my parents about Thanksgiving week and kind of our plan. And last couple of years, I know for our family, when you have open heart surgeries, you got my mom's cancer surgery, you got COVID. The last couple of years during the holiday season, it's all kind of been thrown up in the air, and we've had to adjust as a family and kind of go away from some of the traditions we did just to meet those concerns, which is obvious and nobody complained about it or whatever. But Johnette and Reg normally host Thanksgiving in Sturgis, Mississippi, right outside Starkville. And so I think we're going back to that
Finally,
this year.
everything's back to normal.
Yes.
Well, I know that's a relief for y'all.
And the plan is, and tell me how you feel about this one. So on Tuesday of Thanksgiving, I'll be in Coleman, Alabama at Jack's Western Wear. We love Jack's Western Wear on the Tuesday of Thanksgiving week.
Didn't see that coming.
Did that last year?
Yeah, and love those folks there. And so I'm gonna do that remote and just keep going and grab them.
I like it.
And because I'm already up there.
Yeah.
Why go back the day before Thanksgiving? Bring them back. They're gonna stay a couple of days with us, and then we're gonna run over for Thanksgiving. How about that?
I like it.
Huh?
That's 2 birds with 1 stone.
I kind of was proud of myself for having that idea.
That fell in your lap, yeah.
Kind of told the family about it and stuck my chest out. Like, how about that idea?
Like you'd planned it, but
yeah. And so that's there. Looking forward to Thanksgiving.
Yeah,
it's getting here.
This year, y'all maybe get back to some type of normalcy.
Got everything out of the attic with my hard hat on because I keep hitting my head in the attic. But I got everything out of the attic. And just dumped it in the den. And so Terry's like, just if you'll get it down, I got it. So Terry, the little elf, I guess, is going to start putting up Christmas.
I say this every year, but it keeps getting quicker. I really feel like I just put this stuff up.
I know. It's crazy.
It's quicker than it's ever been.
I made one deal with her.
I remember when I put it up, I go, okay, it's white.
Right.
You're going to be taking it right back out before you know it. And
I know.
here it is.
I think what we're going to do if I said, look, can we hold off on
Merry
the outside so everybody don't think we're absolutely crazy? Because, I mean, we're not going to have a lot of folks in, so they don't know what's going on. They might hear some Christmas music from the street and think that's kind of strange.
Put them inflatables on.
I'm like, just, if we could make the deal where I don't put outside Christmas stuff up to the week of Thanksgiving, I'll get it down. And that was the deal that was struck. So it's down. And I did it so I was just like, here it is. Right? Because there's some arguments you just don't feel like dying on the hill. And I'm like, this ain't one of them.
Yeah.
You want it down, it's coming down. And so there's boxes of Rubbermaid boxes and Christmas tree boxes all over the house right now.
Isn't that great?
But who cares?
It's back again.
It is.
Back again.
Who cares? So that's there. And I talked to one of my neighbors who just got all of his Halloween inflatables down, and he was getting inventory of all of his Christmas inflatables.
Great.
Going back up.
So that's the one you showed me a picture of? I thought,
Yeah.
Well, he got some inflatables.
He's the joy of the
It's
Cove.
a lot of time.
He's the joy of the Cove.
A lot of time spent
A lot of little
on
fans blowing
inflatables.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of
How about
time.
just storing them? And
Talk
I
to
know they
Coach.
fold up. I
Yeah.
get that, but that's still a lot.
You never get them in there the way they were in there to begin with.
No.
Like
I'm
a
sure
tree
he's got a
going back in the
system,
box.
but
Yeah.
still,
Right.
a lot of inflatables. I've seen them.
Yeah.
Man, it's a
That's some inflatable.
lot of space being used for
Yeah,
inflatables.
I'm telling you. It's the life of the Cove, though. Tonight, if you care anything about it, NFL prime game is on. I know this makes Greg mad for some reason.
It does.
Falcons and Panthers.
See, you could have picked a worse game.
Falcons 4-5, Panthers 2-7.
Yeah, let's
I know.
watch that.
I know Braden will be paying attention. To
Hey, a
that.
lot on the line in this one.
We
Greg. A lot on the line.
we were together real late last night. Late
Yeah.
for us anyway. Late night for me, and that was actually brought up that they were playing tonight. So.
But I'll tell you this, Greg. I know this is going to sound crazy, but there actually is, because in the NFC South, Tampa Bay and Atlanta are tied at 4-5 to lead the NFC South. Does that not sound weird when you're talking about Tom Brady's Buccaneers? They're
Yeah, it
4-5
does.
as well.
Yeah, well.
Saints are sitting there 3-6, and Carolina Panthers are 2-7. I get what you're saying, but
they-
they are
What
tied for the
quarterback
lead
are
of the NFC.
Panthers on now? Who they got? now?
They benched their quarterback and went back to Baker
Oh,
about
really?
halfway through the game last week.
Okay.
But I don't know. That's a little uphill battle there.
Man, how about that?
But I know you won't turn it on
No, I
because you
won't.
get mad
I
about
won't
it.
see any of that.
But you got Amazon Prime, right?
I do.
Okay.
But I don't like watching football on it.
Hey, you watch. Brady's got this divorce behind him. They'll go to the playoffs and go deep.
Oh, sure.
Maybe.
You watch.
Sure.
Maybe.
If the Falcons are in their red helmets, they'll win.
I like the red helmets.
Yeah. If not, I don't know about it.
That's old school.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you've thought about protecting your home with security, but you've been waiting for the right time, you want to listen up. Right now, listeners of this show can get 40% off Simply Safe's award-winning home security system. We use and trust Simply Safe to protect our home and family, because at Simply Safe, your safety is the only thing that matters. Get 40% off your order when you visit simplysafebubba.com today. Customize the perfect system in just a few minutes. That's simplysafebubba.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe. Our friends at Lear Capital sent us one of those free Kennedy silver $50 that they're offering for free to our listeners. Now, with the price of silver going up, this free silver $50 has value. It's a smart time to invest in precious metals, and Lear Capital has 25 years experience, an exceptional Trustpilot rating, and a risk-free investor's pledge. There's no purchase necessary. Just chat with a Lear specialist about investing in precious metals and get your free Kennedy silver $50. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com.
Folks in Dalton, Georgia, our friends at WizKid Clean Pods make smarter cleaning products where you bring the water and their cleaning pods bring the clean. A lot of you are already loving their glass cleaners, their bathroom cleaners, floor cleaners, and the very popular pet cleanup Urine Blast. These cleaners defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime, which reduces cleaning frequency and saves you time. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. cleanpods.com/Bubba.
Well, if we're being totally honest, maybe we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day. Now, there's zero chance of that happening. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you have more energy, you feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight too. Join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com or go to rickandbubba.com. Fall is the tastiest time of year, and HelloFresh makes it easy to savor all the season has to offer with 35 weekly recipes and fresh ingredients delivered right to your door. Not only does HelloFresh spice up your cooking routine while saving you time with fewer trips to the store, it saves you money too. HelloFresh is actually cheaper than grocery shopping or takeout. Get 65% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com. If you need a new sofa or chair and you want to update your living space, look no further than Allform. We have an Allform sofa, and folks, the Allform sofa pieces are made in America. They're easy to assemble, and they're scratch and stain resistant. They come in a wide variety of shapes and configurations, and they ship right to your front door with a 100-day risk-free trial. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you a full refund. Allform is offering 20% off all orders if you go to allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba for 20% off, or rickandbubba.com for a link. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsor. Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Our friends at Lear Capital sent us one of those free Kennedy silver $50 that they're offering for free to our listeners. Now, with the price of silver going up, this free silver $50 has value. It's a smart time to invest in precious metals, and Lear Capital has 25 years experience, an exceptional Trustpilot rating, and a risk-free investor's pledge. There's no purchase necessary. Just chat with a Lear specialist about investing in precious metals and get your free Kennedy silver $50. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
We are back 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Fat will get you very far.
As we roll on back, I want to thank. Is everything okay?
There's a lot of mumbling
Yeah.
and a lot of
Well, he's doing that.
confused.
Yeah, he's doing that
face.
squint.
He's rubbing his face too.
Right,
where
right.
he does this right here. Right here.
Yeah.
Right here.
We
Yeah.
have.
Looks like he's looking into the sun. You
Right.
pointed that out one day, and
it not?
I've never got over it, because that is the look when he looks like the sun is just so bright in his
Yeah.
face, and he's trying to see through and just squinting.
Yeah, we're talking about Greg, and if you've ever had the sun hit the front windshield and you're squinting, you try to pull the visor down, and it's just so bright. That's how Greg sometimes looks at the computer screen, and he rubs his he rubs his chin, and like most Burgesses do, and mumbles displeasure is what he's looking at.
And squinting while he's doing it.
Right, and so
I can tell it's getting better right now.
It
Look,
is.
see,
He's
'cause now
starting to
not-
figure it out a
It's
little
not
bit.
this fully deal. It's
right,
this.
yeah.
It's this.
And we have a couple of monitors. One,
Wish they were bigger. Wish we
yeah,
could see
I
them
do
better.
too. I
Wish
do
Greg
too.
didn't have to walk over there to do that.
Right, yeah. There's one that just simply is reserved for recording the show, and the other is it runs traffic, which is not like on the road traffic, but commercials. Well, when one of our hosts is left, we're just explaining why, and so he's over
Hey,
there.
Bubba's here. He's gonna fix it.
Yeah, he really
got
knows
it.
what to do. And so where the commercials run, we've had a problem, and he's over there now trying to fix it and figure out what happened. Because we, for affiliates, we came back 30 seconds early.
Yeah.
Luckily, it was a network break, so we're good. But that had him running in there. So if you're wanting to know where Greg is, you can hear him because Bubba's talking to him. But they are trying to figure it out. All right, so I noticed something about you, Helmsy.
This is always scary.
And it's not that you've zipped up all the way to your
Have I today?
so-
Yeah, it's on
right
up there.
Yeah. You're just
Maybe too
that
warm
pullover
today.
zipped up all the way.
I've got an actual long sleeve up under this, so
Yeah.
it may not be.
I mean, it doesn't have any more room to zip up. and so if it's right now, I've noticed it's either button up or zip up with you.
Yeah.
So I noticed that, and I have the Snapchat app,
I knew you
app,
were going here.
and it's strictly because when my kids were old enough to have phones and all that kind of stuff, we joined just so we could follow them, follow their friends, and just monitor them kind of in the background. Then then over time it became the family has a Snapchat chat. It's hard for me to say Snapchat.
It's a mouthful.
Little group. And a lot of times we just use it like for location checks, like, hey, I'm here, or like sometimes I'll take a picture of the studio and then everybody will reply with what they're doing. Does that make sense? Like Reese is at work, Terry's at work, Tyler's at work, JC's at practice, whatever. But then I noticed that you popped up on there. And you sent me an interesting video the other day of, speaking of Greg Burgess, he had a little gesture for me. I thought that was entertaining.
Well, I said,
I'm
I did this. I was doing this right here to Greg, and he was like, "Who is that?" And I said, "It's Speedy." And then he gave me that gesture.
Yeah. Thank you, Greg.
Of course, I sent it
love
to-
you too.
Why are
buddy.
y'all doing that?
I sent it to a buddy of mine.
Why are we sending that
And
to
so
anybody?
And so I don't know. That's what I'm about to ask.
What
So
is it?
I noticed that you're on there now.
Okay.
And is this new? Because all of a
It
sudden I've
is.
started getting pictures and
Yeah.
videos from you.
So, we have ways of communicating with our kids, and so y'all have this too. I may have a group chat that's just with Braden and Caroline,
Right.
and then we have a team Helms chat that's everybody in the family.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you do your individual stuff, and then so to put that aside, then you have you're gonna have to stay with me on this. Then you have these, you go through these stages where you're in a good place with certain kids. Like right now, like for
About your kids?
yeah, my
Okay.
kids.
All right.
So for instance, there was a time, mine are 17, 15, and 10.
Mm-hmm.
There was a time that I was in a really good place with Maddie and Caroline, but me and Braden were button heads. It was constant, never ending, couldn't get along, and we've gotten through that stage. And so now we're back to growing together and loving on each other and those type of things. Well, now I've hit that roadblock with Caroline, my 15-year-old, over the last 6 to 8 months. And it's been a real struggle for me to go, because, you hate that, but it's just part of growing up. And all kids do it, and if you're not there yet, you will be. And it may last 1 month, it may last 2 years. I don't know. I don't know what it is. So her and I have been button heads, and so I guess it was last month, I was sitting there thinking, okay, what can us two do communication wise that I'm not doing with the other two, that her and I can start to have some fun with her, and this kind of be our thing, and so we were talking about Snapchat one day, and after a serious conversation, and I said, I think I'm gonna get into Snap. I think I'm gonna start snapping you, Care. And I saw a grin and a smile, and it was after we had kind of got on each other a little bit. And so that next morning I put it on the phone and I started sending her some random pictures from the studio. Well, then she started randomly sending me stuff at her school. And it's been kind of our thing that her and I do together.
Okay, well, that's good.
And it's kind of, honestly, crazy enough and weird, it's kind of pulled us out of this rut that we were in, okay? And so then I realized, wait a minute, I got to start snapping Speedy a little bit here. So I've started sending you stuff. Then I found a friend of mine that I had no idea, Bobby Cooper, that was on Snap. And so he and I will snap every once in a while.
Okay.
He'll send me some random stuff. And so I've enjoyed that part of it, and I like randomly sending you things when you'll least expect it.
Right.
You know.
Yeah, because I don't use it to
I don't really
use it to
either.
like post stuff.
I
It's
know,
really
I know.
more.
That's me.
It was just me. It's just the family. You know, I don't like send
Yeah.
other people stuff. Like now you.
Yeah.
But it was really just location checks and the family. You know, goofing off with each other, and then sometimes you try about 10 different ways. Like you text one of your kids and they don't reply.
Sure.
So then you snap them and then they reply.
See, I've
It's like,
noticed.
that's
I've
weird.
noticed Caroline responds to that quicker than she would a text
Yeah,
message.
it must be the way the notifications are
Yeah.
on their phone or set up or something like that. So that's really all we've ever used it for is just family location checks. And now that you're on it, I'm going to have fun with that.
Well, and it's
Especially
one of
with
those
this one
things.
over
I
here.
can't look this whole social media world and this snapping and all this. It drives me batty. I do think it is the downfall of society.
course,
but it's
yeah.
not going anywhere.
No.
And I don't want to be the guy that is 70 years old and doesn't communicate with his family because he refuses to do those things. And so I have found this as a really good outlet for Caroline and I to actually have some decent conversation through videos, through pictures, through fun.
Well, selfishly,
It's
I'm
been
glad
good.
you're on there now because
We
I
expect
see,
more from me.
I see what you're doing with it, and
Yeah.
it's pretty entertaining, especially with and I'm looking over here with this one. And I'll send I'll send snaps to Ryan Greenwood of Corporate Greg from time to time, and he laughs so hard. And Greg, I've even asked Greg, hey, give me something for JC here. I'm sending him something. And I've even done that to you as well.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what I use it for, to have fun. So
been
thank
good.
you. On behalf of everybody, thank you, Greg.
I'm going to be snapping today.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
From pumpkin spice to apple cider, fall is the tastiest time of year, and HelloFresh makes it deliciously easy to savor all that the season has to offer. With mouth-watering recipes delivered to your door, right now you can treat yourself to gourmet meals and pick up some cooking skills along the way with their new limited-time Harvest Dinner Series, complete with easy-to-follow videos, and HelloFresh Market makes hosting your next tailgate or party easier than ever with fall flavors. A rotating selection of fall-inspired brunch kits, dessert boards, and more available for a limited time this season. With more than 35 weekly recipes to choose from and the ingredients delivered right to your door, HelloFresh helps spice up the cooking routine with fewer trips to the store, and it even saves you money too. HelloFresh is actually 25% cheaper than grocery shopping. Sign up today for 65% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. The code BUBBA, HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
There's nothing worse than the mall in the months leading up to the holidays. You got children screaming and take forever to find parking. The list goes on and on. Now, right now, you can shop early, skip the stress, and snag some of the best deals of the season on something everyone will love. Premium audio products from Raycon. Raycon's wireless earbuds, headphones, and speakers offer premium sound, useful features, and almost custom, comfortable fit, and up to 54 hours of battery life. And they start at half the price of other premium audio brands. Plus, Raycon makes gifting easy with holiday gift guides for everyone in your life. Or knock that list out all at once and get 30% off by shopping Raycon's holiday bundles. Just go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and use the code YBF to get 20% off site-wide. That's 20% off and save even bigger and get 30% off Raycon's exclusive holiday bundles. That's code YBF at buyraycon.com/Bubba. or rickandbubba.com. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the MyStore.com website. Go to MyStore.com, enter the code BUBBA to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Prices on just about everything are still rising, but thanks to CarShield, you don't have to worry about how much it will cost to fix your car when it breaks down. Their price will never go up, and they help handle everything. Here's why we love them. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. When you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or the headaches. You can also count on CarShield to help take care of you when your car breaks down and you're stuck on the side of the road. Every protection plan comes with coast-to-coast roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car options at no extra cost. So as long as your car is covered, no matter how old it is, you're protected from the rising cost of parts and repairs. Get coverage today. Go to carshield.com/Bubba or call 1-800-391-8888 to save 10% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba or call 800-391-8888.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
All right, we're rolling back 25 minutes until top of the hour. We thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. As our number. Rick and Bubba University this week. Jeff Pearlman. He is an author, actually New York Times best-selling author.
How about that?
How about what if I had that title?
I thought
anyway,
you did.
He's got his latest book, The Last Folk Hero, The Life and Myth of Bo Jackson. He did about 720 original interviews for this book. And so it actually interviewed Rick, and he's on page 60 of this book. So I look forward to hearing what all he has to say. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast.
We forget about how, like I said, the 30 for 30 was on last night, and it's his story. This is going to be a great book because his story is amazing.
Right, it really is. It's absolutely amazing.
George Brett made a great point. He said he's one of the few athletes that other professional athletes will stop what they're doing to watch him. Mm-hmm. He said, I would wait and not go to the bathroom. If he come up to bat and I had to go to the bathroom, anybody else, he said, I'd go to the bathroom. And then, he goes, I would wait till his bat was over and then I'd go to the bathroom. Yeah. He said, that's rare.
Just natural ability.
It's one thing for a fan to say that, but when somebody's in that dugout with him, that's
who are superstars.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, and because if you think about it, Major League Baseball, NFL, he was able to do both with really no preseason in either one. He would just hop back and forth.
Crazy.
And was still good enough to be the best. It's just insane.
Football was his hobby. They were talking about that. Mm-hmm. It's my hobby. When baseball season's over, I go play a little football.
Yeah.
And dominate.
Yeah. Hobby.
Make the Pro Bowl.
Yeah. So look for that, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast today. The Willamette could spin. Dr. Melanie Petro, friend of the show, will be in last hour, so be looking for that. All right, so we've been hopping around a little bit. You seem a little bit more calm. Everything good over there?
No, but I mean, we should be good the rest of the show. But okay. I have no answer to why that happened.
Right.
You hate when something messes up. You go, I see what happened.
Yeah,
I don't know what happened.
Okay,
I get it.
You do. Your demeanor, your face, everything looks better. Your color's back.
It's not going unless we have the same problem with a different cart. Mm-hmm. But that particular one doesn't run anymore today. So
right.
So you're in the clear.
And we had to apologize to you in the break because we kept trying to communicate with you, and we realized you weren't talking to us. You were just talking out loud.
We really did think you were speaking to
I
us.
talk out loud.
Yeah, I know, but we didn't know at the time.
And then you kind of got mad at us because
Yeah.
we were answering you.
Yeah,
and
just
you,
ignore me.
And you were like, "Hey, buddy, I'm not talking to y'all."
Yeah,
and we were like,
right.
"Well, how are we supposed to know?"
Sorry about that.
Who are you? Are you having a conversation with a coyote that's in there with you?
Yeah.
There's
He
a coyote
he
in
answered
there.
back.
Hey, that's funny because how many offices can say that? There is a coyote in there
There
where
is,
you are.
yeah.
I don't know if you just look right past it.
Not
or
many
not.
people can say they can see two coyotes from where they sit each day.
I realize that he's thought about something that might be wrong.
Yeah, I just thought of something.
I noticed
and
that.
I'll wait
I-
till next break.
I could see that you were working it out in your mind.
Did you see the light bulb click
Yeah,
on there?
I did. I
Look,
saw
look,
that.
still
One
doing
thing
it.
I need to check.
And he's grabbing his chin again.
There he is.
All right. How about that?
So, so I know y'all when I was away the other day, y'all were big on the questions from the audience.
Oh, yeah.
But you laughed about halfway through the break, and you went, "Oh, I just had a good one sent."
Yeah, I
What
did.
what was that about?
Do you want to? You want me to
What
start
is it?
it?
Is it about what's going on today?
No, it just has something to do with you. It was
With me?
Yeah.
Why me?
It was from Gary Farmer.
Oh, I thought you were about to say Bulldozer Gary Vine.
No, not that
That'd be
Gary.
even
This
better.
guy's last
Yes.
name's actually Farmer. He said, "Got a QFTA for you." He
right.
actually put QFTA, which is questions from the audience.
Oh, wow.
Can the man of 1,000 voices? Okay, this is what this
Aw,
is his
come
request, and it may be
I
too
really didn't
early.
know this when I asked.
No, you
straight
did
up.
not, and and we don't have to do this. I've got another list of 4 fun questions for all of us.
Okay, well that's fine.
But you can be thinking about this. He just said, "Can the man of 1,000 voices be Mr. T doing the Price is Right?" What Bob Barker used to say, but have Greg to come on down. You're the next contestant on the Price is Right, but do it in the Mr. T voice.
What?
That's just what he
You
said.
want me
This
as
is-
Mr. T to tell Greg to come on down?
Yep, you're the next contestant on the Price is Right,
I don't
and
know
that's
if I
what.
can do that.
And
I'm
that's
supposed to come on down. Where am I going?
no, you're Greg. You're just gonna sit there and enjoy it. But
Good. I like
but
that better.
But I just thought this is what our audience is thinking about
Okay.
this morning.
That's
That's
interesting.
the main reason I read it.
Role
is-
play.
is this is what they want one of our members of the show to actually do.
Am I wrong, though?
Okay.
I don't think Bob actually said he was the guy that yelled, "Come
He
on."
didn't.
He did.
It was
He
the
didn't.
announcer.
It was good call,
Just
Greg.
trying to
Yeah,
correct.
very
you.
good call. It's a
Yeah.
good catch, buddy.
Yeah.
Yep.
Come
Sorry,
on now.
sorry, Gary, that Greg's throwing that shade at you.
Come on
Yeah,
down.
well, I mean, look, he had a lot
Hey,
of.
Greg, come on down. Get on down here.
Oh my God!
Give me you're the next contestant.
You're the next contestant on the Price is Right. Get on down. Hey, Burgess.
That is
I appreciate that.
Didn't know you were going to actually do it.
I like the look too.
Yeah.
Well, you got to do that, Greg. Face, get my face like a leg. You got to frown. I pity the fool that won't come on down. You got to frown a little bit. What's wrong with you? Get that damn computer fixed.
All right. My bad. All right, I'm
so
sorry.
good.
I don't know what's happened there. All right, what you got?
Oh my gosh, it's good.
That's good.
Um,
I pity
who
the
is
fool.
the best movie villain? Who is the best movie villain? Now, the Joker comes to mind immediately because I don't know a whole lot about movie villains. So I went ahead and researched this for y'all to give
Did
y'all
you?
some examples.
Okay.
Loki, Hannibal Lecter,
Ooh,
Darth Vader,
ooh.
Freddy Krueger, Michael Myers, the Sheriff of Nottingham. He was a mean one.
Is there a villain? Is a villain a little different than a straight out murderer?
Yeah.
Like your
thank
villain's
you.
like the Joker.
Well, I actually
Darth
Googled.
Vader's Pete. Wouldn't that be
Darth
a villain?
Vader's
Yeah.
a villain.
I would think that would be. I mean,
Yeah.
good night. That's
I would think.
household
I
right
would
there.
think
Joker
Joker,
is too.
Darth Vader. I don't know as much
Who's
about
Loki? Who is that?
He's in the whole Avengers world.
Oh, see, I'm a grown man. So I don't know. But I
I actually Googled movie villains.
Okay, I'm glad
Okay.
you did because I haven't.
I
And-
guess it's two
and-
class of villains.
Well, and I
That's
guess
right, Greg.
so because
I pity the fool who thinks that's a villain.
because I would have never thought like Freddy Krueger, or Michael Myers, or even Hannibal Lecter, or Sheriff of Nottingham.
maybe Hannibal Lecter. Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe.
So my first reaction would have been Darth Vader or Joker.
Yeah.
That's what I would have.
Yeah,
thought.
I think we
Yeah.
can land there.
Or any of the Batman villains, the Penguin,
Mm-hmm.
all of them. You know,
I.
a lot of villains in Batman.
Yeah, a lot of villains.
Riddler.
Greg, number of concerts you've attended.
Oh, boy.
See, this is his role.
And if
over
you
here.
can't do that, he gave you an over and under of 30. Have you been to more than
Probably
30
under
or less
30,
than 30?
But,
Okay.
But Between 20 and 30, I'm thinking.
Okay. And Speedy, how many concerts have you been to?
I have not been to many.
Because back in the
really
80s,
haven't.
I stacked them.
It's less than 5 for me.
Listen, in the 80s, I stacked them up.
All right, let me ask you a question.
All the hair bands came to the BJCC.
Yeah.
All of them.
Can-
Or the
can-
Outlaw, and we saw them all.
Can you count? And just let me finish. Can you count like Lauren Daigle, I
That's
should
a
say,
concert.
at the Alabama Theater for
Yes,
a Christmas
100%.
concert?
Yeah, I
Yes.
was at that one with you.
Yeah.
Okay, can you count that?
Yeah, that counts.
It's
Okay.
actually called a Christmas concert.
Yeah.
So,
Right.
yeah.
Well, but
I mean,
you know
don't
what
have
I'm
to-
saying.
you're
I thought you might be like a
BJCC.
arena, BJ.
No,
I mean,
no,
like,
no.
Okay.
No.
Any
Do
concert.
you see what I'm saying?
I do.
Because that's more of an intimate setting type Christmas
But that
special.
does absolutely,
I didn't know. I
I'll
didn't
even
know if
give
that-
you a church.
absolutely counts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's concerts held at
Yeah.
church.
Then you've been to over 30.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. If we're playing that, right?
If I'm over 30,
You know, we're not talking about like Rolling Stones, U2,
I'm
Kiss,
thinking of bands I've
all
seen
that.
multiple times. There's bands that I've seen more than once. There's concerts that I forget about. Then you go, oh, I remember that one.
Yeah, I think it's over 30 for you. As much as I hear you and Rick talk about it,
Yeah.
Because, like I said, in the '80s, I mean, all the big bands came here.
do I
All
count?
of
Do
them.
I count Mr. Lucky as a concert?
No, you don't count that.
Okay,
I
I'm
can't
just
roll
asking.
on that.
You were working. You were emceeing.
Okay,
I've been to
I can't
less than
count what
5.
I've emceed, then that cuts out some.
I've been
Now,
to 5 or less.
Now, if you're talking about,
And Bon Jovi and Skid Row was one of them.
I was at that one.
And listen, New Kids on the Block was the second one.
So I
wasn't
can
at
count-
that one,
I can
but
count
I was
Chris-
at the Skid Row Bon
Yeah.
Jovi.
I was
at
way
the-
too young and shouldn't have been there.
Yeah.
Just so
Yeah.
you know.
At
And
Sebastian-
parents had no idea I went from Gadsden to Birmingham with somebody for that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
because
remember
they
the-
couldn't track you back then.
The lead singer for Skid
You're
Row
right.
had quite a mouth on him.
They thought I was just spending the night with Mason Cawthorn.
Well, look, no
Right.
harm, no
And-
foul.
Yeah.
No harm, no foul.
My parents listen right now, so I can't really talk about much.
Dang,
about
now I'm
that,
thinking about bands that were considered kind of big, but later were playing clubs. I guess you count those.
but- Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're so far over 30.
Yeah, you are over 30. You
So
may
I-
be pushing 50.
Yeah. So I can add Chris Tomlin and stuff.
I know
like
my
that.
first concert
Yes,
was the Commodores.
My
And
first
Lionel Richie was still in it. They were huge. Brick House and all that
Yeah.
was slamming.
Hey, don't you hit that yet. I got
My
two
first one
more.
was Foreigner
Ooh, that's
in
a good
Biloxi,
one.
That's a good one,
Mississippi.
too.
That's a good one.
These are quick. I want to get them in. Though.
Okay.
Which of these two smells better? Fresh cut grass or bread baking in the oven?
Bread baking in the oven.
I'm going fresh cut grass. There's
I'm
something
gonna have
about
to go
it.
bread, but it's close.
Yeah.
It is close.
Yeah.
I like that.
Bread doesn't give me allergies.
Springtime. That's a good point.
Yeah.
You could enjoy bread more.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, one more.
It's close.
Even though I
though.
like some fresh cut grass, though. I'll give
Oh,
you that.
yeah.
I know
it's
the
time to
answer.
Play baseball when you
To-
saw that.
I know
yeah.
the answer to Greg's on this one. Not sure to you because I don't
Okay.
know how much this comes into your world.
All right.
If you had to get rid of one of these two drinks, coffee or sweet tea, which one would you
see.
get rid
Sweet
of
tea.
for the
Sweet
rest of
tea.
your life? That's
Sweet
me.
tea.
I think we're all agreeing.
I've pretty much backed off. I used to drink sweet tea.
I can't
with
tell you the
every
last
meal.
time I've had sweet tea.
Mm-hmm.
When we were growing up, Mom, cooked every night, and always we drank sweet tea, and she made really good sweet tea too.
Mm-hmm.
I can't give up coffee.
No, that's
just-
not even
I just
close.
can't.
Y'all see my relationship with coffee.
I've
And I
drank
don't
more
have that
coffee,
one.
but I never drink sweet tea.
I
It's
used
just
to.
never part
It
of-
used to be if I was eating supper, I was drinking sweet tea. But
Yeah.
like I say now, I don't.
I never have more than 2 cups of coffee a day, but I have to. I want that experience.
Yeah, and it ain't so much the taste; it's just the whole experience.
I
Like
know.
holding it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something about you have
Holding it.
better conversations.
I'm
with people.
15 minutes from my routine of getting me a nice
every
cup.
day we go and get
Yeah.
them.
Can't wait.
Y'all brought me into y'all's world.
I'm
I like
excited
it.
about it.
Let Mr. T take us a break.
We'll be right back. Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'll second guest dinners with friends because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancrelipase, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you're allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit creoninfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
Provember is back at Lowe's, and so are the savings. Power the possibilities with savings on the DeWalt tools you trust to get the job done. Like the DeWalt 16-piece reciprocating saw blade set was $29.98, now $19.98. And the DeWalt 14-piece assorted drill bit set was $16.98, now $9.98. These deals are tough to beat, and so are the tools. It always pays to be a pro at Lowe's. Offer ends 12/28 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Yellowstone, television's #1 show, returns on Paramount Network.
I, John Dutton, do solemnly swear to uphold the Constitution of the state of Montana against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Featuring an all-star cast led by Academy Award winner Kevin Costner.
The invasion is over.
They will fight you dirty.
Is there any other way?
As the Dutton family fights to protect their legacy, they'll learn power has a price.
Signing this is a declaration of war.
We're already at war.
Yellowstone returns Sunday at 8 p.m. Eastern for an epic 2-hour premiere event exclusively on Paramount Network.
Today on Hey Culligan, soft water, cleaner environment. What do you say, Greg?
Hey Culligan, are you saying if I have a Culligan high-efficiency water softener, I'm also helping the environment?
It sounds like you're saying it, Greg, and yes, you are, because with the Culligan high-efficiency water softener, you'll use less detergent, soap, and harsh chemicals, and that's good for the planet.
Now you're saying it.
You bet I am, Greg. Soft water and a cleaner environment is already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test from a local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
Will they find a home? Sponsored by Geico. Steve is intrigued by the paranormal.
Otherworldly spirits really make a house a home, you know?
Janice has different taste.
I'd like my house to not be haunted.
Compromise is tough, but these two won't have to compromise when they bundle home and car insurance with Geico. It's easy, and they could save even more. In the end, Steve and Janice found a renovated Victorian that's only haunted from 9 to 5.
Okay, wife's home. I gotta bounce.
Bye, Steve.
Bundling without compromise at Geico.com.
Well, if we're being totally honest, we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day, but if you're like us, we don't always have the time or energy to make that happen. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you'll have more energy, you'll feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that when we take our next physical, the doctor compares our old lab work to the new lab work, and he says, hey, keep doing what you're doing. This wonderful product is powered with a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. So join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. That's fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 10 minutes until top of the hour. We thank you for being with us. This portion of the show is brought to you by our friends at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. You know, HelloFresh has been with us for quite some time. and we appreciate it. And they say that you, the audience, that you're responding because you want to know why? You love things that make sense and that make your life easier. And HelloFresh.com/Bubba delivers delicious recipes right to your door. So you skip that extra grocery store trip or taking a break from meal planning and, or actually being able to take a break from meal planning. But it's just all the drama, the unnecessary drama that is around dinner time or just, hey, we got a family meal. What are we doing? It just takes it away. Because HelloFresh.com/Bubba, again, comes right to your door with over 35 chef-crafted recipes each week. And they are just stocked full of great recipes. They're convenient with HelloFresh.com/Bubba. HelloFresh.com/Bubba, it's just cheaper than the grocery store, about 25% less expensive than takeout. What we want you to do is go check them out right now at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Sign up today. And when you do, you're going to save 65% off plus get free shipping. Just use promo code BUBBA, or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. That's 65% off plus free shipping. That's a lot of money, folks, and it's a lot of free time, too, because it takes away the drama of mealtime. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. You're going to save 65% off plus get free shipping. Just use promo code BUBBA. You can also find us, I said, a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right.
What happened in 1928?
As we come on back, I was just going to ask Greg. Let's return the feature, Helmsy, where we just asked Greg, well, hey, Greg, what you looking at?
I bet y'all didn't know, though. November 10th, 1928.
All right.
Notre Dame shocks Army for the win one for the Gipper. You remember the win one for the Gipper speech that Newt Rockne gave his team?
Yep.
That was about George Gipp, and they made a movie about it starring Ronald Reagan as Gipp.
Wow.
The speech he gave.
1925?
1928. They
28,
came back and
28.
beat Army. They were huge underdogs. Army was the walking dog.
Mm-hmm.
And they came back and beat them after he gave them the halftime speech. Win one for the Gipper. Let's be honest, he probably made it up to get them motivated.
Right. That's where you go immediately.
Yeah, he said Gipper told him if the guys are ever down, tell them win one for the Gipper and all this stuff.
Yeah.
He probably made it up, but it worked because they actually won one. It's not just a movie. I didn't know that. This was an actual game that he supposedly.
I've heard that.
And the movie is about Newt Rockne, Newt Rockne All-American, and that's one of the part of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
But this is when it was played, 1928. Notre Dame shocks Army to win one for the Gipper. So there.
Wow.
The trivia. Write it down.
I thought about you the other day, Greg.
What, winning one for the Gipper?
No, it was actually a story about the Titanic, and they said that.
What more can we talk about? I mean,
well, they just talked about the fact of where it is and the fact that it's just deteriorating and
what's left of it.
Yeah, and then they talked about it's not the only thing down there. It was a pretty interesting story, but I thought about you and your love of the movie.
Well, I told you when I was a chaperone on a field trip, and one of my kids was real young, and they had that display over here at the McWayne Center of the stuff they've taken out of it, like dishes, and it was really cool.
It just took me back.
That was one of my favorite field trips.
It took me back to that time. If you're on the Titanic and things start happening and you realize, oh my great, is this really happening?
Well, the mojo, they called it the unsinkable ship, and all this.
Right.
You know when it sunk? The very first time it went out.
Yeah.
Don't forget that.
That's, but think about how they're trying to reason all of what was happening, because at the time it was, to your point, the unsinkable ship. And
what about when Jack and
Greg,
Rose?
See, this is where we get him.
Jack's handcuffed down there in the bottom of it, and it's flooding.
Yeah.
What about that? Remember?
Yeah.
He gives Titanic a pass. For those of you that don't know, Greg, he destroys every story, every movie, and says it's not true. But with the Titanic, he believes everything.
Every single thing in it is valid.
Yep.
Well, I'm just telling you.
The Titanic gets a pass from Greg.
Jack, he won that card game, or he wouldn't even been on the ship.
See, here we go.
How about that?
Are there any other movies out there that you give a pass to like you give Titanic a pass? Because you really do give that a pass.
Guys.
There has never been a time where you have questioned, or maybe you question it, but you didn't. But you don't say it out loud.
Did the boat
sink or not? For instance, when I watch Moneyball, One of my favorite movies.
Okay, so there's two different things. I'm obviously
No. Listen, time out. I know you're kidding on a lot of this, but you don't question things. You don't bring it up with the Titanic,
guys. Just
like with the Moneyball thing. Let me just finish.
It's two different things.
When not really, not what we're talking about.
Yeah, because I'm serious about Moneyball. I'm not serious about Titanic. I realize they made that story up. I just do it to get everybody in the audience fired up. But Moneyball, they really did make stuff up. They're trying to make you think it happened.
But you never point out the details of the Titanic.
Well, I'm just playing along.
Because it was a ship that went down, Greg.
Yeah, I got that. But
That's
the
a
love
true
story.
story.
And all that was made up. I get that.
But
I like that.
You know, you and I recreated the Titanic.
Because I want it to be real.
Do you remember that?
We did. Jack.
Did you just say you want it to be real?
Yeah, I wanted all that to happen.
You want them to be up there like
see,
this?
Look, I get it. We wrote a movie around. Okay, but it's different. Moneyball and any other true story, they have to make them entertaining, and they add some stuff. Like I don't believe that he told him, and I hate it. One of my favorite parts of the movie when he told him if he would have been picking the
That's
draft,
where I was going to go.
where would he have taken
That's
him
where
in the
I was
draft?
go.
I don't think that happened.
You don't even think that phone call happened.
I don't.
You don't think that he called him.
I think he just hired him.
Peter Brand.
So
you don't think he called Peter Brand in the middle of the night and asked him where he would have drafted him?
No.
And I want to believe that happened.
I just don't.
And you know how we've talked about, we've been so long together. Pieces of each of our personalities starts to rub off on us, right?
Yeah.
So I've got the way you think a little bit, and I got the way he thinks, and everybody else. So when I watch a movie, instead of just watching it for the entertainment purposes of just, hey, I just want to enjoy a movie. Now I'm critiquing everything in the movie did it happen or not?
I know.
If it says based off true events.
Titanic's my escape.
One more question.
Thanks, Greg.
What do you think?
Ruined
one
everything.
more. Are you still on Moneyball?
Yes.
Okay,
and I got a question.
Go ahead.
Do you think that
I like the movie.
The owner, okay, that's played by Brad Pitt, do you think him and the assistant coach actually went to Scott Hatterberg's house?
I was thinking
and
about
talked to him about, we want you to come, we want you to play first base?
First of all, it was the general manager, but
what did I say?
You said he was the owner, but that's fine.
Yeah, you're right.
But
sorry. Billy
I
Bean.
question that.
Bean.
Maybe. But tell me one I don't believe. I don't believe that he was driving when they were fishing to break the record, and he was driving because he never stayed and watched the games.
Yes.
And he came back, and then he came back and saw him nearly blow it. Was he there the whole time, or did he really leave and come back?
You know that.
Do you think?
Thank you, Greg.
Do you think in Blindside she really called the coach on the cell phone?
No.
That assistant coach, by the way, was Ron Washington, or it was supposed to be Ron Washington.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, prevent defense, you know what that means? Prevent you from winning.
If the Saints had been
what if they just play regular defense like they do on every down? You've heard that
1,000 times.
I get
times.
it. I get it when you do like a whole. We got a long drive going. I mean, prevent the whole time. But on that particular play, when there's this is the last play of the game, I think it'd be a good time to be in prevent.
Well, here's the thing though. What if somebody catches over the middle, gets out of bounds? There's 23 seconds.
There's no good way.
And then all of a sudden they line kick a field goal and beat you.
You're right.
Then everybody says, "Why are we sending a prevent?"
You can't.
That prevent just prevents us from winning.
Bottom line, look, it's bang bang play. He got his head down. He missed him. It just happened. You know,
that is just,
we can talk about it in
freak,
slow motion all day,
thing.
but when it's in full
he don't know
speed,
why he did it.
He don't know.
He's in the dressing room going, "What am I doing?"
I know. He just got his head down. Missed.
I feel bad for him.
He's really in the dressing room going, "What is what is that?"
I feel bad for him. I really do.
Because it's easy for us to talk about what should happen. We get to see it in slow motion.
Rick, not only did he not heads up, wrap up, but he came in there like a bullet. And when he missed, he took out the only other Saint that is anywhere close to making a play.
I know.
I mean, decleated him. Yeah. It looked like a Keystone Cop thing.
Oh,
I mean, I've never seen anything like it.
Get in there and talk about what's the running back of the Steelers is so good?
Bell.
Like
Le'Veon Bell.
Now they're talking about where they're going to be coming back next year. Go ahead and pay the man.
Yeah.
Now just pay the man. And they're like, well, there's a thought that quarterbacks are not replaceable, but running backs are. That one right there ain't replaceable.
No, he's
Let's start going. That man is a bad man.
By the way,
get the checkbook out and pay the man.
Right after that play,
Right.
Drew Brees became a free agent too. So the Saints will try to hang on to him. But,
yeah, that was so funny. Well, they might say that about some, but don't say that about that one. He goes, the playmakers make plays, and the Steelers defense got them beat.
Yeah.
You know it.
Well, Roethlisberger had a couple turnovers that hurt early, too. They led to 14.
Good. All right, we'll be back. How about the Jaguars? Got a pretty good team.
Yeah. Good defense. Really good corners.
Woo. We'll be back. Bottom. And you were talking about that where will this rank on great finishes? Well, it's got to be up there.
Well, it does bring up, thinking about some of the great finishes we've seen in the NFL. And Greg pointed out a lot of times this is the way Minnesota would lose a game.
Yeah.
But, I've heard some people discussing it and was looking on social media, people bringing it up. And, I was pretty fortunate. I've seen a lot of these finishes.
Yeah.
The Music City Miracle,
Christie kicks it high and short. Going to be fielded by Lorenzo Neal at the 25.
Yeah,
pitches it back to Wycheck. He throws it across the field to Dyson.
He's got something.
30,
He's got
40,
something.
50,
He's got it.
40,
He's got it.
Right there.
20,
He ran by us.
10,
He's got it.
End zone. Touchdown Titans. There are no flags on the field. It's a miracle. Tennessee has pulled a miracle. A miracle for the Titans.
And then Mike Keith gave us this, which is good.
This is Mike Keith of the Tennessee Titans, and it's a miracle that Rick and Bubba are on the air. There are no flags on the field. There should be, but there are no flags on the field.
So anyway, so you got that.
That is a great call, by the way. I could hear that 100 times.
You got and like I say, Bubba and I were on the sidelines for that one, and even got in the.
Was it Mason that ran it in? Did he say Dyson ran?
Yeah.
He couldn't have been more than 10 yards from us going down the sidelines.
Yeah, we're even in the picture. I mean, the portrait they made of it.
Yeah, you can see you. You can't see me.
It was funny because when it happened, pandemonium broke out, and we all kind of just scattered. And next thing I know, you are embracing Coach Jeff Fisher at midfield in a hug.
Was I with McNair?
I was
with McNair.
Yeah, I had Fisher on about the 30-yard line, jumping up and down.
Okay, it was you. Okay,
And
the late
but
Steve
you were
McNair.
behind him, I guess,
Yes.
because you were the one that's seen behind him.
Yeah, you
celebrating.
could see Rick behind the state trooper and the painting.
Well, the beautiful thing about the elation of sports and finishes is that for a moment there was a time when Steve McNair and all the security wanted me to stay away from Steve on the sideline. When that happened, suddenly Steve and I had known each other all of our lives, and he's embracing me.
Yeah.
And I think at one point he kissed me.
Right.
So in Bubba's, with Coach Fisher, and people are I never forget trying to drive home from Nashville, all the calls we see you on ESPN, we see y'all. And so that was good. Then you go back.
That was a crazy day, too, because we caught punts at halftime. And
it was a weird day.
And the Bills had just made a miraculous drive down the field to take the lead. I don't know if you remember Thurman Thomas telling everybody to be quiet.
I remember watching Thurman give everybody the, let's get quiet in
he
here
came
now.
down that sideline telling everybody to be quiet.
Well, first thing he did in the end zone, he said, let me first of all get very quiet here. And then he went down the sideline quieting everybody.
Right.
and it was very quiet, by the way.
Well,
he was correct. And now, Greg, I remember things like, it really goes back to the immaculate reception because, they say Rooney had left and was wanted to tell the team what a good job they'd done in the season. Well, I remember the people on the sideline because it was the Titans' first, season in Nashville, right?
They had been in Tennessee, but they'd been playing in Memphis.
Right,
This was
first time in the
first or second.
and I remember them all talking about going, what a great way for the franchise to get started. We had a great season.
There you go, it's right there.
Everybody was doing their wrap up of the season. Oh, you know me on the sideline.
You can see us right in there in that little mob of folks.
Right, yeah.
And then, Rick, I thought it a great move. I went to the replay monitor because I knew they were going to be focused on
That
it.
was really. That's when we.
I opened the curtain for the referee to peek inside.
No one knows how to get on TV better than we do.
Yeah.
So anyway, so that was one. So we say Vikings. We got the miracle in Music City. You got the immaculate reception.
Now I saw that one live, and that was a crazy play. Didn't have replay back then.
Right.
And there was some controversy about was it a
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. A brand new one, baby, and we're ready to go. We started with the national anthem. 7.5 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com, our website. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy have already given you a kickoff hour. Now, Adler settles into his little YouTube booth in there. There he is. And he's ready to show it to you, either live or archived. He's going to grab you a best of hour today as he cranks out the content from his booth. No intern today, so various team members rotating on the phones at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we'll chat with you. We'll update you on the latest things going on within the show, within the country, and around the world. But we cannot do that if we don't have the whole team on the field. So let's bring in the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, thank you for being part of the little program we call Rick and Bubba. Almost 29 years in the making.
Oh, yeah.
How about them apples, huh?
So we in 28 right here at the end. Got to be 28. Yeah.
Money and fame,
there ain't no doubt about it. There ain't no doubt about it. Bubba, how do?
Rick, we're doing well. Glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. Still a lot of election fog out there.
Yes. Yes.
It looks like the Republicans will be in control of the House by a few seats. The Senate's still in play. Georgia going to a runoff, so they're going to do it again in 4 weeks.
Oh, can you imagine?
And that race is just razor thin anyway. And it may end up, when all's said and done, for control of the whole Senate.
It could. The Senate now.
Run, Herschel, run.
If the Senate were the LSU Alabama game, Brian Kelly's going for 2.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's we'll see how that goes. We're at that point now where it's kind of you're wanting more updates than they are. It's just kind of stopped. By the way, Arizona, y'all should be ashamed of yourself. What in the world are y'all doing? I mean, who do y'all think y'all are? Florida?
Well, Florida had the embarrassing hanging Chad thing,
but they got their act together.
They got rid of a bunch of those people had no business running that were some kind of appointed deal, and got some people in there that were professionals, and they're rolling it. And Greg made a good point the other day. How can American Idol tabulate 4 million votes in a 30-second TV commercial? And we can't get these things in one night. You know what I mean? This is crazy.
And then if you go apples to apples, and I understand, and Bubba, you've done a very good job of communicating, unlike me right now, communicating this. Is you have to teach some things now that are no longer taught in school, apparently. And that is, we're dealing with 50 different elections when we do these things. Yeah. The states run their own deal, but what can be a smelly subject. But if I were having trouble and I saw a state like Florida that was having trouble and then they cleaned their act up and became incredibly efficient, wouldn't I just meet with them and say, now, what did y'all do to clean all this up?
I think that's one of the things.
And then I would do that, right?
Yep. I think that's one of the things in the country we probably don't do enough of. Everybody's kind of doing their own thing, and when you see somebody that's doing it right, why don't we emulate what they're doing?
Strange concept.
Copy it.
Strange
for
strange
some
concept.
of you, but you know what I'm saying.
Now you sound like us talking to radio consultants.
I know.
We've had that conversation before, haven't we? so I did. I really
2-9.
Yeah, 2-9. But don't want to be negative.
Nope.
But I want to say this. Don't even want to spend a lot of time on it because sometimes, and I had this conversation with my wife yesterday. I think it's coming with my age. People who I know won't change, okay, and who won't listen, and then things that I can't change. I'm starting not to want to devote my time to that anymore, and because I don't have a lot of it left. So I can't. Apparently, I can't do anything about this changing of the clock and all that. I've tried. I've exhausted a lot of effort on that. But and I thought that the truck I'm driving it's pretty high tech. I noticed pretty quick on this one compared to the last one that we were honored enough and fortunate enough to drive.
Hendrick drivers, baby.
Hendrick drivers. The truck I had last time. What would you call that area where all your radio is, and is that the entertainment area?
Mm-hmm.
What is all this?
Kind of the mid deck there.
It's got the big screen and it's all your stuff and your Bluetooth and that whatever that is. This truck seems to be back in time a little bit in that area. It's not as high tech as the one I had before.
Oh, sorry.
Which was surprising, but it must be something to do with the package or whatever. Well, I as soon as we got in the car on Monday to go to work, I looked at him. I said, "So the clock doesn't change on this one. It doesn't change itself."
It did mine.
And well, yeah, Greg, I'm sure it did. Okay,
Just saying.
The last one I drove did the same thing.
Look, I'm just saying.
Of all the things out there that have really, really big hills to climb on changing the clock, vehicles are some of the worst.
Yeah.
I honestly have looked at it and I'm like, I got no idea how to change that clock. I mean,
touch it.
No, where?
Just touch the clock.
Well, it's just
and be in park.
On
touch the clock and it'll give you the option.
Well, there's no clock on there. I looked for it
On your video screen, Rick.
There's no time.
The last
telling-
no. The time on this one, unlike the others, it's only about this big up in the corner.
Yeah, reach up there and touch it.
You mean like the actual number?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
If not, do you have a house button like where it shows like a
Yeah,
little
I
like
looked
home?
I looked at it.
And then systems.
Nothing about the clocks in there.
Touch the clock and see if it gives you.
Yeah. And by the way,
you got to be in park. Can't be driving.
And Sherry's car, honestly, she's had the car now, I think, maybe 3 years. We've never figured out how to do the clock in it. She literally has to, when it goes in for service, she'll have them change it. And then she said after they changed it, it was so complicated, I still don't know how to do it.
Do you have satellite radio on that?
Yeah, but on this one, remember I told you the other day, it works sometimes it doesn't.
Well, that most of the time, if you have a satellite radio, it'll change automatically because it's getting that signal. It'll time.
Yeah, and I think it's supposed to do that because there's no real place to do it manually.
If yours is not receiving all the time, you may have an antenna problem.
I think there is one on it because just when I was going to take it in because I had to have some service on it, I thought, well, they keyed it up during that service and I got to take it back. Then all of a sudden the satellite radio started working. So I thought, okay, well, it must be fine. Well, now it's not working again. So and it just says no satellite connection.
Cool.
So
that's different. I don't know.
So I'm sure that may be
why.
That's why that may be why the clock's not working and there's no way to change it. It was expected.
There's got to be a manual way.
Yeah. But I mean, why am I even fooling that? Why am I having to deal with the clock?
Well, why are all of us having to change it? And when I get home at night at 7 o'clock, I'm stumbling around like a Saturday night drunk. I'm so sleepy.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Dealer's hand that hit the ball, or was it the defensive back? You know, they were.
The rule then what was it?
It couldn't go offensive player to offensive player. It had
now
to have
it can, but now
it had to have a defensive hand in there. But that was incredible because that was a real, 3 yards in a cloud of dust type game. And for that big play at the end, that was really incredible. I remember Montana to Clark. I was watching that one. That was
another great one.
Montana is out. I mean, he's out of options and just Pellet, and I've read some more things about that. Clark was not supposed to be the receiver on that. He was supposed to give the pick, and the receiver fell down and couldn't get up, and Clark just very wisely took off to get open.
And now it's backyard ball at that point.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
And then Montana in the Super Bowl drive against the Bengals.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's a doozy.
You got it wasn't a playoff game, but the Holy Roller with Ken Stabler. And, you know, now they have the Stabler rule where you can't fumble forward in 2 minutes. You remember he was slapping that ball toward the end zone.
Yeah.
I think they were playing the Chargers. One that is painful for the Viking side, Roger Staubach hit a bomb to Pearson on an icy field where the Vikings had outplayed them all day. And the DB fell down, and Pearson scored a touchdown. Most people think that was the best Vikings team, too, 75.
A lot of people think that.
They were rocking back then.
Is that the Purple People Eaters?
Yeah, that's what us Purple Rain people we say.
Was that the Purple People Eater year? And they had all that defensive front that was so good?
Yeah, Allen, Marshall, Page. I mean, it was Allen Page, Jim Marshall, Carl Eller, and I can't remember who the other one was.
Yeah, I remember those
Isn't
three.
Page a judge now? Or
yeah,
something
in
like
Minnesota, like a Supreme Court judge or something.
Do you think he was excited?
He had to be excited. You know what? I wanted to know how Bud Grant felt. Because I know he was there.
I thought he was. They showed him.
He was outside, actually. It wouldn't come in the
He wouldn't come inside. It's too hot.
He was outside watching in a lounge chair shirtless.
He had his camo hat on watching the game. It was funny.
Yeah.
We can't forget the Seattle Hail Mary that beat the Packers. Remember that?
Yeah, there's been a lot of Hail Mary. Rick, your guy at Green Bay's thrown 2 or 3 of them. Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a threat to throw a Hail Mary in a minute.
Yeah, the only problem with this is that was a bad call. But
right. That was when we had replacement referees, remember?
It really was, by the way. Yeah.
Well, is there a more exciting play, though?
Oh, just the sling to the end zone?
You remember Billy Whiteshoes Johnson caught one of those for the Falcons one time, and he was about the 5-yard line. He was under the pile of people, and they caught it, and it bounced up in there. He caught it and got in. That was a good. And he had to put a move on a guy to get in the end zone. That was a good finish.
So yeah, there's been some great ones, and I think absolutely this one goes in all those. It has to.
Oh yeah.
Don't you think?
Will it be called the Minneapolis Miracle?
That's what they're already calling it.
Are they really?
Didn't you hear the announcer say that?
Yeah. Oh, you're right. You did. You're right. All right, 15 minutes to the top.
You didn't see it. One cool thing, there was a 100-year-old lady that the Vikings had given 2 tickets to. She'd never been to a game. Been a fan since 61.
She wasn't eating, was she?
I don't. She had a sign up. She was kind of hiding behind it.
How'd her heart hang out on that?
I don't know. Might need to check in with her.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show. All right, so Bubba and Speedy have gone out to the truck, and they fixed the clock.
Yeah, good news. You're now on standard time.
So
and you were a minute fast, so we backed that up.
Yes, I noticed that the other day. So did you notice that it? Number one, do you think it was supposed to change automatically? But y'all didn't get into that, did you?
You know, there was a display setting for automatic, and I didn't know if that dimmed or brightened your display or whatever. I hadn't had time to play with it.
Yeah.
And really, Speedy knew more about it than I did. So.
Yeah.
I don't know about
it. Only takes 2 brains to do this.
Did it bother you how little the clock is on that?
A little, yeah.
Well, it's tiny.
I think you can probably change that.
This trip out here was strictly change time. We didn't get into the other stuff, but yeah, it'll hide from you. The biggest thing is go hit the little home.
What did you hit?
And then you'll see the front of your truck, like a picture of a truck. Hit the truck, and then it goes into truck settings and all that. And then there it is. It's really truck, and then there it is.
We have visual
truck
for you.
there.
We have video. Speedy video does working on it.
Yeah. Adler's getting that prepared.
We say? We didn't say anything negative.
Rick stopped listing it as fixed.
Right.
It's fixed, and he was like, "Good, I'm done."
But did you see how many steps that is?
I know.
To go change a stupid
completely
clock.
with you.
To change a stupid clock.
I know.
My goodness. Well, we're not trying to launch Artemis.
Right.
I mean,
just do home, truck, clock. I'm sorry. Those 3 steps. Home, truck, clock.
I'm sorry, buddy.
Shot at space, bro.
Here it is, right here. Look.
What, you try to hit me
turn
in
around
the
and
knees,
look.
Rick?
I'm so sorry, Bubba.
Turn it up. Let's hear it.
What about the truck?
I don't think that's it. It was it.
Controls, display, clock right here.
Are y'all listening to the show while
So
you're
it's
out there?
vehicle, the
Yes,
clock,
we had to crank it up. 1 hour
and
back.
6, and
What
that's
time
it.
is it?
That's it. 6:19. So go back 2 there.
Where?
It's 6:20. Go back 1.
That's good.
It wouldn't
just
change.
leave it like-
Just
there we go, right
There
there,
we
that's
go.
it.
There we go. We got it.
Rick, this tells me you were listening to kickoff hour.
I always do.
Thank you.
Hey, wow, I forgot how.
Good job, Bubba.
No.
Oh, look at him getting out.
Oh.
It took 2 of us.
That looks just like my screen, but mine changed on its own.
Yeah. But Bubba's on to something. Something's wrong with the satellite connection on this truck, and I don't know what it is. I had to take it in when I first, jumped, because, I'm a lift kit guy now because I'm young. And do y'all realize that, pharmacists have had a really hard life for the last 2.5 years, almost 3 years now. And I think I am like a joy to them because when I go to pick up,
You're a joy to pharmacists.
Listen, I'll tell you why. For basically from a clown standpoint,
Right.
is because if you like clowns, but so when I pull in to try to now get my refills, because for a while I have to decide whether I'm gonna park and go in because of this lift kit. They gather at the window and they always look real tired, and it's almost like, y'all, this is come here, here's some
Big
joy.
trucks here.
That big fat bearded guy's here again to try to see if he can reach the little thing they send out, and y'all. Seriously, they put the prescriptions in these little white bags, and I lay out, and my fingers, I'm trying to grab the top of the bag, and then I hey, look, if I didn't have express pay, because I'd be losing my credit card.
Yeah,
I mean, over and over.
What you do is you just drop it in.
Yeah. And I think that they look forward to it. They're like, watch, he's going to try it again. Because you remember, for a while, I got so frustrated by it, I would just go in.
Yeah.
But then I started going in and realizing a lot of people go in.
Yeah.
And then you see people sitting around waiting.
Right.
And I'm like, that drive-through, if it's open, is so much. It's so much simpler, except for literally, I've felt injured before leaving, going, man, that was
Well,
that was a
what
strain.
happens? You can't reach it, okay?
Right.
And I have the same problem.
Yeah.
So you open the door, but then the door is blocking the and
Right.
you can't
do it.
You're like your hand doesn't know which way to go to get there.
And that drawer that comes out, it's really coming out with a mouth, and then it opens. So it's not really designed for that, for you, the way you're trying to get in there.
For you to get to it, the more you open your truck door, the more you block it.
Right. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's
ATMs. You wouldn't believe what it takes. I try to avoid an ATM if I can. You wouldn't believe
Well,
what
it's not made for ATM.
I've got one gate that I have.
Especially when you got to push the screen, you're at a bad angle.
Oh, yeah.
Rick, I have one gate that I have to go through. It's not mine, but it's a gate that I'm required to go through from time to time. And it's a combination. It's a touch tone thing on it. And you cannot get it from my big Ram truck.
No.
Can't do it. So I have to just stop in front of it, get out, put it, and then sprint back in and try to get through the gate.
Wow.
For it.
I know we
you can't reach it, Speedy. You reach it.
No.
You can't because it
can't.
must be made for little cars or
Yeah.
something.
Oh, yeah. You know what they want you to do? They want you to save the earth and get out of that thing. They're trying to force us out. Do you realize how tedious it is for a man who now has hands that are just eat up with arthritis, okay? and for you to be at an ATM and it shoots out, let's say I go $100, quick 100. Well, it's going to send me 520s.
Oh, yeah.
Well, now those 520s come out. Look, do you realize how tedious that is to try to get off?
And
Rick, the 20s could go flying everywhere. Homeless people diving.
Rick,
I mean,
if you drop it, and I've had this at the drive-through with a pharmacy too. You can't get out.
No,
because there's no room to open your door. So
Yeah.
you start to pull up, and the next car's right on your bumper coming in. You're like, oh, wait a minute, I need to get out and do. And it's just
Rick,
a
I got it.
disaster.
You need the grip and grab tool, the
I do.
extender tool
I need
that you
that.
pick up trash with.
I
and just
need
have
one
that
of
in
those.
the
You're
car.
right.
And
They
just
even
let
make
that be
one
an
that
extender.
folds up now.
Yeah.
let me tell you the day they really laughed is I brought the tongs. I started keeping them in the truck for my grilling.
Yeah.
And I was like, dunk, and I was grabbing it, but then Sherry shot that down. She goes, "You're not driving around with tongs in the truck." That's so good.
But Rick, if you need them,
It's like one of them little pickup things people have to pick stuff up.
That's what I was that grip and grab tool.
I will tell you one that I have seen that I really like.
funny.
And I'll tell you where it is. It's at Wind Creek State Park. Yeah. You pull up to it, and it has two of them. It has a low one and a high one.
Now, there you go.
Because a lot of people pulling campers in, I guess.
There
a
you
big
go.
Truck. And it is right there at your face.
There you go.
If you're in a big truck or if you're in a car, it's right there for you.
Let me
the
try
double.
this.
See, I like that double.
Before I go to the break, let me try this. Click on the big house thing.
Yeah, actually.
And then click on a picture of a truck.
You don't even need to, looking back at the video. You just go truck, and that's it.
Well,
Is there a
house
the bottom?
No house?
No. Across the bottom, Rick, your truck.
Is there a truck down there?
It says vehicle.
Yeah.
It says it, or there's
Just
a picture?
send him the video.
There's a picture
of
the
vehicle.
truck.
You hit it, and you have all your adjustments.
And then it says settings. Do I have to hit settings?
No, on the side, you'll see clock set or whatever. Just click it, and then you're good to go.
Send him the video.
Tomorrow I bring Sherry's car up here and see if y'all can change her.
All right, done. That's so good.
Rick, if we had a little more time, we'd tackle that XM antenna.
Something's going on there.
Well, it's just one of two things. His plugs come out the back or the antennas got knocked off.
Yeah.
So, and they get knocked off.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Look, Rick, front of your truck, then clock, date, and then you're there.
Okay. Bottom of the hour. Thanks, guys.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Affection for the Minnesota Vikings. So we've talked about that. Some other things from the weekend, and I guess we can just take them in order. The next one involves two dads on the show, one being Speedy's dad, the other being Helmsley's dad. A couple of items over the weekend that we all were – now, I want to be clear before we step into Speedy's dad. We do not want to pull a dairyberry here. Now, if you look in the Rick and Bubba dictionary, a dairyberry – is when you talk about a product, get people fired up about it, and it's not ready and they can't find it. Now, so this product is not ready yet for your consumption, but when it's ready, we will point you there. But there was a new finding involving this product over the weekend that we have to talk about. So if you remember, Speedy has talked about his father who writes, and he's written poetry, which for some reason we let Greg read on the show.
That's right.
And things
Well,
like
Greg's
that.
the poetry reader, Rick.
Everybody knows that, right?
And he had been working on a children's book, I assume, for a long time.
Yeah.
Called Larry the Leaf. And this is about the story of a leaf named Larry.
Correct.
And it's a children's book, and he got a deal, and it has been published, and it will be released.
Mm-hmm.
And you saw for the first time the finished product
Yeah,
there's Larry
of your dad's children's
How
book.
great is that?
But we look. You sent us stuff which I credit you. You could have kept from us.
Yeah.
and probably should have. But that Larry the Leaf may reflect.
Are they similarities in Larry's story and Calvin's story?
I start kind of thinking that you may be Larry the Leaf.
Yeah.
Does Larry go to college and get in trouble and his dad has to go get him? Stuff like that.
No. Y'all need to stop.
Did Larry's family own a music store at one point?
Right. Is Larry's Uncle Leaf a renowned dancer?
Yeah.
In chapter 8, he's at Greystone hanging out on a tree naked.
When I saw the Larry the Leaf for some reason left Starkville and ended up Jacksonville, Alabama, I was like,
stop it.
I was like, wait a minute.
Larry.
Fall winds blowing high, Rick.
Yeah, are you Larry the Leaf?
I don't think so. I've never asked my dad that though.
Have you read the story?
Yeah. I haven't like. The publisher sends out a couple of copies to the author before it's officially released, just to go over with a fine-tooth comb.
The animation, everything looks fantastic.
Yeah, just to kind of make sure that everything is good to go. There's no typos or anything wrong. And then once the author approves it and goes, yes, this is good, then you go to the next step where it'll be available through Amazon and Barnes and Noble, Books A Million, Kinder Book. All
Not
that
yet,
kind of
though,
stuff.
Derryberry.
Not yet.
When will it be available? Do we know?
I don't know, but it's we're in the fourth quarter here. It's close.
The
real
stuff
close.
you were sending us about the author and all that, I began to sense that maybe that your dad wrote this using a leaf that symbolizes in some ways you.
Well, I will say this: Larry
did you
does.
not get that, Greg?
Yeah, because him and the other Lees went to eat, and he wouldn't pay for the bill. I didn't know what that meant.
Well, I don't know. Let me give you an idea of what it's about, and y'all tell me. I don't know. I haven't really thought about this.
First I saw Bubba. One of us didn't you say so Speedy's the lead?
Right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you always wonder that in these kind of things because the leaf, somebody, and your dad's very creative, but I mean, there's always a motivation,
inspiration
behind a story, an inspiration.
Right.
And when Larry develops a few bad habits, I'm like, wow.
Rick.
Hey,
look, Larry doesn't have any hair.
No, he doesn't.
No, look at
Boy,
him.
he's having a tough time right there.
Boy, that wind's
Look, he's
blowing.
got a big belt on.
That was player days there.
Yep. Look, Greg.
His little Kango hat on. What's that?
Look, he's been to the buckle.
Rick, y'all stop it. No.
All right, 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba. You know, when all these different partnerships over the years with various advertisers, man, I'm going to tell you, there's some that have walked into our life that you went, hey, you know what, that's life-changing right there, and Field of Greens is one of them. Fieldofgreens.com, I just reordered. Man, I love this product. And it's very, very difficult for me to, when you're trying to do just a little bit better and a little more commitment to health, a little less commitment to slobbery over the years. And, I will tell you, though, but when you're even when you're trying to eat the right things and do a little better, and you certainly still have the fun zone days and all that, but when you try to take your overall normal routine and say, all right, well, here's what they say I should do. Wow, 6 cups of fruits and vegetables a day.
I mean, that's a basket.
That's an uphill climb. So, and plus,
that's a bushel and a peck.
It is. So I tell you what, when Field of Greens first came along, and we were talking to SSI, who does the national partnerships and all that. I was like, yeah, Field of Greens. I pictured myself having to force down like a glob of green vegetables, like some of the so-called superfoods of the past. That's not the experience here. It actually tastes really good, even with just water. Now, if you put it with something like orange juice or whatever, boy, it really tastes good. And also, like when I start the day and then later in the day, I do scoop of proteins, and then the full scoop of Fields of Greens, and then I'm kind of doing what I was told. Those said I need a little more protein in my diet. I definitely need more veggies and need more fruits. So now that's all happening in these shakes, but I'm also eating meals as well. This is not to replace meals, but it is to get me the nutrition that I need, and my body has responded. More energy, more clarity. My skin looks better. And let's face it, when we're getting a little older, sometimes our skin starts to look a little rough. So sleeping great, loving it. So if you don't have Field of Greens in your life, you need to get it. Fieldofgreens.com. Use the code Bubba. Save 15% off your first order. Here's what they suggest: two scoops a day. Okay, so I start my day with one, and then I hit another one, sometime late afternoon when you're looking for a little clean energy, or before you go to bed. Of course, the only problem with that at our age, if you drink a shake before you go to bed, you probably have to get up and go to the bathroom. So anyway, because of all the liquid. But fieldofgreens.com, use the code Bubba, save 15% off the first order, then 10% off future orders. You're going to love this product. The link's at rickandbubba.com too. So, Speedy, we were talking about vehicles and how complicated they can be now and how wonderful they can be, but some of it is you'd love for it to be simplified a little bit.
Right.
And we've also been talking about here on the program, customer service and dealing with people now. It really is it's quite the circus.
It is.
And then you're also weeding out those people that you think are trying to help you, or are they just trying to get your personal identification so they can steal?
There's that.
So they can steal. I had that yesterday. Just a random call, someone claiming to be a service, and I'm like, not going to give you this information. They're like, well, we need to, let you know what we need to inform you about some things that are going on with the stuff you're using of ours. And I was like, so don't you have all my information? Yeah, we just want to confirm it's you. Didn't you call me? Yes. Okay, so no, I'm not giving you that information. So you're dealing with all this, and finally they hung up. So, but then there's the legend of OnStar.
Yeah.
The legend of OnStar. Remember when OnStar first came on the scene?
Well, we've seen it work, Rick. We were at I guess it was a dove shoot, and a guy from Tennessee had locked his keys in his car, which that's bad because somebody from Tennessee is going to have to drive down back up keys if you have keys.
Yeah.
And he got on OnStar, and they popped that lock open in about 10 minutes. And I thought, you know what, that's well worth the money. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, so I have OnStar in my truck, and it's kind of on me. My wife Terry has been telling me, hey, you need to change the subscription you have on OnStar because it's coming out as $49 or something like that. And I'm like, what? I'm like, no. When I got that truck, I told them I want the $15 package, which is the remote unlock.
No shocker there.
Well, I'm like, I don't need the other stuff. I have the Sirius XM. I got all that. Pay for that. I just need the remote unlock. I'm in a handle. I need in my car. That's what I want.
And what about the distress signal? I'm in trouble. I need medical help.
Yeah, well, that's part of it.
Okay.
And so there's like, yes, sir, that's what you got. $15 package. That's one of our most popular packages. Sounds great. Well, the first time the month rolled around, I got charged $40-something because they signed me up for the everything package. So I got to be honest, I got lazy. Every month it just goes by and goes by.
Because you know what you're going to go through when you try to call customer service.
Yeah.
Well, you don't have all day to be on hold.
Thank you, Bubba.
And Terry's like, hey, honey, you need to call them back. They keep taking out this money. You don't need all this. Will you call them?
Did you think about pushing the blue button to talk to them?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. That's how I signed up for the $15 package is when I pushed the blue button. And so anyway.
You're talking about the $49 package?
Yeah. So I went online and I said, I'm gonna punch in my little info. Oh, I know my login. I know my password.
Click, click.
Yep, there it is. There's the full data package. I don't need it, so I need to change it. Well, to change, call 1-800 whatever.
Oh no!
Now they get you. They think you'll give up at that point.
Right.
And I would have. They got me.
Right. So I call the 1-800.
I'm out.
The 1-800.
Hello, OnStar.
Whatever. That's it.
Hello, Lunchstar.
Hello, thank you, Mr. This is Mr. Kelvin Wilburn.
And I said,
that's actually
Underwater
really
Man called
good.
That's
and
pretty good. That's your best voice so far.
Yeah.
And I
He's
said-
good at these things. It's just celebrities he struggles with.
Celebrity struggles with.
And I said, it sure is. Well, how are you doing today? And I said,
Little bit of
I
Underwater
said,
Man.
I'm doing good. And I said,
Notice the lip he has to do to get it.
all I need to do is I was signed up for a package that I didn't sign up for when I got this. It was this package, and that's what I need. Oh, sorry. Let me see her. Okay, I got this. Yes, sir. You have to full data package. And I'm like leaning in.
Eyes are closed.
He closed his eyes.
And for some reason, jet that top lip out.
Right, and I can't press the phone anymore on my ear. I'm hurting my ear. I'm pushing the phone so far into my ear.
I wish that could be heard so much better.
And I said, I am so sorry, but I'm having a really tough time. So I want to cancel this package. And I just want to move to this one. That's all I want to. Oh, we're so sorry. What we're going to do is we're going to actually refund you the last 2 months because this is totally on us. And I'm like, huh?
That was too long a sentence.
Yeah.
Little underwater man. Not a lot, just a little.
It's an Indian man in a low-lying area.
Well, you know me. If I'm getting refunded anything,
sure.
Well, thank you so much. You're very kind.
You'll storm the beach at Normandy for
Thank you, hubby.
Right. Yeah. And I'm like, okay, well, that's great. All right, well, we have you signed up for the $15 package. And I'm like, okay, and this is when it's going to come out. Yes, sir, we're good to go. Hey, well, thank you so much, man. This has been great. It was a lot easier than I want. Is there anything I can do for you? And I'm like, no, that's about it.
This is why I called.
And that's about it. Can I suggest? No, you cannot.
Don't suggest.
No, you cannot.
You better stop at suggesting.
No, not.
So,
don't upsell me.
So I hang up, and I'm like, okay, this is good. So I go back and I refresh my profile on their website, and it shows. It still shows that I have what I'd called about, but then I waited 5 minutes and boom, it's gone. And I'm like, okay, that's good. So I go back into the truck and I crank the truck up and I get a notification, OnStar disconnected. And I'm like, whoa! And I thought to myself, well, look. Hey, buddy, it takes a little bit of time.
They're going to disconnect it and can bring it back with just a $15 package.
Give it half a day. I'm telling myself this.
Yeah,
give it a half day.
Don't react yet.
Give it a full day. It's going to have to reset.
Because hopefully you won't need your keys before then.
Right. And so we're going on 1 week now. It still says I don't have OnStar at all. So instead of changing me from this mega data package into the $15 one, now I don't even have
Now you got nothing.
I have nothing. So when the time changed, it was supposed to be automatic. Well, now it's not reading anything, so I had to manually go in and change time. So I have to call back, or I have to hit the blue star in my car, but I'm so put out with the whole process, I don't want to go through it. It's like, but I need to.
You should.
But she told me everything was fine, and it wasn't. Oh, I mean, she gave me confirmation number, and they sent me. Please let us know how we did. Email.
You didn't do good.
You didn't do good. You'd cancel my package.
Unsatisfactory.
Yeah,
didn't like it.
How about the confidence though when they go, oh, you're set.
Oh, you're set.
Oh, okay. Do we have you, Mr. Whittleton?
May I suggest?
Yeah, and I'm like, okay, this is good. So I don't have that data package, and I just have the $15. Help me, I'm in distress. My keys are locked in the car. I need help. That's what I need.
I want the bare
Yes,
minimum.
sir. And you still have it read your tires and all this kind of stuff. I'm like, that's what I want right there. Okay, you're done. And the confidence that they have that you are done, and then it never pushes through correctly. I don't understand.
And then I think the goal always, honestly, this is what I think. I think all this is designed, and it works with me, and I know it does with you too, Greg, where they just wear you down. You're just like, whatever.
Rick, I have so many things that I'm paying for that I've just gave up on that I don't even use.
And I think they try that.
I thought about calling back saying, give me back on the full data package.
Right.
We'll
be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Larry the Leaf.
Have you read the story?
Yeah, Larry the Leaf. Here it is. Larry the Leaf and his friends hang out, and Larry lives on a maple tree named Max. Mm-hmm. Okay, and he's a giant maple tree where Larry lives. You got Flo. Mm-hmm. Okay, now Flo is Larry's girlfriend.
What is she?
And Milton is a black bear that visits the maple tree a lot. Okay. And then there's also Katie.
That's the Ole Miss tie.
Ole Miss tie.
Yeah.
And then there's also Katie and her dog Skippy that live in a cottage close to the maple tree and in the woods, and they always visit and all this kind of stuff. Well, the forest was ravaged with fierce winds and rain, and things happen. And so you might think to yourself, what's so exciting about a leaf? But
they all get separated.
Boy, Larry
gets,
he's in a handle. But It's really good. It's going to be a children's book, and I think my dad said from cover to cover, it's like only 38 pages. So that's perfect.
I can read that one.
Yeah, Bubba, you'll bring that.
Bubba,
read that one.
You'll get this one done.
But I'd never thought about.
No need to scan.
I never thought about the fact that Larry could be me. I
mean, you talk about. He says he finds out life is full of surprises. Yeah.
Right.
You know, I mean, it's. So Larry the Leaf, not available yet.
No.
When will it be?
I'm wondering who's Max. I guess Max would be my dad. I don't know, because whenever
he's the tree, he's solid.
Yeah, whenever
that's your dad.
Whenever Larry gets in the handle with autumn and arriving and the changing of colors and the leaves and all,
you change colors.
He kind of looks to Max for guidance. A little bit.
Even addresses the different things that go on in life involving color, because he keeps changing colors.
Right. And then Larry understands that as the seasons change, so does your life, and he has to work through that.
Yep.
So
blows him away.
Maybe I am Larry.
I think you are.
It's either that or your dad's Larry, and this story is about him and his dad. Could be that.
Could be that.
Yeah. Well, y'all really making me think.
Yeah.
But it's not, like you said, it's not available yet.
Hey, I'll even go a step further. It could actually be, and I haven't read the book, it could actually be you, Max, and Larry could be one of your kids.
Oh, wow.
Or it could be when your dad went to college with Trent Lott when they were in school.
Yeah, it could be that.
There goes Greg.
Buddy, always bringing that up.
Always there to help.
One of the best ones.
Yeah.
Greg, always here to help. That's the one that led to Ryan's call, didn't it?
I heard that happen live on the radio because I didn't work here then.
Could you have been more pleased?
Oh, I was dying.
Yeah. So anyway, we just
it's exciting, and I'm very proud of my dad.
The update is the book is finished.
Yes.
It looks fantastic.
Yes.
And we thought that the Leaf may actually be speedy.
Right.
And that's the update. And then we'll have another update when it's available. Maybe have your dad on the show or whatever.
Oh, he would love that.
How about Larry the Leaf actually has a Twitter account? You can follow him.
It was funny. You mentioned that yesterday. You went because you were kind of going through and purging some of the Twitter and all that thing. And you're just like, wow, so there's Larry the Leaf.
I did. I followed Larry the Leaf.
Yeah.
Really? I didn't know this.
Yeah.
Oh, how about that?
I like it.
How about that?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all just need to stop.
What? We're excited about the book.
I'm looking forward to helping your dad promote it because I'm amazed because he's talented, does a lot of things, but that he's done this kind of as a second career after he's retired.
Yeah.
You realize how
many
most
Larry people retire and they don't start new things.
And Larry's not a tobacco leaf. I've said that.
That's a good one.
That's very good.
Okay.
Well, that's a good one.
But I hope that he's really excited about this, and I think he started writing in 2013, and then he just sat there for a while, and
that's how books are. Books and songs.
Right.
Wow.
But,
we come back. Another Rick and Bubba dad also made headlines over the weekend.
Did he ever?
Helmsy's daddy, Mac Daddy.
He is the Mac Daddy.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And if you don't love it after... Minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. All right, so this weekend, a couple of things going on. First of all, Speedy, he's back out again. Speedy, you're back at UAB. I mean, you're going to be at Protective Stadium in Birmingham, Alabama again this weekend, bringing joy to the audience. UAB after a double overtime loss, was it? Was it double?
Yeah, it was a tough loss against UTSA.
Yeah, they're taking on North Texas. It's also Salute to Service and Senior Day. So that's coming up this Saturday. So if you're coming to Birmingham with North Texas, or you are a UAB fan, catch Speedy there. Also, another edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Bubba, this has been a topic that apparently we cannot exhaust, okay? And that is the ongoing myth and legend of the world's greatest athlete, Bo Jackson. Have you noticed that? There's been documentaries.
I watched it last night.
There's been people just never tire. New York Times best-selling author and sports journalist Jeff Pearlman is going to be our guest. The last folk hero, the life and myth of Bo Jackson, is Rick and Bubba University. And reading some of this already, what he does bring to the table is something that only a book offers. You know, documentaries are limited to their, but in here, he
Books make a huge
like
difference.
what he's done. He's going, okay,
I'll read
it's
that.
very similar to the documentary, but what he does is he says, okay, so is this legend, or is it myth, or did it really happen? And what he does is goes and what I loved about it, instead of there being a comment from like one person, he goes and interviews everybody that was involved. And on page 60, I was actually interviewed about when we played him in high school.
That's funny. I will read that book, by the way.
Look, I'm gonna tell you this, and I'm we're pretty transparent here, and I think that's one of the things people like about the show. I would like that about the show, that we let you kind of behind the curtain so much.
The good, the bad, the ugly.
First of all, let me say that there have been incredible products done by people that are not necessarily successful writers. Okay. And just because it's something local and self-published doesn't mean it's not any good. There's a lot of times just some really good stuff. But when I started having a guy email me saying, I want to interview you about playing against Bo Jackson in high school, I honestly thought it was somebody local. Okay, and I was kind of like, okay, And when I did the interview, I honestly never thought about it again. I thought, well, this is somebody, God love them. They're sitting in there and they're, at home and they're typing something up and they're going to try to publish something about Bo Jackson. Well, all of a sudden, I'm at home and I forgot all about it. And look at this book. I mean, it's hard copy,
That's a lot
big
of,
time,
nice.
And so all of a sudden on social media, this guy tags me in social media and says, oh, by the way, and he's got a picture of the page where I was asked about it. And I thought, well, look at there. That book's finally come out. Still don't think anything about it.
Yeah.
And then I start realizing, he goes, hey, follow me and you can see more about the book. So I thought, well, I'll follow this guy. And so I click on there and I'm like, this guy's like a New York Times best-selling author out of New York City and all this. And he's like cranked out books and is a sports journalist. And I was like, oh, wow, this is like this is going to be a pretty big project. And so he's doing interviews everywhere. Yeah. He's worked with HBO. He's and all.
Bubba, that was tagged there. I had it marked on page 60. Those pages, those papers, and that's where Rick is. He's on page 60.
Okay. But anyway,
I wonder sometimes how many times we've done that to some big time author, something that we just didn't know about,
right?
And we've just told them no, and
right.
all of a sudden, like this, because we'd have never known.
No,
when we first got this, we didn't have a clue.
Now I did find out he's a raging lib.
Sure,
but
that's
all right. I mean,
he can tell a good story.
We don't have to.
We don't discuss politics.
Most people that are really good at what they do in entertainment are.
He appreciates the greatest athletes that ever lived.
No, I just.
What's wrong with that?
No, it's, how he gets uncomfortable with that.
Right.
Don't want conflict.
You don't think Jeff Pearl?
No, since I'm the one communicating with the book, I just don't want him to cancel.
No. You don't think Jeff? Listen, you don't think Jeff? You don't think Jeff Pearlman? Right. You don't think Jeff Pearlman when he interviewed me and thought, hey, this guy's got a show, and so I'm going to start, bringing them in on the promotion of this. You don't think he went and started looking at this show and seeing things and go, my goodness, these guys are staunch conservatives.
Yes.
I mean, but what's wrong with that? That doesn't mean he doesn't want to still be on the show.
Right.
Guys, I got news for y'all. Is anybody, we've had people on this show that are really funny, are really entertaining, and really talented, but they don't agree with us on our faith. They don't agree with us on our political.
As long as we respect.
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah. I got news for y'all. Zach Brown's not some staunch conservative. I got news for you. Yeah. But neither is Shoemaker. Good night, Shoemaker. Craig Shoemaker. Shoey.
He comes on here and he's funny.
Shoey probably is weeping if they lose the Senate. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But anyway, so
he's in our state tonight.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was that?
I had to give somebody a caution flag that was wanting to go look at all of his stuff. I said, "No, whoa, caution flag." when we bring Shuey in, now we're talking about Craig Shoemaker, not Jeff Pearlman. When we bring Shuey in, we keep him in a box where he has to be funny about Little League.
We put the bumpers up
and life in California. But but his real act is nasty. Yeah. Okay, so if that bothers you, you don't need to go be chasing that. But so sometimes, and then if people come in the past, we've had this happen. See, Shoemaker never claims to be family friendly, but if in his act away from here. But what we don't tolerate is when people come in here and tell us they're one thing, and then y'all call us from the show and say that was not correct. I got ambushed. We just don't want you to get ambushed, and those people we remove from the show. But as long as you be straight up with us, and talk to us straight up, and we know what we're getting into, we're fine. We know how to handle it. And sometimes we think it's too much, or something. We just like Shoemaker because he really would be one of us. We just disagree. We just disagree on his worldview and the way he does his act.
George Wallace.
George Wallace
Is another guy. He tweeted one time. This was when RGB was still alive. He tweeted out, "I'm gonna be bringing her smoothies and getting her on exercise programs and stuff like that," which was pretty funny. But that tells you which way
we don't have to agree on everything.
Funny guy
to work together. What we're going to talk about on RBU this weekend is a very, very good book, and it goes really in depth on the Bo Jackson thing. Now I will tell you this: I have read some of it. There is language in the book too, because some of the people he interviews, he just puts down what they said.
720 interviews he did for this book.
Yeah, and some of those people will say, "Let me tell you this: it was the greatest blank and throw I ever saw," and he just writes that in there.
Yeah. Greg, you'll love it.
Oh yeah,
Greg, I thought I knew everything. I thought I knew all the perspectives of the throw from the fence when he played. Was he with the White Sox or the Royals?
Royals.
And who did he throw out?
Harold Reynolds.
When he throws
Mariners, I believe.
When he throws Harold Reynolds out.
He was a burner.
I thought I had every angle of that. Pearlman interviews every single person that would agree to be interviewed that was on the field when it happened, and to hear from everybody.
Perspectives of things that we haven't heard from.
To hear from the people who were saying what was they, and this is what they say: it may be the greatest throw I've ever seen. I mean, look, what I love is whoever was pitching. I forget who was pitching. He goes, "You know what? No one brings up what he threw was a strike." He goes, if the catcher had just stayed where he was, it would have been a strike. Yeah. And he said, and he threw it standing up. He didn't even step into it.
Right. Yeah, the catcher was walking off the field because the game was over. When Reynolds scored, that's the ball game. He's walking off the field, and he looks, and here comes the ball.
How about this? The biggest complaint from the manager who interviewed him, he goes, my complaint was nobody was in position because none of the umpires thought it was possible.
Right.
And then he goes, now we did go to the clubhouse and watch it, and by the way, he was out.
Yeah.
He said, but at the time, I'm like, none of y'all were in position. And they were like, yeah, we were leaving. We thought the game was over.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, over the weekend, then we get another message on one of the dads of the show, and that was Helmsy's dad, the Mac Daddy, who has
known as the Mac Daddy.
Yeah, known as the Mac Daddy. There, we have a hat in the Rick and Bubba store that is called the Mac Daddy hat. Which it tells you a lot about Mac Daddy because the hat is kind of his personality. It's got camo on the front. It's got Rick and Bubba making radio great again, and then. All right, so we've talked about this. Look, who knows what's going to happen? These midterms, I mean, it's going to be razor thin. Biden is obviously has more time left. They don't seem to be learning much about why they are destroying the economy, which also destroys your 401k, your IRA, or something like that. But I want you to think about this: if you have these types of accounts, really, you're not in control of your retirement. You're not in control of your money. Really, the government is now in control of your finances. You don't control your retirement money. The government controls it. They decide how much you can borrow. They decide when you must pay it back, what you owe in taxes, what you owe in penalties for taking out too soon, or they'll even give you a penalty if you wait too long.
Oh, my God.
So even though, listen, and this is where we have messed up as a people. That's your money. That's my money. It's not the government's money. but they treat it like it's theirs. So we have the skyrocketing national debt. We have Congress that's spending, as Bubba has said, like a Saturday night drunk. So who knows how much you're going to have to pay in taxes during retirement. And your retirement, if you're healthy, could last 30 years. So we want to point you to a better way to do this. And I love the name of this. They had me at the name. It's called Bank on Yourself. Bank on Yourself. Let me tell you about Bank on Yourself. It's a better way to grow. It's a better way to protect your hard-earned money. This retirement plan alternative has never, listen to me, stop what you're doing, has never had a losing year in over 160 years. You think I'm not checking this out? I am right now. It's guaranteed predictable growth in retirement income. You don't have to worry about being luck or skilled or guesswork. Your plan doesn't go backward when the market tumbles. Both your principal and growth are locked in. It's tax-free retirement income. You're in control. Built-in inflation protection. Peace of mind. Are you interested yet? So here's what I want you to do. Go to bankonyourself.com/RBS. Okay? Rick and Bubba Show. bankonyourself.com/RBS. Get a free report with all the details at bankonyourself.com/RBS. On the back, it has the American flag.
Yeah.
It's camo and the American flag.
It's a dandy.
And a slogan from Trump. It really is the ultimate Mac Daddy hat.
And I got to tell you, if he's wanting to get away from that image, this is not going to help.
Right. So then I get this text in the middle of all the Larry the Leaf. The hits just keep coming, and it is a picture of Helmsy's dad, Mac Daddy himself, sitting in a lounge chair, grinning from ear to ear,
which is one, by the way.
And it
the
was
recliner.
And it won the recliner. And it was featured in the Gadsden Times, which is a newspaper back from where the show started, and Helmsy's from, where his dad lives. He's in the Gadsden Times newspaper, sitting in a lounge chair that he won. Is that correct?
Yeah.
As what, the ultimate armchair quarterback? Is that right?
So how do you win that?
Wait a minute. So did you sign up at this particular furniture store, or?
And you pick games?
I guess, Mom, because my brother, you got to understand, the Larry the Leaf thing text started coming in on Saturday, and so this is the first thing I see Sunday morning. As I'm actually walking into church when I get this text at 7:33. So this is the last image I have before I turn my phone off, and I'm thinking, what is going on? What is this even for? And so I just took my phone off and kind of went about the morning, and then I picked it up a little later. My brother chimed in because he was included on the text. He said, he's wanting to know more, which I'm glad he was asking the questions he was asking. Evidently, there was a pick'em every week that was in the Gadsden Times, and he would enter it.
So Mac was in it.
Yes, and after, every week, you'd go through and pick them and I guess mail it in or do it online, whatever. And so he's won this contest, and the winner got a recliner in which Mom said that they've given away to somebody, I guess, that needed a recliner. I don't know. But this is the life that they live right now. You talking about somebody, if you're going to be envious, this is so this is the kind of thing. Mom doesn't give us a whole lot on it. She just said it's a pick'em, and he won the pick'em, and he won a recliner, and they wanted to put him in the Gadsden Times. That's really all she gave us. Then her next text to us was this. By the way, we're on our way to warmer weather, headed to the Florida Keys and Key West. We'll probably be back around the 24th. I'll let you know. We're going to keep an eye on the weather. Stay warm.
Well, wait a minute.
So I love that. So I love that lifestyle.
We're going from recliner and in the Gadsden Times to, I think we'll just pick up and head on because it's too cold.
Well, it sounds like they sold that recliner for a pretty good amount.
Right. Yeah.
So, now they're snowbirds.
Right. Now, your parents are just doing whatever they want to do whenever they want to do them.
And you know what's
because
funny?
You realize that even if, this just tells you the life he's gotten to now.
Yeah.
If I even desired to be involved in a pick'em, I would never, ever find the time to go do it. So, your Mac Daddy says, I think I'll do pick'em. And how about this? And he proved once again.
Here's what I appreciate.
He's always been brilliant when it. It is 6 minutes past the hour. From the No Name Studio on the cutting edge at times, other times the bleeding edge of technology. And this show originates from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Thank you for being with us today. All right, so Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Welcome back. Triple B, Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us.
So I saw you checking out that book. So that'll be
it's really good. There's some good stories.
That'll be our RBU coming up this weekend. The title of the book, The Last Folk Hero: The Life and Myth of Bo Jackson by Jeff Pearlman, available wherever books are sold, and we'll talk to him about that. And you can enjoy that interview when it drops sometime on Saturday. Also, speaking of that, and there's, it all matters. There's never a time that you are studying the Word of God that it is not important and it's not going to return void. But, through these 8 years we've been doing this Wednesday Bible study, there are those that kind of rise to the top that you go, if you always catch it every week, then you're going to get it anyway. But some of you that are kind of tire kickers, I've been thinking about it, or I do it every now and then, or whatever. I'm just going to let you know every now and then one comes along that I go, I would make an effort, and this one is another one of those. Genesis 44. It was we had the Holy Spirit in the room yesterday. It was it's a very moving historical event, and there's a lot there, and it also is more confirmation that the entire Bible is about Jesus, not just some of it. So try to get that this weekend, either the audio archive or today. Or the video archive, and they're both available to you. All right, so what do we need to do next? Do we want to talk anymore? I mean, we're still in the aftermath of the midterm elections, but it's like it has slowed down now. We're kind of sitting here in limbo.
Well, we have a few races that are undecided yet. Mm-hmm. Over on the House side, we have a few, but the Republicans are holding a pretty comfortable margin there. It looks like they're going to be in charge of the House by several seats. Over on the Senate side, it could not be any closer. Depending on which group you're looking at who's calling races, it's 48-48. It's 48-49 Republicans. It would be, and we have just a couple of races that they're so close they're going to have to do recounts, and I'm sure there'll be lawsuits with that. We do know this, and everybody is in agreement in Georgia, and the Secretary of State has said no one got 50% plus one, so we got to have a runoff. So the top two, which is Warnock and Walker, will basically have the same election again with the guy that got 1% taken out.
How about that? I guess they're after that, aren't they?
They are. That 1% is going to make a huge difference. So they will have a special runoff on December the 6th, and more than likely, with the other races settled or are fairly settled at that point, that race will decide who controls the Senate.
Most likely, yeah.
It looks like it.
I think there's like a 39,000 vote difference between the two.
Georgia's been
very
you'll
important.
Throw
over
all
the last
that
few
out,
years.
and you'll have one more vote, and that will be it. And all eyes will be on Georgia.
And that's December 6th.
Run, Herschel, run!
And they'll give it to the freshman from Carter County. All right, let me say this. So, did you notice? Babylon B is having the time of their life. Speaking of Georgia, did you see where they said Stacey Abrams loses bid for re-election?
Yeah, right.
That's funny.
That is funny. So one of the things that, and we talked about this briefly, the Republican governor there won re-election, and Brian Kemp, but he didn't have the coattails for Herschel. So you had a lot of people splitting their ticket on that. Mm-hmm. The only thing I can think of is 4 more weeks. That gives a whole lot more Herschel's family time to come out and take shots.
Can you imagine?
I tell you, if I was Herschel Walker, I'd kick every one of them off the payroll. I don't know who's on it or who's in his
if they're
house,
on the payroll,
but I
out.
would put them packing because they have not supported him very well.
And Herschel's got some family issues.
All right.
But he's rocking and stomping.
One of his kids is on him again. But all right, so.
But you know what's funny about that? The media, Warnock has also got some baggage, and the media has just pretty much looked over it.
But they're not talking about Warnock.
No.
So let's look at this photo on 3. Pull that when you got that ready. Let me know, Adler. So when you're looking at the midterms, and this is just a photo, it's not a video. It's kind of showing you some important stats on who did what out there.
Yeah, it is.
And so the stats are going to show you. How did unmarried women vote? How did married men vote? Married women, unmarried men, and the stats kind of. So you see here, by marital status, married men 39% for Democrats, 59% for Republicans.
Right.
Married women, 42% Democrats, 56% for the Republicans, and then you go to unmarried men. It's 45% Democrat, 52% Republican. Unmarried women, and see, this is where the Democrats roar.
Right.
68% Democrat.
Right.
Only 31% Republican.
Yeah, there's the difference.
Unmarried
women.
There it is.
You know, this.
And there it is.
This election was.
Of course, there's a lot of reasons they may not have a husband.
All right.
Well, I mean, you ever been around to live?
Oh, okay.
This election was very odd in that you didn't see a massive change. Well, they're going to end up losing the House, which is going to be big, but you didn't see the out of the White House party pick up as much as they usually do.
Mm-hmm.
And usually, when you have, I would consider a president with low approval numbers, it looks like it should have been a bigger wave. And when you have an economy that's in the mess that it is right now, you think it should have been a bigger wave. But I think it just reflects the divisive nature of the whole country. You have, it's really two different mindsets out there, and you see it everywhere you go. By the way,
yeah, and it's two different countries, all trying to be one country.
Yeah,
it's almost. But the thing that really, when I looked at this, if you really think about it, there's only one category that overwhelmingly goes Democrat, and that's unmarried women.
Yeah. And probably some of that will be attributed, I don't know if it's accurate or not, to the abortion issue.
Yeah, and it's.
Did you see where? And this is just another example, and we could rant on this.
I was just thinking the same thing. I'm not going to say it again.
Yeah,
but,
Biden couldn't have been more arrogant last night, and we were talking about it off air during the kickoff hour because he was asked if he was going to change anything after this, and he said no. Why would he if all you got to do is win Philadelphia to get Pennsylvania, if all you got to do is get Columbus or Cincinnati or Cleveland to get Ohio, and they're going to vote because I guess the last 2 years don't matter to a Democrat. They're just going to vote Democrat anyway. Well, so why change? Because all you got to do is win those markets and win the state. Then that's what they're thinking. Because I heard the White House was cheering about the results from the other night, even though there's small victories like in Iowa and Florida and other places. But look at this one. Pennsylvania state representative reelected despite being dead. That'll show you what the Democrats will vote for.
Well, how about this?
He's
dead
and got reelected.
Speedy, I don't really need that. Just look at Fetterman.
Yeah.
The fact that Fetterman has been given responsibility for anything, and this has nothing to do with the stroke. I mean, you certainly would consider the stroke too, but as far as your ability to be able to do what you're supposed to do, this guy is basically, I mean, what Bubba said, his view on crime. I mean,
his view on crime alone.
Y'all just elected nothing against representatives, not as representative, a senator, a guy in a hoodie that looks like he's homeless.
Yeah.
And
well, I mean, you want something even stranger? MSNBC, Kathy Turr, she was doing an interview talking about the next presidential run. She says Fetterman could run for president.
Unbelievable.
Please do.
Yeah.
Well, honestly, he makes a better sentence than the current president.
Well, that's
if
true.
you think about it.
The current one gives him hope.
Right.
That was another great Babylon Bee too, by the way. They were taking on the absolute comedy gold of an attempt by Biden to congratulate Fetterman. What that conversation must have been like.
I saw
that. Look, can you even imagine if you could have been privy? Here's their headline: Biden call to congratulate Fetterman lasts 3 hours as neither can form a coherent sentence.
So the media wants a big war between Trump and DeSantis, and they are so hoping for that, and they're trying to prime that every time they can.
No, you're right, they do.
And so that'll be interesting how that shapes up. But Biden yesterday, Betty even called me and she said, I'm watching this. This is the most odd thing I've seen in a while on TV.
Oh yeah,
I'm not saying a lie.
When I texted, I'm glad Speedy wasn't watching. I sat down, was flipping around, and I said, "What's Biden doing?" I'm like, is he doing some sort of response?
I thought that was very thoughtful of you.
And I watched him. Y'all, it's unbelievable. Just like Betty said. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Sports. And he's proven it once again.
I guess.
That he knows more than most of these people.
Yeah, he does.
I hope he's not listening.
He's very wise.
Times pick him.
Well, look, he's got the crown.
Did he get to pick him? Is he in the lounge chair?
Yeah.
Did he outpick everybody in Gadsden?
Yep.
Yeah, he did.
Well, and this is what I appreciate.
Everybody.
Greg and I were talking about this, Speedy, this morning off air in kickoff hour. I appreciate him and my mom so much because they were blue collar people. Okay, they worked their fanny off. Okay, he was a fireman, and then firemen, they have other jobs. So he drove trucks, and he mowed lawns, and he did construction, and he laid carpet, and he did all these things on top of being a fireman. And so, and Mom worked too in a doctor's office for many, many years. And so for them, they just did well with their money. They were smart. They saved appropriately, and now they can do whatever the heck they want to do when they want to do it.
Yeah.
And of course, I told them, I said, go for me because I'll never be able to do that.
Headed to the Florida Keys. Be back around the 24th, we think.
She said they're going to look at the weather
Keep you
and
updated.
decide when they need to come back.
Keep you updated.
We think.
Yeah. Golly.
Wow.
So living it up.
Mac Daddy, he just outpicked everybody in Northeast Alabama.
I guess.
And then he's going to roll down to the Keys, and he'll be eating fresh fish tonight.
got my recliner. I'm headed to the Keys.
Well,
my brother said,
is
"What are
he
y'all gonna
carrying
do
the
with
recliner with him?
No, my brother asked. He said they just gave the recliner away. I don't know who they gave it to, but we didn't get any details because we're on the way to the Keys.
You know what that tells you? Let me tell you what that tells you. And that is a kind thing to do, but let me tell you what it tells you. The recliner he's got at home is exactly the way he likes it.
Yeah, there's no need to change.
Yeah. That's right.
He was in the contest just to be the winner.
Just to say. And
for
then,
competition.
And he'll give it to something maybe up at the firehouse. That's good. Maybe
my gut tells me that my mom wanted the chair because to get rid of his.
Yeah.
And he didn't go for it.
The whole line got drawn.
He probably got home and said, I got a recliner, but I just gave it away. That's typical.
Yeah. Maybe he gave
she
it
was
to
probably
Bill.
Like, what are you talking
So
about?
I just want to. That's funny.
That's so good.
I knew that was coming. So let me. So are you?
Inside joke.
Are you telling me, Helms,
crappy Bill,
that in the Keys of Florida, there is a man walking around with that Mac Daddy hat on?
Absolutely,
like he likes it,
because you know he's gonna wear it.
He'll have his common sense shirt on too. He likes it. That's his favorite shirt
Because he thinks
Superpower.
it gets conversations going.
Yeah,
which he lives for.
Oh sure.
Yeah, because he like to tell everybody about what happened to common sense. So if he ever combos the two hats, look out.
And he will. He will.
Oh,
He
really?
lives for it.
Yeah. You think he'll report back and tell you what kind of damage is still down there from the hurricanes? They got hit pretty hard.
Mm-hmm.
Probably.
He'll give you a report on it.
I love how that's where they pick, though. I mean, they just close their eyes and point, and then wherever it lands, they go.
just wanted warmer weather. They wanted warmer weather without having to fly. That was the thing.
Well, they went as far south as they could.
Yeah.
Maine.
Yeah.
Next stop, Cuba.
And here's the thing, y'all realize this was not planned. It never is with them. It's not planned. It was they woke up yesterday morning, and I guarantee you, Mom said, "Hey, I got to go serve at church for an hour. I'm going to get worship service in. You get your bags packed. We're going to some warmer weather." And Dad's like, "Hey, let's go."
Well, Bubba,
that's the way they roll.
Bubba discovered this phenomenon about us years ago, and it's 100% true. I love doing things, but mainly when it's spontaneous. If something's planned and I have to do it, and it's on my calendar for some reason,
I dread it.
I dread it.
I dread it. But if I could have the same event, if it wasn't on my calendar, and I just look and go, "Hey, I want to do that," I'd be all excited.
I know.
Why is that? What kind of sickness is that?
I don't know.
It's got to have a disease name.
Is it because we're constantly thinking about that's out there on the horizon? We got to get planned for it. We got to get back for it. And if you never have to live through that, you just go.
It could even be fun things, Rick. I might put on there, need to go hit golf balls, work on my short game.
Yeah.
And I see it and I go, God, I hate to have to go do
You're
that.
right. Perfect example.
And if I don't have anything to do,
right.
and if I don't have anything, I might go, I'm going to go hit some golf balls, work on my short
perfect
game.
example.
Yes.
A perfect example. If all of a sudden we're hanging out with some friends, whatever, and we end up playing basketball, it's great. If somebody says, now in 3 weeks on Tuesday at 7, you want to come to that basketball thing? I'm like, good night. I ain't got time for that.
Who wants to do that?
I mean, look, there it is on my couch. Stupid basketball thing's coming.
And you dread it, then.
What is
that?
What is it with that?
There's got to be a name for it.
Yeah.
Some of you people in mental health, let us know.
We'll be back. 21 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba. So we'll jump it into Biden's. I landed on this press conference about the midterms. You said Betty did too, Bubba. And
So is he taking a victory lap on this?
Yeah.
It may not have been the red wave that some people had talked about last summer.
Yeah.
But I don't think Biden can claim victory in this.
Well, the part that I think concerned, you said your wife Betty and all of us and me, is he watching him try to, the way he is acting and the way he answers and talks is just so painful and so concerning. But here's some of the quotes that are somewhat coherent, and then there's one that's not. But we'll start with cut 1A, and this is that he's I saw this, by the way. I saw this live. So they've given him a card of who to call on to ask questions. You don't get to just shout anything at him.
Right.
And, of course, he can't control them.
People they've planted.
Yeah, he can't control them, which we're not going to get into this on this clip. But what I watched, too, is he can't control them. So when they get up, they're supposed to ask one question. They'll just keep going, hey, can I ask one more? And he didn't know what to do. And yes.
Not on the card.
And then they'll do 2-3 questions. At one point, they get in a conversation with him. But anyway, he is saying that he has 10 people he's supposed to call on. Well, he just says it out loud. I mean, so, and I saw this live. So here he is.
Now, I've been given a list of 10 people that I'm supposed to call on, and you're all supposed to ask me one question, but I'm sure you'll ask me more. And so let me start off with a list I've been given. Zeke Miller, Associated Press.
I
don't think you were supposed
There's more than 10 people in there. Yeah. So 11 through 30, just go home.
Go home.
Because you're not going to get anything out of it.
Been handpicked.
Yeah, I don't think he should share that. I mean, I'm kind of embarrassed for him, really. I mean,
yeah. Well, Bubba, I even sent a warning to Speedy. You saw in Team Rick and Bubba text. Do not watch this.
Thank you, buddy.
1B. Now, this is what you said a minute ago, Speedy. This is that moment when he was asked about what he's going to change.
Yeah.
Right.
Americans are frustrated, and in fact, 75% of voters say the country is heading into the wrong direction, despite the results of last night. What in the next 2 years do you intend to do differently to change people's opinion of the direction of the country, particularly as you contemplate a run for president in 2024?
Nothing, because they're just finding out what we're doing.
Nothing. So
please watch the sign language lady.
Yeah.
Her look on her face, it's just her acting out bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, Rick, there's several times, and I've shared some of these with you, when a coach has a football team that is just going down the tubes.
Yeah.
And they're asked, what can you do different? And they will say nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And, we're going to stick to what we're doing.
They rarely win.
And it just gives you an infuriating feeling when somebody says that. And I understand what they're saying is maybe we have a process and we've got to continue to work that, and we got to do it better, and we got to work harder at it. Maybe that's the way you need to say it.
Yeah.
When you say nothing like what he just said, it's just insulting, I think.
Yeah.
To a lot of
Nothing.
Well, what was it?
Nothing.
To change people's opinion of the direction of the country, particularly as you contemplate a run for president in 2024?
Nothing.
So even the sign language.
You got to be proud.
Her face.
Did you see
couldn't
her?
hide her
She
face.
good. Next, now remember, don't miss this. The people who have been keeping up with this said that Biden has spent 40% of his presidency on vacation.
Yeah.
Almost half.
40, y'all.
40%.
Well, Ricky needs a lot of rest. He's elderly.
Well, Greg, he's going to say that right here.
They got to get him in that familiar surroundings.
Now, he's about to make you believe he's been working like a dog.
Well, he's getting after it.
And he needs a little R&R.
Where did he go?
So here we go.
Basement Joe.
Here it is.
What's your thinking? My guess is I hope Jill and I get a little time to actually sneak away for a week around between Christmas and Thanksgiving. And my guess is it'll be early next year we make that judgment.
Can I ask you a question? I'm glad I saw this. I meant to come in with this today and totally forgot it, and so I understand what the president's going through. Why does he have a handheld microphone? Mm-hmm. They have these two mics in front of him everywhere he goes. He's the doggone president, and he keeps a handheld. Is this something, weird. Some security thing like Bob Dole used to have to hold that pen? I'm serious. I'm being serious. I'm not even joking.
Well, I think the two up there are backups now at this point. I think he likes to hold one. And I think they've decided.
You're gonna say that?
I think he likes to hold the mic.
Yeah, right.
And I think he thinks he looks bad when he leans over and
Okay.
talks into the microphone.
Does he think it
so?
makes him
Some of his handlers have said,
Right.
let him hold the mic, let him stand up and talk. Keep those there as backups if this one goes
Yeah,
out.
but most presidents just get up and stand behind those two mics and talk.
Yes,
and,
that is correct.
And there's something weird about him and this handheld mic. He's got to have it. I agree with you.
He just likes holding.
And some consultants said,
I think it's like a security blanket.
Exactly, like Bob Dole. What I'm saying is, do you think that this
Bob
is
had
also
an injured arm?
Yeah, right. Well, he has an injured mind.
That's right.
Joe Biden.
That's a good point.
Do you think that? Do you think that someone has said he looks more presidential and less lost when he has a handheld microphone?
Yeah, just like
Somehow
you
it gets his
remember,
concentration back.
you
Right.
remember, Rick. We said, look, we were trying to help him out, and we said Jill Biden needs to be with him at everything he's at.
Right.
And for a while, she was.
She was.
And you've seen
Till the
that
World
more.
Series started.
You've seen that more than you have not lately.
No, you're right.
And she needs to be right there at the wing.
Maybe they can't trust him to stay.
And she's a heck of a doctor.
She is.
Oh, heck, to
According to
stay
Whoopi.
right
Whoopi
there
Goldberg.
overnight.
But Whoopi cannot tell us that anymore on Twitter because she's out.
Yeah.
All right. So
Might
now
keep him balanced like a cat's whisper.
Yeah,
I was really thinking
A
that.
cat whisper.
Whisker.
Our whisper.
I
even.
think they're worried he's going to get too far from the mic. So if he just holds it, it'll be.
That's right.
so
He
they
does-
said-
it doesn't trail off.
He wonders.
Yeah. So they say let him hold
See?
one.
See, he
That's
can't.
right. That's right,
He
Adam.
can't wander off any further than the cord is.
Right.
That's
That,
true.
that keeps him
It's a
where he
tether.
needs
That's it, Bubba.
So he's just going to hold it.
All right, so listen to this. This is I think this is when I text.
Just let
Speedy,
him hold it.
Speedy, please don't watch this.
Oh, no.
Here comes one of his mini hang-ups. Here's one of his. Here's a good one.
Biden's being Biden's being an extremist.
Good night. When he has to shut his eyes, let's see it again.
He even went.
Roll it again.
Biden's being Biden's being an extremist.
Ah, shoot!
Shoot. It looked like Speedy doing an impression. Had his eyes closed.
What was he trying to say?
But the left just showed us they're not embarrassed by that.
No, they don't
at
care.
all. They don't care. Bring
This
it
is
on.
Tom Landry.
Bring
You're
it on.
listening to the Rick and Bubba show.
It
He went
really,
like
this thing,
a lipstick.
an emailer had sent this a minute ago, and I'd been thinking about it, and we talked about it a little bit. It's really even more than left versus right, Republican, Democrat. This whole election turned into cities versus out of the cities.
Of course.
The rural,
the
suburbs. You know. Should we just let the cities have their own way if they'll let us have ours?
Yeah, they can do whatever they want in that little city.
I like to hold one.
Didn't see that coming from Amber.
Biden's being Biden's being an extremist.
Can I hear him and Tom Landry back to back?
Oh, wow. You listen to them.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Firework, and that's been a while ago now. The boys were talking about this Hawaii story. Have you seen this where we have a Hawaiian civil defense worker who triggered the false alarm?
Yeah, I saw that this weekend, and with them kind of being in the crosshairs of the North Korean deal, that was probably a little uneasy. Someone accidentally sent it out and caused quite a panic. I don't know if you saw all the stars that were in Hawaii for various things that had to be ushered into bomb shelters, thinking that this was going to happen. But they've changed the system up now, Rick. It's impossible for one person to send it out. They have to have a buddy system. So they hope, but the FCC's investigating, the Congress people from there are investigating, everybody's investigating. But that system, you want to trust it, and it has to be 100%. You can't have fake things, because right now, if something did happen and they issued that again, how many people would go, it's just
there he goes again.
That crazy system. You know?
So this is as they told you, and as Bubba's telling you, this is the system that means if it is actually set correctly, that Hawaii has incoming missiles.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the alarm that was accidentally set off. We have incoming missiles, and people, of course, lost it. By the way, it took 38 minutes for a second alert to be issued across the state for everybody to calm down. And I love this line: the civil defense worker who triggered the false alarm has been reassigned.
Yeah, not fired, but reassigned.
Well, you can't fire government workers.
Well, I'm going to say, what else do you have to do as a civil defense guy that's in charge of the button to get fired and set off a false alarm?
My God.
So did you hear in the kickoff hour us play the audio of what went out on the local TVs?
No.
Don't play that.
This is of course what was heard on local TV stations there in Hawaii. Tell me if this didn't get your attention.
Stay indoors. If you are outdoors, seek immediate shelter in a building. Remain indoors well away from windows. If you are driving, pull safely to the side of the road and seek shelter in a building or lay on the floor. We will announce when the threat has ended. This is not a drill.
Oh, no, this is a fake.
No, this is
false
not
alarm.
Yeah, I tell you why it's not a drill.
This is not a drill.
Yeah, because it's been set off wrong. Not supposed to be set off at all.
But guys, it just seems like it'd be harder to do this. And
well, they say that the guy, somebody sent, it had two options there, and he clicked the wrong one. Like it said, test or real deal, and he clicked the wrong one.
And he didn't know he did it until other people in the office started getting messages on their phone that they were in some kind of warning.
And I said,
they were like, "Hey, bud, what'd you do?"
What is the first thing you do when you get up in the morning, Rick? Most everybody, what is our reaction?
When I first get up, first of all, I'll stop the alarm.
And then go to the bathroom.
And go to the bathroom.
And then we grab our phones and see if anybody's texted us. And that message that Adler keeps showing on the screen is what was on everybody's phone when they woke up.
Picture that.
Wow. I mean, what do you do at that point? You wake up and see that. I mean,
I see
panic.
that. I know what you're talking about, exactly what that looks like on the phone, to your point. Ballistic missile threat inbound to Hawaii, seeking immediate shelter. This is not a drill. That's on your phone.
Yeah. Now, keep in mind, too, we have a history here of Hawaii. That's, the attack by the Japanese started World War II for the U.S. So
there we go. Also, it's really, really sad story. Florida, is fired up about their new high-speed train. And so they decided to do a preview run to feature it, and it killed somebody on the preview run.
Greg?
But it was kind of on them.
It was.
But
But that's not what you want.
No,
because
that'll ruin the initial.
What you're saying is now we introduce a high-speed train to your life in Florida.
Got a lot of important people on it, I'm sure, for the inaugural run.
And a woman was run over by it who tried to get across the track.
See, she didn't
high-speed train
account for the high speed. She was thinking about the old train.
Yeah, you can't just look and go because it could be on you.
Not the way you want to start the inaugural run of the high-speed train.
No, that's not a good way to start it.
Rick, we were talking about the virus and the flu and everything going on a minute ago, and Helms had pulled up a couple of facts and figures on this. In what Helms pulled up, it appears that low humidity is the thing that makes the flu virus stay and pass from person to person
in the winter
so
months.
Well. Yep. It's not necessarily the temperature, but the low humidity.
Yeah.
But look at y'all, your little flu information.
Well, we got to wondering because we never hear of a flu outbreak in the summer. I mean, nobody ever hears that.
Yeah.
And Bubba made the comment the freezing temperatures would kill it. And then we got to talking back and forth saying it may actually make it thrive. It may preserve it.
Right.
And then as we read these articles, it said that the humidity is a key factor in this, that when there's higher humidity, it breaks it up.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. All 10 lines are available. The real Greg Burgess taking the realms in there. Minions, this is not your time to visit with Greg. He's getting you lined up for the phone show right now. All 10 lines are available. And we will let as many people on as we can crank through. The phone show is a little different than a normal phone segment. It's just designed for rapid fire. Where you're asking questions, you're making comments, you're bringing information to the table. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. No shout-outs, no shameless plugs. This is about let's get on here, let's get this baby moving. Look, it's almost like here we go. We move. If Adler was playing the drums right now, we'd go double time. Okay, so anyway, 866 We Be Big. While you are calling. And Greg is getting you on hold. It was Americus, Georgia, Sunday night, and the question was asked by some of the guys that were there putting together the event. Talk to me about relief factor. And I can see Steve from Central Baptist Church right here. To my right was, of course, Benny Rose. And you know how sometimes when you just let somebody else take the floor when they're endorsing something, because people look at us and they think, well, this is what y'all do for a living. You're not going to say anything. Look, and Benny Rose, look, he's sitting, he kicks back from, he goes, life-changing. Like that, and all of a sudden Steve looks, he said, really? And he goes, oh, yeah. He said, also me, Doug Travis, both of us. When we heard about Relief Factor on the show, Rick told us that we need to try it. Life-changing. And so I thought to myself, well, I have nothing to add. When you hear somebody that's using it, talking about it, and let me tell you, this is a great product. It's all natural. If you have the aches and pains of life, the majority of the people that get the Quick Start Pack, that's $19.95. That'll give you 3 weeks. It's 4 botanicals, all natural, unlike the over-the-counter stuff and unlike the opioids. When you talk about pain management, the overuse of these and, of course, the addictive properties of the prescription stuff can be very, very difficult. So you're looking for something that's natural that you can actually take every day. Well, this could be it for you, and it is for so many. Certainly is for me. ReliefFactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, and then you too, hopefully, will be able to say life-changing. To the phones we go. We'll start with Brett. Brett is out of the free state of Florida, and Brett, you're on. 30 seconds. Go right ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I told my wife last night that was classic Porky Pig, trying to say one word and ended up saying another.
It really is. You know how Porky would try it, and then he would just say, well, let me give you another word that means basically the same thing.
Well, we've all done that.
Oh, absolutely. Corey in Alabama. Corey, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. About the microphone thing, do y'all think it's possible that it could be just like an extra kill switch in case he says something he's not supposed to say?
Well, if it is, they haven't used it much. Because the whole press conference would be cut off.
Yeah, but they could just cut off the 2 mics in front of him. So I don't think a wireless mic gives you.
I think it's more of a comfort thing for him and/or a leash to keep him from wandering off.
I think it keeps him from fading away because he won't stay behind the mics.
Right.
And like you said, it gives him a backup. But I think kill switch, they could do that with anybody.
And I'm telling you, they've analyzed this 6 ways to Sunday. I have no doubt. They may think that he stays with the question and is more coherent when he has the mic in his hand.
I agree. Ryan in Alabama, too. Sweet Home Alabama really shining today. Go ahead. 30 seconds.
What's going on, fellas?
You?
So I just wanted to let y'all know I was thinking about y'all this morning when I took a bite into a cat head bologna, egg, and cheese biscuit.
Oh!
Boy, that just made me hungry. I'm drooling over here.
That. Man, that's good, isn't it? Fried bologna, egg, cheese, cat head biscuit. Does it get any better than that?
That's what made America great right there.
Remember back when we ate those, we win world wars?
Oh, yeah.
That. Leon, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead, 30 seconds.
Hey, guys. Hey, I was listening yesterday, Mr. Nademeyer's commentary on Alabama football. Let's talk about Auburn for a second. Okay, I saw this morning on the social media they were advertising the game this weekend is sold out. I hope both teams lose. Well, anyway, if you look ahead 2 weeks to Western Kentucky, you can get tickets low as $3. That means we could load up the whole Rick and Bubba crew in a church bus, and it would cost more to park than it would to get into the game. Roll Tide.
The line that he really wanted to land is when the phone went bad. I didn't.
I think there's a concerted effort to really try to support the team at this point, and I think you're seeing that in the sellout this weekend. And let's face it, loser will be bottom of the West, so you're trying to stay out of that coveted position. And a lot of fun with Jimbo coming to town, of course. So I think you're just seeing, the circling of the wagons there. Also, I think, wisely, Auburn is auditioning for a new coach.
Yeah.
And I think them showing their support when they've obviously had a bad year would go a long way to, turn somebody's head a little bit and say, look, they sold the place out when they've got 6 losses.
Was he trying to say it costs more to park than it costs to get into the game? Yeah. Did I hear that right?
Yeah, he did.
Is that what he was saying?
He was taking a shot at Dickey. He did not like what Dickey had to say yesterday.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you something. Nademeyer yesterday, the comments he was making about the coordinators and all this.
Unprecedented.
And And he's not alone. I don't know if you've been watching comments of other fans on social media. They don't like these two coordinators at all. And I think Greg was talking about it. It was McElroy, right? McElroy. I think Greg McElroy, who obviously loves Alabama and played there,
won a national championship.
He's trying to be level-headed and give you a clear assessment of the Alabama team. Now, remember, when we're talking about Alabama, we're talking about lamenting over 2 losses of a total of 4 points.
Yeah.
Okay, and one in overtime. Okay, and so we're not talking about them getting blown out by people or falling apart. However, Greg McElroy, and this is Greg was saying this, he did make the point that this particular team. Now, remember the standard I'm talking about.
Yeah, you're talking about first-round draft choice.
Right. This particular team, some of the players that were highly touted at the positions are not as dominant as the players they've had in the past.
Yes.
And so the people are able to play with this team.
Not living up to the standard.
Right. They're able to play with this team at a level that they couldn't play at some of the other teams because some of the positions, not all, and I believe that one is as good a running back as they've ever had.
I do too.
I think Bryce Young is as good a quarterback as they've ever had. But some of these other positions, they're not as strong as they have been in the past. No, it's just a fact. Now, I'm not sure you can blame the coordinators for that. And McElroy's saying, I don't think it's the coordinators as much as it is some of the players aren't playing to the level that Alabama normally does.
He broke it down by position.
That's going to happen.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to have that from time to time.
You can't drive the car at 110 miles an hour.
Yeah.
You're going to drop down to 95 every now and then.
We continue. Robert out of the great state of Mississippi. Robert, go ahead.
Robert.
30 seconds.
Morning, how y'all doing?
Good.
I'm just calling because sitting and looking at these midterm elections, to me it's actually embarrassing because it seems like we're actually trying to elect the dumbest for the leaders. You know, it looked to me like if you look at the economy and the way things are going, people would want to change, not just keep on trying to sell themselves further in debt and make it more and more.
It does boggle the mind, and Bubba has been talking about this for years on this show. We understand the ruling class and we understand their view of things, but even when they finally put themselves in a tyrannical king-like place or queen-like, what are you the king and queen of?
Yeah,
garbage. But I guess their lives are not affected as much, and so it makes it easier. I promise you, if you went to Venezuela, you know, with all the corruption there, the ruling class, they live completely different than everybody else.
Well,
and that's just one example. There are many.
And we've talked about it before, too. In any election, not even counting who the candidates are, you're going to have about 48% of the electorate vote Democrat, and you're going to have about 45 to 46 vote Republican, just point blank as a starting point. And then the 5% in the middle will decide the election.
Right. And those two you mentioned on each side, that they're immovable. It doesn't matter who the candidate is.
And it appears as
on both sides they're immovable.
We talked about earlier. It really is more than left, right, blue, red. It's more of a urban versus suburb and country.
Correct.
You know, just look at the map of how each county voted in this election.
It's unbelievable.
I mean, there's very few blue spots. Considering the red.
Well, I will say
but
this.
They are the massive number of people.
Where we live right now, if you drive 20 to 30 minutes north of here and 20 to 30 minutes south of here, where we sit right now, they're completely different worlds.
Oh, yeah.
It's not even close. It's like going to a completely different country. Casey in Nashville. Casey, go ahead.
Hey, guys. First-time caller here. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I just wanted to get y'all's opinion because, personally, I would vote for Trump if he ran again and he was the only nominee. But I'm wondering, because there's a lot of talk, if you think that he's kind of been dragging the GOP a little bit lately with his, kind of his rhetoric.
That's the big question, in Casey. Thanks for your call. We can come back. We're up against a break and unpack that a little bit.
There'll be a lot of discussion about that in the coming weeks. And Trump is probably going to announce he's running for president on Tuesday.
Yep.
So we'll have that to look at too. But I think you're going to see a more DeSantis wing and a more of a Trump wing kind of break out. And of course, the Democrats love that because they'll move right in and win again.
Yep.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Easier, dissolves it, and then with low humidity, it's going to linger a little bit longer than you want it to.
And to show you how quick it can spread, there was actually a study done in 2014 where they placed a pathogen that they could trace on a single doorknob in an office building, and it infiltrated the entire office building within a matter of hours.
Yeah.
So that shows you how quick it can spread.
Wow.
And they say that just because you're indoors doesn't mean the humidity is going to be lower. So you're not actually as safe indoors at your house that you think you are because
our
of
humidity is low inside.
And they
right
said
now.
that it won't prevent it, obviously, but it would help if you had a humidifier.
I don't. The house just feels all trapped to me. It feels worse in there than it does outside. You know it?
Mm-hmm.
Show as I'm sitting here.
There we go. It is a 3-dog night for a lot of you.
Mm-hmm.
If you're gonna get cold, snuggle up. It's 3 dogs. Keep warm.
One dog is not enough.
Nope, 3-dog night.
One dog is warm in the bed sometimes.
Well, I have not experienced that. Hopefully, and I never will.
You need to let that little one stays on the porch get in there with you and snuggle. Rick, he's a good snuggler.
We've worked so hard to be civilized. Sleeping with dogs, I think maybe that was in the past.
In the Middle East, I'm sure it's frowned upon.
Right. I'd probably go out and get on my big old tractor too, not get a mule out and pull it on the plow. You know it?
Yeah, that's right. I took a spin yesterday.
Did you?
Yep.
So we do have.
I almost tried your format, but I didn't.
Really?
From the day before, yeah.
Look,
that you told us about yesterday.
Yeah, well, look. I'll tell you this: anytime that it goes back to what we said before. I think a lot of things about hunting is when we wonder when we don't have success is when you got a lot of racket and a lot of things going on.
Yep.
And when you don't, they kind of going about their day like they normally do. All kinds of things happen when you're not there.
Yep.
You know why? They know you're not there.
Right.
So
they're aware of that.
If you can convince them you're not there again, but you really are, that's when you really got magic.
Yeah, something going on.
Right. So we'll. I don't have anything really to add on the weather situation. It does not affect everybody listening, so we're not going. We'll talk about how it may affect us here because that may be of some entertainment to you about, like they were talking about staying at Helmsley's house and if we get stuck up here and all that. But we've already had one update from Span for those of you that it does affect. Some of you it's affecting right now, and we'll get an update from him. I think human nature and nobody knows. It's so funny like. Everybody is, starts to bombard you on what about this, what about that, and you're kind of like, well, I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see.
Gotta let it play out.
We having a Bible study tomorrow? I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, how about we'll see. Maybe not. I mean, I'm gonna be here, so I guess we could have it put it out on SoundCloud because I'm sure I'll be here. I guess I'll be at work.
Well, that's the beauty of the electronic media.
Right,
as long as we got a little juice to run it.
Right. But I can't predict the weather. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm not sure who really does. It's just the best shot. And I think in human nature, and I don't blame Span because of the fun we've had. I think Span's going to tell you end of time. So when it doesn't happen, he'd rather get that email as opposed to telling you it's not going to be that bad and it goes bad. So I think Span is that dog that's been hit by a car, and so he's up to the road now with a little different attitude. So I'm gonna give you worst case scenario as opposed to best case scenario because I like landing there better.
Well,
and that's probably a good strategy.
I was curious this morning, and I heard Span when he was on the kickoff hour say that it's already snowing very hard in Memphis. So I was kind of looking at the radar, and we've got it's a big system. Mm-hmm. It stretches from Texas all the way up into really New York. State crosses a lot of area kind of diagonally, if you would, coming across the nation. So looks like the tip of it is Tennessee's already getting a full dose of it on the west side, it looks like.
Yeah.
Northern Mississippi, Louisiana, southern Arkansas.
just about to hit the northwest tip of Alabama and the Virginias, and the West Virginia, and we'll see how that plays out. I hope it's not as bad, but James used a term. Weather's always giving us new terms.
Oh, yes.
He used the term overperforming with a winter storm,
yeah, right.
and that's not good.
No, it's not, and I know the weather app that he told me I just had to have. It'll adjust too. It's 9 minutes now to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. All right, so as we make our way back, the question was asked from Casey out of Nashville, first-time caller. Is Trump still an asset, or is he becoming a detriment to the GOP? Well, Trump says he celebrated wins of more than 200 Republican candidates that he actually backed, and he has no plans to change next week's major announcement, that's what they're calling it, on whether he will run for the 2024 presidency despite the party starting to turn on him. We talked about how the red wave didn't happen, and that many in the party are turning on Trump. But he pointed that there were a number of victories seen for candidates he backed. Now, he is conveniently not pointing to the ones he backed that didn't win.
So he had endorsed, about 300, right?
Yeah, right, yeah.
So he's saying 200 of them won? I guess that's accurate. I don't know. I haven't looked.
He says that. I have no idea. Like I say, that 300 is a big number for me to keep up with on who won and who didn't win. But the bottom line is, it really doesn't matter. The bottom line is this. He says, my announcement goes forward because people start saying, well, you didn't do well in this. The candidates you backed did not do well. He's pointing to the ones that did,
right.
And he's saying it does not stop the run. I think the GOP, and I know this is to Casey's question, if they'll just show some wisdom, and I know that's a big if, they got to be careful here, because if this thing splinters, as you said going into the break, and it turns into the DeSantis Republicans and the Trump Republicans, and neither one will support the other, the Never Trumpers, really where we are, and Bubba, you just said it, I think you said 48% usually vote Democrat all the time, 46 Republican.
About
somewhere,
46,
and we're rounding and all that.
The demos will have a few percent more overall.
So if you're going to sit down and you're going to try to win, you're going after those that don't fall into either one of those camps. So what candidate gives you the best chance to get them? And then you plus now, just because you want a certain candidate doesn't mean he or she will run.
Right.
I mean,
right.
You also you may want them, and they're like, I'm not doing that.
Well, listen, Trump, his policies were spot on.
Mm-hmm.
He did a lot of good things.
Yeah, no doubt.
The drawback with Trump, like it or not, is the presentation, the mean tweets, the name calling.
Mm-hmm.
Some of us think it's funny. Some of us enjoy the change, the direct approach. Some people cannot tolerate that,
mm-hmm.
and they won't tolerate it, and they will sit on the sidelines. They won't vote for him. The last election, the stats were the suburban moms abandoned Trump, and that's what cost him the election. The time he beat Hillary, he won by the slimmest of margins in a lot of places. This last election, he lost by the slimmest of margins in a lot of places. Assuming everything was straight up, we're going to have to assume that because we don't have prosecutable evidence otherwise, right? Can we land on that for right now?
I can already hear the screaming. All of you out there, look, I understand. I watched 2,000 Mules.
Yeah, we've had Greg on. We know Greg.
Before the government put him in jail, we talked to.
He's out, by the way.
Yeah, we talked to Dinesh D'Souza. I know all this. What Bubba's saying is, you when you're making your decisions going forward, you can't say, well, he would have won if they hadn't cheated him out of it. That may be, but no one's ever been able to prove that. So you can't really, when you're strategizing, you can't put that in there because there's nothing you can really do with it other than bring awareness to it. And I think some of that awareness did help in the midterms, that some things that were attempted, maybe, now the Arizona thing really concerns you, but I think the awareness is helping. But if you're going forward, you got to say, if we want to win, and my goodness, the fact that Biden won and that if he's going to try to run again, I don't know if the Democrats are going to let that. Honestly, the Democrats are not even a good team right now, and the GOP still can't beat them. I mean, this is how more beatable can the Democrats be than right now, and the GOP can't really seem to soundly beat them.
Yeah, they don't have a charismatic leader like Obama, like Clinton.
Yeah.
And I mean, really, you couldn't have anybody who's a worse leader now than Biden, and you can't produce the red wave.
Yeah, I think they've proven they don't care who runs. They're
got that.
Well,
we're not after them.
Here's the thing.
You're
Trump,
after those that do care.
Right.
And is Trump going to draw those people to him and galvanize those who see him as more evil than the incoherency of a Democratic candidate? Are you better off to put a candidate out there that people don't have such a polarizing feeling about?
Well, and that's the thing. Trump can make or break this election however he wants it to fall, because the same people that don't like his mean tweets, there's also a ton of people that love mean tweets, and they love the bulldozer, and they love he's going to drain the swamp. But
absolutely.
But that small slice in the middle that won't tolerate it, unfortunately, is who's deciding who wins these national elections. So here's the problem. The media wants a DeSantis-Trump squabble to divide the party.
Of course.
Because you do that, Joe Biden walks in, okay? So really, where does the smart money fall on this? They've already told Trump that DeSantis is working against him. That's why he's dogged him a few times. I don't even think he is.
No,
I think he's smarter than
DeSantis
that.
says he wasn't working against Trump, and we'll vote for it.
I think the smart play here, DeSantis and Trump policies are very the same. The presentation is just different. DeSantis is a more polished politician than Trump is, okay? He can say the same thing but not offend people he's saying. The smart play here is DeSantis sit this one out. Let Trump run, support Trump, let the cards fall where they may. Next election cycle is your time. He's young. He can do that. I think he wants to focus on Florida right now. I don't think he feels like he's finished. He's done a lot there. It's been positive. I think he wants to finish that task. Now, would I love to see Ron DeSantis as president? Absolutely, I would. I don't think this is going to be the time to do it.
And because of his commitment to Florida, he can't really be the vice presidential candidate either.
I don't think
not the candidate.
Well,
the
I think
choice.
the Constitution prevents that. I read an email. I don't know if it's true or not, but the president and VP cannot be from the same state. I don't believe
that is. I heard that too. And that Trump
and they both would be from Florida.
Would have to move his residency back to New York.
Right, and that ain't gonna happen. I don't think.
Or somewhere else. All right, Chris. I know that you had a comment on that.
I think you're going to see DeSantis sit this one out. I think. But I'm not 100% sure.
We'll take your phone call next, Chris. I know you had a comment on that. Top of the hour. If you're leaving us, find a way to hear us anyway. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And if this timeline, and it may or may not work this way, for us, it couldn't get any worse because we're going to go home thinking nothing's going on, and then we're going to have to make decisions later in the day on whether we can get here tomorrow. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Because the worst of it for us looks like is going to hit around 3.
3 this afternoon.
Yeah, and then the highest percentages get into 6. 6 o'clock's got the highest percentage, and then it starts tapering off again.
Yeah, about dark.
So we don't know what's so then you got to decide, well, can I get up here in the morning or would I got to go now? So that's gonna be fun. It ain't nothing but hassles all it is.
That's right.
I mean,
this is why people move to Florida when they get older and retire.
Right. There's a couple things, of course, you think about with us. I thought about this the other day. I said, the new routine may be, with this kind of stuff's going on, schedule a replay of an entire show and everybody just go home. And then when it's over, come back. But then you got to get into how do you get current commercials in there, and
I know.
And all that kind of stuff. So
Rick, it's our duty. We always serve the public's interest, need, and necessity.
Yes,
as outlined in the Communications Act of 1934.
Hey, check. So
We need to go ahead and figure out how long cars will run on a gallon of gas. You know,
So
that's always the big mystery last time.
So somebody record this. You can play it back tomorrow. Our plans are to be here tomorrow.
That's it.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And you hate when there's more of this. We have 4 policemen. It looks like there's the headline says cops, 4 cops, and then I see a county sheriff's car. So I guess these are county. Said that
3 York County Sheriff's deputies. And a K-9 officer.
And a K-9 officer have all been shot. The suspected shooter's in custody. He opened fire on several of South Carolina law enforcement officers, striking 4 of them, as we mentioned. Bubba mentioned where they were, that we have the York County Sheriff's deputies and the K-9 officer. They've been taken to the hospital. They do not know the severity of the injuries. The gunman has been identified as Christian Thomas McCall, 47. He suffered gunshot wounds while in the crossfire, police said. They said, obviously, the sheriff's office is asking for prayers as these officers are clinging to life, I'm sure. We don't know the severity of it. I don't know where they are or they aren't, but we do know they've been shot, so that's not good. And the names of the officers have not been released, and that's kind of where we are right now. Said they responded to a domestic call after 10 p.m. last night. The suspect fled the scene on foot, and then I guess they ended up in a gunfight with him in the early morning hours. So there you go. So that out of South Carolina today in York County.
We'll have more updates, I'm sure, as the sun comes up. It gets a little later in the day.
Yeah. So a number of things to talk about. Obviously, the weather's a big story. We'll try to check in with Span again. According to where you're listening, we could all have very different experiences today and through tomorrow. So we'll see.
Up around the Great Lakes, they're having snow like they always have. I mean, that's not part of this system that's going across. But if you just took a big magic marker and went from Texas up to New York State, that's about where this system is right now.
Well, in 2014 has everybody wigged out down this way because that's when we learned about another weather term that's new, snow secretion.
Well, they didn't have it then. Now they're saying that, which apparently means snow that melts on hot pavement or warm pavement, and then because the air temperature is so cold, which is going to be like 20 degrees, it flash freezes.
Right.
So they call it ice secretion.
Scared me to death when James used that term yesterday.
Yeah. I thought, did you get a shot for that or what?
Yeah, and where we live in the deep South, we're talking, low 30s. We're above freezing for most of the morning, and then it starts freezing about 1. And then it goes 30, 29, 28, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, and just kind of comes apart.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that goes. But anyway, so we'll update you as James has more updates. But he did say in the kickoff hour the system for those that are going to be impacted by it today and through tomorrow is overperforming.
Yeah, I would like to know if we have any folks in northwest Mississippi or Memphis area. If they would let us know how the weather is there, because they're in it right now.
Yeah,
they're in the midst of it. So how is that storm overperforming?
Well, the good news is, and Greg talked about this when they talked.
Most of the time in your life, you want to overperform, not when it comes to winter weather.
Yeah, when they were talking to Span, that because my big concern is I really don't have any. We can deal with whatever. I don't like power outages. Power outages. That's what makes you.
Please, not on Presswood.
Well, no, I'm just James Spann said that doesn't mean it's not going to happen.
Don't say the PO word.
He just said in this particular storm, when you score them, power outages did not score very high.
Right.
Meaning it shouldn't be a lot. It would mainly be snow.
And it's not a lot of snow.
Not a lot of snow. So hopefully that won't happen. I mean, it could happen to
individuals. Of course, it gets cold. Now you got to worry about load taking it out.
No, thanks, Greg.
Everybody's
cranking it up.
Well, and then, of course, I still have trees.
Throw another log on the fire.
And I still got trees that never have snow on them going, what was all that snow we had?
I know.
I mean,
a lot of them ought to be cleared out.
Yeah.
Because I know we've picked up a lot of them.
Oh, we got them everywhere. I mean, they're limbs they're just everywhere.
I found a bunch yesterday, and I'm like, where did y'all come from?
Yeah. And, Gary, he uses deer hunting season to get out all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Hey, you don't need to be fooling us during the season. We'll do this after season. That's disruptive.
Yep,
that's disruptive. You know what I mean? And
I agree. But sometimes you got to. You can't get in there.
Right. Well, Greg found that out. He went. Yeah. He moseyed down there and realized that they were laying all over. 6 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. We're all here, as you heard. All right, so Chris, standing by, the question was asked by Casey in Nashville. For the GOP and the midterm elections, not being the red tsunami that some had hoped for and some even predicted, some are pointing to Trump as the reason why that did not happen, even some calling him Toxic Trump. I
don't buy that.
GOP senior executives, or whatever you call them, senior GOP figures, I guess is a better word, they're saying that he sabotaged the red tsunami, and it would have happened if he had stayed on the sidelines and stayed out of it. Not sure I agree with that.
No, I don't agree with that.
Yeah, but anyway, this is what spawned that call from Casey. I thought, laid it out pretty balanced. Chris says we've missed it. Chris,
all right, Chris, straighten us out.
Yeah, Chris, welcome to the show.
Hey, big boys.
Hey, buddy.
What's going on? Okay, so I really think that y'all would probably agree with me, but y'all just really can't say it. And, most people can't really, get this or understand this either, or just don't want to hear it. But, you're right, Rick. There was the election fraud that was never prosecuted, or nobody ever went to jail for the election fraud in 2020. And we all know something's going on, and the election was stolen. We know that. We just can't say it.
Chris, hold on just a second, because I want you to
agree with me.
Chris, we can't understand your phone.
Chris, this is
I'm trying to help you out. If you will hush for half a second, your phone is cutting in and out. Get in a better location so we can hear you.
Yeah,
That's all I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, we couldn't even hear anything you said. Yeah, you were not. We could not understand you because your cell is so bad. That's all Bubba was trying to tell you.
You've got plenty of time. Slow down.
Nobody's rushing you. Nobody's cutting you off. Yeah. We just want to hear you.
All right. So, Chris.
There should have been a tsunami.
Okay.
There should have been. But the same people in power, this small group of people who have a lot of control, is not going to let a tsunami happen. They're just going to make sure that, just maybe a little bit. Maybe we'll get it back to an even, 50-50 in the House and Senate, and we'll power share. I mean, in the state of Alabama, there'll never be an election, like a voter fraud or election problem, because so many Republicans, we overwhelm the fraud. We overwhelm the fraud. There's no way it could happen in Alabama. So I feel like that the same people that stole the election in 2020. And really, guys, think of it. Has there ever been anybody held accountable, or any of the companies that oversees the server?
Chris, thanks for calling. I thought he was actually going to have a discussion about the two different candidates.
I wanted to ask him a question about who this bunch was that wants. Yeah. Who is the cabal?
Well, I can just tell you, and Chris, I certainly understand conspiracy theories, and I understand that mindset. That really wasn't the conversation we're having, because if we're going to go down the road you've gone down, it's all hopeless.
Yeah,
it doesn't even matter. I mean,
we set a preface on that discussion that the election was at least fair, and if there was corruption and cheating, it wasn't enough to change the outcome.
Yeah, or it just couldn't be proven. It might have been enough to change the outcome, but no one's been able to prove it. So
here is a fact: no prosecutable evidence.
Yeah, we can't have who's the better candidate. Is Donald Trump toxic for the GOP, or is he the right thing for the GOP in this next election? If we throw in, it doesn't matter anyway, because there's these unnamed forces that are in dark rooms, and they're controlling the government, and they're controlling the balance of power. So no matter what we do, there's states that are so corrupt, it's never going to change. Well, I mean, and what you're saying, it might be true, but you see that's kind of an impossible task for you, Bubba and I, to discuss Trump or DeSantis. If that's hanging over us, well, our conversation about that really doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And so, Bubba, laid out, and I agree with him, that probably the best way forward for the GOP is to get on the same page. Trump certainly, with all of his problems, gave us a country that was stronger, an economy that was stronger, and personality-wise, he was not a lot of fun.
Well, he was a bulldozer.
Yeah, and I don't think he's a great communicator. I will tell you this, DeSantis basically says the same things that Trump says. He just says them better, and is a better communicator, and is not as divisive and really often arrogant as Trump. And it comes across as he's a passionate person who wants people to be free and wants the government to be where they're supposed to be. And Trump certainly has that same view, but just the way he carries it out causes some problems that DeSantis would not cause. But Bubba made the point clearly. DeSantis has got his time coming if he wants it, but it probably isn't now. This is probably Trump's one more shot, and then DeSantis would get it next.
So I can understand why that caller feels the way he feels.
Sure.
This past election, every person that lives and breathes this political stuff was predicting that red tsunami. They were predicting that even Hochul in New York could potentially go down. Every single person was expecting that to happen. Even the Democrats. You could see where a lot of lefty people in the media were preparing to turn on Biden after these midterms to make sure that he did not run again. Now, because that red wave did not happen, Biden's in. Unless he can't walk, the dude is running again. So we're now in that position. So I understand where the caller's coming from, because it's like, how could this have happened? I guess people aren't hurting bad enough to not vote for the people that are still in. I guess abortion rang a lot more strong than we thought, than a lot of people thought. So, I mean, I'm not saying what he was saying is correct.
No.
But I was surprised, too.
Well,
and
think about this, Eddie. I think a lot of people are forgetting when there was talk of a red wave, this was at the very peak of the gas situation, all of this. As it got closer to the election and you started looking at the polling data, all these races were very close. All of them were very close. The lady in New York has been ahead of her challenger the whole time. I didn't really expect a red wave the last few months because you saw the passion die down and some of the Republicans closed the gaps. But for it to be a red wave, they got to be up 5 and 6 points in the polls before you ever get to Election Day.
Yeah, that's where I was. I believed it early on. I thought I saw that waning. As a matter of fact, I have to give credit to Hannity. I did not watch and listen to Hannity that much, so I didn't know what he was saying. But last night, I looked over to get an update, and he played clips of himself in the past, and he warned that the wave was not coming.
Interesting.
Yeah, he said this is going to be razor thin. So I give credit to him. He actually said that this tsunami is not reality. Right. And I'm going to say, I'm not saying you did that, Adler, but I'm going to say that possibly for Chris, I think sometimes we forget the documentary Social Dilemma. And the same place that the flat earth came back from, the red tsunami comes from some of that same stuff. You get trapped in that algorithm, and they know that you're a staunch Republican, and they feed you. All they do is feed you, and you can't believe that it wasn't a red wave because everything you're seeing said it was going to be. But see, you never heard from Hannity who said it wasn't going to be because you didn't love that in your algorithm. Mm-hmm. That would have made you sad. So they don't put that in there, and they're ultimately just trying to sell ads, but they're taking your mind and they're programming you into a world that isn't real.
Right. And it wasn't a red tsunami. I think it was a B+. Because, I mean, I think there was a lot of gains. I mean, we can take the House, and we still could have the majority in the Senate if these last few go our way. It's just closer to your point. I do think the frustration from the caller, and I could hear it in his voice, is we all know about the last election, and it didn't smell good, and we knew something was going on, and there was frustration there. And then you have Election Day, and then all of a sudden, around 11 a.m., we're running out of paper ballots in Pennsylvania. We got polls saying that it's not read my ballot in Arizona.
Yeah.
And everybody was like, oh, my gosh, here we go again.
Yes.
And in Florida, they have 7.5 million voters, and within 5 hours, they knew who won. Okay, they had polling police. You had to show the voter ID. They checked on the mail-in ballots. They're doing it right. Why can't other states?
Well, some don't want to, and that is true. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Yeah. He had a few little saplings bent over.
Yeah, they were everywhere.
Big
Be
limbs
time to have a
crashed.
big fire about middle of February. Clean it all up.
Faith is in Florence, Alabama. She's on listening to WLAY. Faith, go ahead.
Hey there. Actually, it's not WLAY. I'm on a TuneIn app.
Okay, all right. Well, you can get LAY there, but welcome to the TuneIn app anyway.
Well, thank you. Thank you. It's always there, and it's always dependable 24/7. Love you guys.
Oh, thank you very much.
Hey, I just stepped outside out of curiosity. I've got a beautiful backyard pool with a waterfall. So far, no icicles. I've had icicles all winter for some reason. Not today.
All right.
But there are ice pellets falling from the sky, very small ice pellets.
Yeah, and are you guys above freezing right now?
No, we're I think about 26-ish.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, you're right on the front edge of it, it looks like.
Yeah, it's just beginning. They're very small. You can't actually see them as much as you can feel them.
Right.
Last top picnic table is covered in a sheet of ice. But the patio seems to be fine so far. So all of my friends around here, be careful if you get out. And if you don't have to get out, don't.
Yeah, I mean, it's just be wise about it. Hey, thank you for that update. Appreciate that very much. West Tennessee, Richard. Richard, how you doing, buddy?
Oh, doing all right. Slide down the road here.
No, really?
Now, where in West Tennessee are you?
All right. Right now, I'm just going through Union City, Tennessee. That's a few miles southeast of Reelfoot Lake.
Okay.
You know, we've got about 4 inches of a real moist packing snow fell on top of what we got the other day, which was a lot of ice mixed in with it. And the snow is actually giving more traction than we had yesterday. So
yeah, the snow's not too bad. If you can get that good powdery snow, that's actually not that bad to drive in at all.
That's correct. I'm headed to work right now, and I pulled over to talk to you guys and call in, but people definitely don't need to be out on it. They forecasted us to get somewhere a maximum of 4 inches, and I believe we made that.
Okay. Well, be careful, and thank you for pulling over to call.
And thanks for letting us know.
Yeah, be wise out there. So maybe when you start getting into it, we'll just if you can get a little more of the powdery snow, as we found out last time, that's not a big deal. It's that secretion you got to worry about.
And the flash freeze, which is not easy to say either.
Right. Well, that just
especially if you got breakfast on the mind.
Right. That is just. I mean, it's like James was just talking scary yesterday. Oh yeah. Saw James yesterday. He's a very popular person when this kind of stuff's coming in. You ought to watch him try to do something regular. Everybody starts asking him a lot of stuff.
Like us.
I kind of feel bad for him. I really do. Like Speedy said. 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG's our number. Thanks for being with us. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, coming out again this weekend. We'll interview Jeff Pearlman, the last folk hero. The Life and Myth of Bo Jackson is the book, New York Times best-selling author. Actually, I was interviewed on page 60 about playing against Bodacious a little bit in high school. This is a really, really in-depth book on the myth and the legend of Bo, the world's greatest athlete. All right, so that'll be coming up. Enjoy that over the weekend. So I know that we have one final video with Trump, and then we'll shift gears in a minute. You're not going to believe it. But if you want to know kind of where it is when you're dealing with the monolith that is Trump, this video will pretty much sum up this is what he said before the midterms.
You've endorsed more than 330 candidates this election cycle. Tonight, win or lose, the results for Republicans, how much of that will be because of Donald Trump?
Well, I think if they win, I should get all the credit, and if they lose, I should not be blamed at all. Okay? But it'll probably be just the opposite. When they win, I think they're going to do very well. I'll probably be given very little credit, even though in many cases I told people to run, and they ran, and they turned out to be very good candidates. You know, they've turned out to be very good candidates. But usually what would happen is when they do well, I won't be given any credit, and if they do badly, they will blame everything on me. So I'm prepared for anything, but we'll defend ourselves.
There you go. So I believe he was right.
I think he was a little tongue-in-cheek.
He was, but I'm talking he was accurate.
Yeah, he was accurate on that.
But one thing I'll say, and we'll move on, and Greg, you said it, and it's true. I hope that he's wise enough not to take the bait. Now, you said two. I know we all saw one. They're trying to get him to get in a battle with DeSantis, and I'm not talking. It's either the Never-Trumpers and the Democrats. And it's kind of like when Greg was little and he had a little temper. Sure. I knew that it didn't take much to work him into a frenzy. They're trying to get Trump to take the bait that DeSantis is dogging you, so he will then rip DeSantis and splinter the party. And I hope that Trump does not take that bait. Now, he's nibbled at it.
Ron Sanctimonious.
With Ron Sanctimonious. You said there was another one.
Yeah, there was another little clip.
But he's nibbled at the bait. Now, he hasn't taken it and run with it where you can set the hook. But I hope he doesn't fall victim to that trap, that he's wiser than that. I'm not sure.
And DeSantis doesn't need to attack him.
No, absolutely not. And I don't think he will.
Yeah, I don't think you'll see that at all. Matter of fact, he'll be right opposite.
There's no win for the GOP by a candidate upsetting the state of Florida and turning the state of Florida against the candidate.
Yeah.
That's not a win. So anyway, hopefully that won't happen, but that's certainly been attempted. So, Bubba, tell me what you just told me, because I couldn't believe what I was hearing.
Well, I was going to mention it to y'all earlier, and I picked up a motorcycle the other day. Did I tell you? I didn't mention that.
I was looking at a motorcycle.
And as a matter of fact,
I think motorcycles.
I went out and was doing a little riding yesterday, and Betty shot some video. I was going to share with y'all.
So you've already been on this?
Yeah, I've been out there riding. And,
how about them pants? That's so good, Bubba.
Oh yeah, a little dirt bike, a little dirt bike.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
Big air.
Bubba, I had no idea you were that accomplished.
You're really.
I really took to it.
All right, we got somebody on a motorcycle that looks just like Bubba. Big guy, no shirt, crack showing, and he is cutting it up on the motorcycle.
And how about this? He's really good on the motorcycle.
Yeah, he really is.
He can ride.
Yeah.
Wow. There's our green field we've been working on.
Look, Bubba's new place.
Wow.
That's my favorite.
He got big air.
He's on.
That's so funny.
He really is good on it. I mean, good
that's
night.
a new property.
Bubba, you
Those
really
shocks got all they can take.
I don't know how that bike stayed together when he got big air there.
Wow, Bubba.
Bubba, let me tell you, you really accomplished.
How about that crack shot right there?
Oh my goodness!
How does it not fall apart right now?
I know. Just break into pieces.
You really took to that. You really took to that.
That is fantastic.
That's so good.
Thank you, buddy, for
Like
that setup.
squeezing out of a tube of toothpaste.
Right.
Oh wow.
Oh, Bubba,
So-
that's really good.
Also, Adler, the picture that I sent you.
Just go to the office and download the video.
Yeah, it's right there. Watch the archive of the YouTube if you didn't get a chance to see that today.
Oh boy.
So anyway, the legend of this story we've talked about on the show. We talked about Little League.
There it is, Rick.
We talked about Little League, and let me set it up. So when we played Little League, it was a whole different deal. These coaches you'll see in the picture will also take care of that. It was just a different culture, a different time, and they always, where we played, we didn't wear the major league stuff or any of that. We just wore the sponsor of the person who wrote the check for the uniforms. Well, unfortunately for Greg and I,
we weren't the Braves or anybody.
There was a year that we were sponsored, and I'm not making this up, by Miller Funeral Home,
which is still in business, a staple in the Oxford community.
Still in business today.
Been to funerals.
But unfortunately, when you would get your sponsor, let's say you were Oxford Standard, the Standard Oil gas station, your hat would have OS on it, and then it would have Oxford Standard on your jersey and a color. Well, unfortunately, our shirt, as you'll see here in a minute, my mom sent us the picture. We have it. It says Miller Funeral Home. Well, our hats have MF on.
Yeah.
And, so,
and look at the age we are.
Please look, Bubba. Please look.
So you got that on your hat at that age.
There's no big in there.
There's Big Rick. There's Big Rick in the middle.
There he is. There he is. I want you to also, even though that's a little blurry, but I want you to also look right here. Look at those coaches. I mean, you think those guys coddled you?
Now, who are these coaches?
All right, so that's all.
Pete Adams,
Billy
Joe Adams. And is that Donnie's brother?
Yeah, I can't think of his name.
Dennis,
was that it?
I think. Because there's Donnie on the end.
I don't know why Wayne Lee decided to move over and give us a gap there in some reason on the back row. That's Wayne Lee, by the way, Bo.
Where, right there?
No, another guy,
right
beside me,
yeah.
leaning in.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
for some reason, Rick, you and I are rocking turtlenecks.
I don't know why. It must have been cold that day because the two of the coaches have jackets on, so it must be a chilly day.
Is that Greg right there?
Yeah, that's Greg right.
Accurate hat. Accurate hat.
Yeah.
Now I want you to imagine walking.
Put Chase to the left.
Yeah, I want you to imagine.
Well, my right in the picture.
I want you to imagine walking around. Donnie Adams on the back row, by the way.
Yep.
Where's Donnie?
Far left, top row. Back row, far left.
Nice curls.
Yeah. So I want you to imagine walking around as the little guys, because we were this was Mustang, so we were probably
9 and 10.
10. Walking around the ballpark and all the older kids seeing you with MF on your hat.
How you think that went?
How you think that went?
I will say this, and this is not a lie. Rick moved up next year to the next league. I also had one more year at this league, and they just had an M on our hat.
Yeah, it was so bad they took it off the next season.
Somebody finally said, "Hey guys."
Yeah. Everybody else had the two.
Everybody
letters.
So y'all heard us talk about that, and there's the picture to prove it really happened. Mom sent that to Greg and me yesterday.
That's hilarious.
Right. So there it is.
Great Oxford Lake.
Yep. That was when I thought that all Little League coaches smelled like beer and tobacco. So.
Hey, they didn't coddle you, I'll tell you
There was no coddling. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Weatherite.
Rick, I have this, this
Weather
genetic disorder of prepping. I have to be prepared for stuff.
Right.
And so, of course, yesterday it started getting on me a little bit. We could be stranded.
Right.
We could be stranded at work. The family, how they're going to be, and so I start, kind of going through and doing my stuff, and I have my checklist of stuff that I was going to prepare and be sure that I had in the Jeep ready to go. I mean, if I am stranded on the side of the highway for 2 nights, I'm ready.
Yeah.
I got everything I need.
Well, it should cover it.
So, and I was thinking, you got extra clothes, you got to have coats, gloves, boots, your hand warmers, you got to have a water, you got to have some snacks in there that are non-perishable. I picked those up last night. I had a real nice selection of stuff, and then on the way to the checkout, I saw marshmallows. And I thought, well, that'd be a nice ad. And then I had to check them on the way to work this morning just to be sure they were okay.
How were they?
They're dandy.
Yeah.
They're dandy. Let me tell you. I got my CPAP. I'm ready to go. You got it, but you got to have power if you have the CPAP. I've got my generator. I'm ready.
Okay.
So if I'm stranded on the road, Rick, I can put the Honda generator outside, run the extension cord inside, and sleep with a CPAP.
Well, how about that?
How about that? I mean, is that prepared or what?
Have you ever?
I didn't know
about
the CPAP would be that much of a priority in that situation.
Well, it is. I wish it wasn't. But
it garnered a generator.
Yeah. I got to be sure I got that. I've got some pull straps. If I need to pull somebody out, jumper cables. You got to have toilet paper, Rick. Any good hunter knows you got to have some extra of that.
Yes, sir.
Got a lot of communications equipment. All that. So I stay in touch with everybody. And so I'm coming to work this morning, kind of running through the list of everything I packed, and I was almost here when I realized I didn't have a coat.
Wait a minute. You packed everything but that?
Oh, I've got extension cords
Atta
for the
boy.
generator.
We got a generator for a CPAP.
I've got,
but not a coat.
I've got communications equipment. I can stay in touch with the world. Okay,
but unfortunately, we won't hear from you because you froze to death.
I've got
maybe a toboggan.
I've got hot hands, but no coat.
Why?
No, actually, I have some hunting equipment that has a jacket, but it's light.
Really?
So it's not my good.
Well, we got that clause in there too of all these various shirts over the years. You can.
That's the thing. Here, I've got some extra coats that I've got.
What you got?
I brought an extra coat, so Bubba, you can borrow this.
I don't know. He's gonna get in
I
there.
thought you'd like that.
Yeah, I doubt that one's.
I might get one arm.
Braden will be up here later. You can give it to him.
What? Well, come on.
So, but I wanted to, Adler, I did want to know, because this is the first time you're having to tell your wife, hey, I may have to go and stay at work, and you're on your own.
Oh, that's right. You married man now with weather.
I got a full-time four-wheel drive, so not too worried about it, gents.
Well, full-time four-wheel drive is no good if all four wheels are on ice.
Y'all, in fact, I'm actually driving Erin's car now. And during Snowpocalypse last year, she was driving that car at that time. She made it from when she was teaching at Calera all the way home to Hoover.
Front-wheel drive.
With that four-wheel drive. And I was like, how did you do that? You must have gone into, 4 low. And she was like, what does that mean? And I was like, you never changed into low? But she made it. It's crazy, man. It's crazy.
That's fantastic.
Was she in four-wheel high?
She was just in regular, and it's a
Honda
CRV, and it just kicks in all the time.
Oh, it does its own thing.
Yeah. But man, she didn't even change gears. My goodness.
Well,
What a lady.
Last time we would have.
Woman.
She's a lady.
Whoa,
she's a lady.
Last time we could have got around.
Well, she's a lady.
If we hadn't had everybody piling up. That shouldn't have been on the road to begin with.
Me and Adler went to rescue Kevin, and I never slipped a tire, but I couldn't get around all the traffic. And Kevin was at home with no power in a crate.
Well, that's the same thing. I was in the Ram 1500, and I never, ever got stuck or spun. But when you can't get around cars that are all sitting there stuck, what are you going to do?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a monster truck. I can't go over the top of them and crush them.
Yeah, I got home, but it took me about
the Hendrick Jeep will pretty much go anywhere I need it to go.
I finally got around it, and it took me about 3 hours to go 20 minutes.
Wow. It took me about 7 to get where I was going, because there's only about 3 or 4 ways into Helena where I live, and it's just you coming off mountains and everything else. Trying to find a way in was half the battle, as well as getting around all the Camaros that had spun out and Z71s and Fords that thought they had it.
I just want to go back.
What is it about a Camaro,
it's
especially if it's a Bondo baby, that they have to get out and try it out?
First time I said that to you from
I like
from
to die.
Indian Drive.
I like to die. We were snowed in. You were in Oxford, and I was in Cedar Springs.
Remember that?
And we did the show over the phone.
Over the phone. I taught you how to make bacon in microwave.
Yeah.
I bet you're still thankful for that today, I bet.
Oh, what I.
It is 35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Do want to point to mypillow.com/Bubba. Let the savings begin. So right now, the economy, inflation, I know. So wouldn't it be nice if something actually costs less than it did not too long ago? Well, mypillow.com/Bubba said we got it. Go there right now, use that URL, and you'll see all these different specials that are available to you. And we're talking the kind of savings that should get you, your attention, should get your attention. Look at this, 50% off all of their hotel quality 6-piece towel sets, 50% off. My slippers are just $49.98. How about this? The sleepwear and loungewear, both men's and women's, 80% off. Giza Dream bed sheets now as low as $39.98. The Purcell sheet sets are as low as $29.98. And you also can look at some other savings there. Look at $19.98 for the My sandals. Boy, the savings are really where you want them to be. So unlike everywhere else you're going, if you go to mypillow.com/Bubba right now, these items actually cost less. than they did. And, boy, you can stock up with some great gifts, too, for the upcoming Christmas season. So do that at mypillow.com/Bubba. All right, I know we've got some Elon, right? Do we have Elon?
Yep.
Elon. There's that Elon thing. Elon. Why is that not in there? Did I not have that?
Where'd you go?
All right, there we go.
Here comes the money.
There we go. Where's old Elon's update music? Go, 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 go. Dollar, does somebody say bling, bling? So what's Elon up to?
Well, a lot going on with Elon and the Twitter takeover. Twitter's new owner told advertisers on Wednesday they had a big conference call.
Oh, did they?
He aimed to turn the social media platform into a force for truth and stop fake accounts in an effort to ensure brands and advertising agencies that they have increasingly been backing away from the platform. In other words, he's had 2 or 3 big ones cancel on him.
Yeah.
And he said, look, guys, this is not going to turn into a free-for-all. We're just going to be fair and accurate in this.
Right.
And I would say if I was an advertiser, I would appreciate the fact he's trying to ferret out fake accounts, because I'm basically paying for people to see my ads that don't even exist.
Right.
You know, and we run into that in the advertising business a lot. You know, there's been a big kind of flow over to some of these social media platforms because they give them some information they like about who's seeing their stuff. Well, they just assume that information is correct, that those are real people.
Right.
And they're not always. And Elon is trying to clean that up a little bit, so I applaud that.
Yeah, I think if I'm an advertiser, and I think a good way to put it is I appreciate that you are trying to say that the numbers I'm looking at have integrity. They're real numbers.
Musk, who is also the world's richest man, spoke calmly about his vision for Twitter, touting an $8 charge for premium subscriptions as a bot remedy and musing about the possibility of someday offering money market accounts.
Here comes the money.
That's a whole nother deal. I don't know about all that.
Yeah, right.
In the week since Musk took over, GM, General Mills, and several other large companies have pulled ads off Twitter, concerned that Musk could loosen content moderation rules. Major brands, including Wendy's, Chick-fil-A, General Motors, and Ford Motor Company, monitored Musk talk on Wednesday. So people are wanting to see what he's going to do. You know, I mean, I get on Twitter some, not a lot, but I don't see any big difference in it right now. And if he wants to charge $8 for the premium account, which, you know, they were saying he's offering for the blue check, there's a lot else goes with that. But it does cut down on robots from going in there and just making endless accounts like the Russians like to do.
Absolutely.
And all that. That's how they meddle in our elections, is they influence social media because they could easily do it. That cuts out that. That's a gatekeeper for that stuff.
Yeah, I'm like you. I'm not on it very much at all.
I don't have a blue check, don't need one.
Yeah, I don't even know what that even, what's the difference in being blue check and not blue check?
It's
I really
just
don't even know.
people who are really into it or into the blue check.
But what does it give me?
It's a verified account.
Verifiable. It verifies it's you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, like I say, I use it pretty much one way. I learned in the very beginning it's not the place to have debate. So I mainly use it to get information out about things I want those people to consider or to know. But all I've really noticed, and I'm not saying this just to try to make a joke, really true. The only thing I've noticed is that people that were banned are now back. That's really all I can see. And I guess as an advertiser, and I understand why, because basically the advertisers have shown, and this has been unfortunate, that if you make enough noise and scare them, they'll do whatever you want them to do. But I do find it odd and that there would be these companies that had no problem whatsoever and Twitter banning people from being able to express themselves, and now they're worried about people being able to express themselves on all political fronts and all different whatever. Why were you not mad? It didn't bother you that you were advertising in a place that would decide who got to see your ad and who didn't? That didn't bother you? You know, but now it bothers you that everybody can see it. Somebody help me with that. like I said, I've lost respect for a lot of these companies too. I'm gonna tell with them, what they've basically said is we're gonna go woke. It's a lot of it's incredibly insincere, but we're just trying to pay off the mob. And we know that most of y'all, and it's true, I'm as guilty of as anybody, those of you that couldn't care less about this, you're going to shop with us anyway. We're just appeasing them so they'll leave us alone. Yeah. What's sad is how many of you out there, if you knew what these companies really say about you when they can get off by themselves and they don't think you can hear them, all they're doing is patronizing you and appeasing you. There's no true commitment to these so-called movements. It's just not true.
Something that Musk tweeted out was, since I've taken over, we've had lots of sponsors drop and stop their advertising campaigns, and so we're losing money. And a lot of people on the left responded, that's not how it happens. That doesn't happen. We've seen that happen.
Of course
We've seen that happen to us. There's this group called Media Matters for America. They're a nonprofit organization. They're left-leaning. And if anything remotely controversial happens with a right-leaning organization or a media person or a show or anything like that, Media Matters then goes to these companies and says, this person that you buy advertising time on said this. What is your comment? And that's the pressure right there. Oh, you don't have a comment? Oh, Coke stands by Rick and Bubba for this. And that's what happens. They're trying to leverage bad publicity in order to get these companies to drop their sponsorships on Twitter or whoever it may be. So it absolutely happens, and we've seen it happen.
And not only at Twitter are they losing money and cutting jobs, Facebook, Meta, is set to cut about 11,000 people either today, I think it was yesterday or today, because I don't know if you've seen their money going down, and their stock price has just dropped. I mean, Zuckerberg has taken a real hit on that. Also with Elon Musk, talking about customer service here, Rick.
Okay.
Elon Musk has promised to help, is it Doja Cat? Is that how you say the singer's name?
I think so.
Doja Cat, to get her profile name back on Twitter. Shortly after the Grammy award-winning singer posted a rant about the platform, the singer said that she changed her name to Christmas after Halloween to celebrate the holiday season, but soon regretted her decision, and she could not change it back to her old name.
I hate that.
She says, I don't want to be Christmas forever. At Elon Musk, please help. I've made a mistake.
Rick, you love stuff like this.
I don't even know what to say.
Rick,
I have no words.
So what's happening is Doja Cat
right.
changed her name to Christmas.
Wanted to be Christmas.
So
now she
Elon,
wants to be Doja Cat.
Elon responded to her with this quote, working on it.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah.
And he said, how about Happy New Year?
Yeah, Rick, I don't want to be called Christmas. That's weird. I'd rather be called Doja Cat.
Well, I'm Doja Cat, and I want to be Christmas for a time. Then I want to go back to Doja.
Not forever, because that's a little odd.
Good.
At least she admits she made it a mistake.
Something normal like Doja Cat.
Yeah. Wow. Well, what a fake world we now live in.
She's not a good artist.
No, I wouldn't think so.
Her songs aren't about good family things.
I wouldn't think so.
Are you
She's
kidding
not a
me?
very good Christmas. Let's just call it.
Right.
Phone calls coming in next. We'll take yours right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Remember of it, yeah.
Can I throw you a little something? Speaking, because can we all, and look, we can all celebrate bacon. Bacon is just.
Ooh, I love it,
Rick.
I mean, can I tell you a little something?
Love bacon.
I've got a deer recipe I want to share with you today. That is, I tried it Saturday night, and it is number one.
Yeah, well, share that.
I mean,
It's a little bit number one.
I'll tell you about it when we come back. So I want to be sure I get this right. You said that you are a prepper, and nowhere on your list was jacket.
Well,
that's so good.
I get. You know what got me?
Well, it's too obvious.
When I went out,
I think that really is
when
it.
I had to load up some of the stuff this morning. I had it ready to go, but I didn't load it till this morning, and it wasn't that cold. I mean,
No, it really wasn't.
I got on an undershirt and a flannel shirt, so
Worked
you know
up a ladder.
what is it? How cold was it this morning? About 40 or
40
something.
yeah.
So I didn't notice needing a coat, so I would have. I know right where they're all hanging.
Yeah, and if we're going to be out all day, that's still cold. But to the places we're going to walk on honestly, because of us Southerners, it's weird. I never thought it would happen. I really never thought this would happen for Southerners. Never. It's been so cold this winter for long periods of time that when it got sunny and 55 yesterday, it felt warm to me.
Oh, yeah, it was hot.
I opened the doors.
I never thought I would be a guy, being a Southerner, that 55 felt warm.
Oh, I don't know what we're going to do Saturday. It's going to be in the 50s. I mean, we may have to put shorts on.
Yeah. So we can push through this. I know we can.
Yeah, I'm upset, Bubba. You're upset because you know the whole coat situation. I forgot my pillow.
Oh no!
And I'm talking about my pillow. I have everything. I got it all packed, and then from sleeping bags to jackets to you name it.
Don't be
to
looking
toothbrush,
at mine, pal.
And I forgot my pillow.
I got a couple throw pillows you can use.
Okay.
Well, here's that bad situation we're in though. It's not going to be doing anything when we're done today, and we're going to be all like, well, are we just going?
Yeah, the timing is.
Are we just
going? Very odd.
Are we going to hang around, or we going? We got meetings today. You go. You just have to go ahead and cancel those.
Yeah.
I had 2 today, and I went ahead and canceled those.
Right.
But so there's almost like it's going to be one of those go home, come back.
Mm-hmm.
And
have to make a
those
decision.
are the most dicey. You know what I mean? I mean, and Greg, you can't. You're too far away. But I mean, when I looked at the timeline, I'm like, well, I'm not bringing it all now because I can just go home and get it and come back.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I brought it just in case, but I'm like you. It's going to be a go home, come back.
And those to me, those are the worst.
I'm gonna go home, and if I have to, walk back.
You got it made.
You keep saying you're going to walk
How
back.
about
we need to catch up on our
will.
movies and go next door.
And I'll
here
be
and watch
honest,
movies.
guys. I don't need to say this on air. We'll talk.
The House of Helms, though, looks like it's going to be very popular.
Y'all are more. I mean, y'all are more than welcome to. I was sincere in that. Now, Rump over there is not going to take me up on it
because he's got his couch.
But I don't need to. If I need it, if I was going to lay on the floor here, I would go to Ham.
Well, what concerned me, Ham said it was a 20-minute walk, which means 40 for me.
Right.
And that's a hike.
A lot of hills too, Bubs.
And I can't carry all that crap.
Well, as far as the
and
house,
that's up to y'all.
The House of Helms versus where I would sleep, I'm in.
Yeah.
If we end up in this situation, I'm in. Just go ahead. I mean, I'm not entertaining it. I'm in.
No, I even told Maddie last night that you said that you were going to sleep in her room.
Yeah.
She's like, okay.
Yeah.
See, I got to
excited.
I got to set up here. I'm in my mother's bosom.
You love
I got it like I like it.
I did that sleeping on the floor last time.
That's hard because that cold air up under the
I thought about
there's nothing under it.
I thought about upgrading that situation. Did you see my text last night?
Yes, that was funny. But here's the thing: I don't know. Was there just
I
no
got
desire?
laughing tickles.
Was there no desire by any hotel chain to build a hotel chain walking distance to this place?
I know, for real.
There's really no one even close to us.
No.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ten minutes to the top of the hour. Phone calls at 866 We Be Big. There's lines available. Calvin Speedy Wilburn taking your phone calls. Thankful that you are listening or watching the program. Listening to or watching, I guess I should say. Some things you need to know. I told you Speedy back with UAB this weekend. That's from over on the Rick and Bubba side and Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. Also on the Man Church side, Tim Ashley, pastor and team Man Church speaker, will be in Fanger, Tennessee, and it's a ticketed event. They need to know that you're coming. He'll be speaking at their next Man Church on Saturday. You can go to that if you're up in that area, because we do the show from Alabama. That's why I say up. Then down below us, Dothan, Alabama, News Talk 103.9, Sunday night, Brian Gunn at Bay Springs Baptist. So you can catch that coming up this weekend, too. And don't forget, coming up in 2023, the first ever Man Church Conference, men's groups all over grabbing tickets and making plans to be with us. And it's a conference. It'll start on Friday night on the 24th, and it will go through up to about lunch on Saturday, the 25th. And if you'd like to find out more and how to get your men there, or ladies, what a great gift idea for the men on your Christmas list. Tickets to the Man Church Conference coming up in Oxford, Alabama, coming up in February, and those tickets are reserved, and they're on sale now. Get them before they're gone, and also get them before the price on the tickets go up, which will happen at the first of the year. Let's start with Cam out of Pell City. Cam, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead. Thanks for listening to ZZK.
Yes, sir. How y'all doing this morning?
We're doing really good. Hope you're okay.
So I know how y'all feel about riding commercial airline already, but got a question. I saw something on social media not too long ago. A guy was sitting in his seat, and somebody repeatedly started kicking him, and instead of saying anything, he's like, well, I'll just take a massage for the rest of my trip, because he said that's what it felt like. But I want your guys' opinion on how y'all would handle something like that.
Somebody's kicking the back of the seat?
Yeah.
And it was a kid doing it?
Yeah.
Well, I would just, if it was to the point that it was ruining my trip, I would just simply look over to the back and say, hey, excuse me. I'd be kind about it.
Yeah.
I would say, hey, could you stop the back? He's kicking the back of my seat, or she is. And, I understand. I've had 5 little kids. I know how it is. But, man, I'm telling you, it's kind of weighing on me a little bit. Could we stop the kicking? I would appreciate that, and understand how kids get restless, but I'd appreciate it if y'all would stop. I mean, that's what I would do. Because and hopefully that would be enough. But yeah, I would bring attention to it. I wouldn't just sit there and let it continue the whole trip.
I mean, I don't think I could. Right?
Yeah. Now there was a time you could have depended on mom or dad to actually stop the kid from doing that. That would also be awesome. And that's what my parents would have done, and that's what I would do. But I don't think that's a given, sadly, anymore. Yeah. We continue. Let's go to Atlanta. Jared standing by. Jared, go ahead.
Hey, guys, what's going on this morning?
We're good, buddy. ATL, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, hey, I was just going to tell you what we saw over here in Georgia referring to the whole Trump thing. If it had been any other candidate other than Herschel Walker, I think that Kemp drags him across the finish line, right? I think they win hands down. But I think because Trump is so divisive right now, and I'll vote for him again if he runs. There's no doubt about that. But he just, I think it goes back to that chart you guys showed earlier about the women and men who voted for him. Excuse me.
Explain to me.
So why didn't Kemp have coattails for Walker?
Yeah, why do you think Trump?
Why did people split their ticket?
I just think it had a lot to do with that Trump stigma. I think he, I don't know if you guys listen to Eric Erickson, but he kind of said it best. That Walker has a woman problem right now, and it's not the women, or whatever he did. It's just that women don't want to vote for him because he's got that Trump stigma on him.
I think Herschel's problem is a lot of his own doing.
Yeah, I'm
a lot
not
of his
sure.
own baggage he brought to I think that's why he didn't. He still nearly won, but all the stuff that's come out from former family members and stuff. I think, true or not, I'm not there, but I'm just saying there's been a lot. Of stuff come out on him, and I think some people go, how can I vote for him?
Let me ask you this. If you're in Georgia, and obviously there were people who voted for Kemp that said, I'm not going to vote for Walker. I don't like the way he sounds. I don't think he's got what it takes, whatever. And now, when we go back for a runoff, though, if the whole Senate, control of the Senate, control of every subcommittee in the Senate is going to depend on this race, do you vote for Herschel then? Or do you still go, nah, he ain't my man. I don't care if the whole Senate goes Democrat. Does that change your view on him as a candidate or as a person you would vote for?
Yeah, because I think there's no way anybody could vote for him. If you have a problem with Herschel for all the things that I would understand.
Yeah, legitimate concern.
You certainly don't vote for Warnick. So I guess you just don't vote at all.
Yeah.
So you vote for Kemp, and you just don't vote in that race. But this time, to Bubba's question,
But not voting is a vote for
Right.
Warnock.
Oh, I'm with you.
And it is a vote for the Democrats to have control of the entire Senate.
No, I'm with you.
So it's a bigger thing now.
I'm
But if-
asking the question
Yeah.
you're asking. Are you done with that this time?
Yeah.
For that alone, you could almost look at your vote as I'm voting for control of the Senate.
Which you can go back, and if you do that, if you truly feel that way about him, and you say, I really don't want to vote for him at all, and you do, you're no different than people voting for Fetterman the same way.
Yeah, and
You know,
that's
'cause
and
we're
that's
all going, how can anybody vote for him? Same thing.
Yeah, because they want to control.
Yeah.
They think their party being in control is more important than the individual, and I think I would understand that. I mean, if Fetterman
but
was
you're-
running against Warnock, I'd probably vote for Fetterman if he was a Republican.
But
With all of his
but
baggage.
you're basically voting for Biden to still be in control.
Well, what I'm saying is,
You
though,
can block him if you got both Senate and House. That's hard to override.
Oh, no, I tell you what, maybe get a better candidate.
And the Republicans won't stick together. By the way,
Right.
You have the the moderates in there. It used to be Olivia Snow. I don't know if she's still in there or not. Mikowski and some of those. They'll break off and go their own way.
Yeah.
And you never have that with the demos.
But that is what you have to consider, and I do believe that a lot of the left that vote for Fetterman, they're not voting for Fetterman, they're voting against the GOP.
All right.
David in Lake Martin. David, go ahead.
Hey guys, I'd like to thank you for letting me know about the book on Bo. I don't know if the book covers it or not. I haven't had a chance to read it, of course, but does it cover anything other than sports? Does it cover anything about him personally?
I haven't read that part of it. I mean, his life is in there at the very beginning because it goes through high school and everything. But it's mainly focused on all these things. It's very similar to that documentary, but in much more detail. That took on what are these things that Bo actually did, and then are some of these other things just myths?
Yeah.
Like there's one in here about whether he went and helped the pilots of the Chicago White Sox chartered plane when the plane was in trouble. Did he go in the cockpit to help?
That's
And so there's all kinds of stuff. But I have not read the whole book. I've only read bits and pieces, so I can't really speak to that. But we'll talk about that in the podcast, though. We'll ask him about that. Top of the hour, because it's a big old thick book. It's exhaustive, which is good. It takes a good look. A lot of details. Comprehensive. Top of the hour. If you're leaving us, enjoy the day. And we'll hopefully see you on another Rick and Bubba show tomorrow. If you got more Rick and Bubba, top of the hour, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Updating the Trump thing, and I think what's kind of interesting about all this as we get more information on the latest so-called thing, the way the political game is playing, I don't think that it really is affecting anybody at all.
No,
I think
not.
what happens is the people who have supported Trump and wanting things done, see what's going on with the economy, go, look, we knew we knew what we were getting, and it's ain't bothering us at all. And then the people who hated the Republican Party and now hate Trump, who they once loved until he became a Republican president, they're now against the party, and they hate that mindset and that political view more than even the enemies of the country. So they've hated it from the beginning. They're going to hate him all the way through, and they're constantly going to try to bring him down. And it looks like that where we were at the beginning and where we are today, it doesn't really change much. It's just the same old thing and a bunch of hollering and yelling and a lot of times insincerity. So the new thing on him that I don't think is going to stick, for all the flaws that Donald Trump clearly has, making him out to be a racist, I don't think it is going to stick very well. And another point, and I never can say her first name right. She's even been on the show before.
Aveda King?
Is it Aveda?
Aveda.
Aveda King.
Is the L silent?
And she's,
The way I say it is.
and she's Martin Luther King Jr.'s
I'm
niece.
saving it for frustrated.
Niece.
Martin Luther King Jr.'s niece.
Right.
So here she is commenting on whether Trump is a racist or not.
Yeah, this is courtesy of Fox and Friends.
In her opinion.
I do
Or
not
is it?
believe
Or
President
is it?
Donald John Trump is a racist. I mean, look at everything. The economy's up, jobs are up in the black community. There's
great promise to get a lot of people who have been unfairly incarcerated out. So there's so many economic opportunities for babies in the womb. The president is working for America, period, as he's draining the swamp. And African Americans are benefiting. Our jobs are going up. Our unemployment is going down. Companies are saying they're going to raise their own minimum wage and do bonuses because of the tax cuts. So the president is helping the African American community, and I don't believe President Donald John Trump is a racist.
Of course, she'll be declared not black today by the left. Alveda King, Martin Luther King Jr.'s niece, will be declared not a true black woman.
Yeah, sell out.
I don't. Pretty good pedigree there, but that's not what we're going to hear.
No.
Because you can't have your own opinion.
She's been very outspoken over the years.
Oh, yeah. They try to get her to be quiet all the time. But again, not her, but the rest of the family, including Martin Luther King Jr.'s son, they were at the White House getting a proclamation and, again, honoring Martin Luther King Jr. Along with the president, and never did they go out. I know you wouldn't do it there because it's not appropriate and they're too classy for that, but they also didn't go out and do a press conference after and go, well, we did this trying to honor
Well, I don't think
but deep down, we really don't think this is good for the African American community.
Well,
the president, they didn't do that.
These attacks are not necessarily because of the African American community. They're trying to get the label on him as a racist so they can fight this DACA case.
No, you're right.
Yep. And it's at a stalemate. Trump has said, "I'll grandfather him in. You give me the wall." Demos are unwilling to negotiate that. They want the DACA thing separate. He's saying no deal on that, and looming, we have another government shutdown coming. So they're going to have to try to kick the can down the road so they can keep working on these other things. But I thought that was a nice deal, wall for DACA.
Right, because what you're saying is we'll grandfather these people in, and then we're kind of fixing the problem that got us in this place to begin with.
Right. But they'll have none of that. And again, it's politically motivated.
Right.
The Democrats think that this is going to be a huge Democratic voting bloc in years to come, and they will be able to dominate the national scene from a political standpoint. It has nothing to do with compassion, and everybody knows that. Don't lie to us.
Well, again, I know I'm getting out on a limb here, but it seems like that it would just be kind of a non-political item to say as the citizens of any given sovereign country.
Yeah.
That we would want not to not let people in, but just vet out the people who are coming in. That doesn't seem. How can a political party? How can that be a political statement?
This idea of just let anybody come for any reason is a fairly new idea, and there's a reason we didn't do it before. Like I said, we had a big part of time that we didn't let anybody come in. I mean, we were growing our own. You were homegrown, and it is a mixing pot. But certainly, there's a point where you quit pouring in all this things because your pot's full.
Yeah, well,
the separate pieces. And we need immigration. I think it's a good thing, but you can't have it uncontrolled.
All right, okay, here we go.
There's a lot of Republicans that like it too because they think they get cheap labor out of it.
Right, but you do realize, though, back to you. Let's talk about who we've always been, because you're right. Yeah, guys, we've vetted out Albert Einstein to the point he almost didn't get in.
Albert Einstein.
You remember, why? Because they worried about his comedy. They're saying, we got some of your views on stuff is a little dicey. He was denied to begin with. You know why? They were vetting him out and saw some things they didn't know whether he would be positive for the country or not. Albert Einstein. Okay, so one time we would vet to the level that Albert Einstein struggled to get in. And we think that now doing vetting just to be sure, especially during a time when we're fighting an enemy that wants to infiltrate our country and then, have these attacks that have actually happened. It's not they might happen. They have. And then to this point, he's talking about now that got us in this deal about the whole thing everybody's calling him now. He was going back, which I think is common sense, and saying, I look in the past on these limited visas, and when they ran out, we let people stay, and it didn't go well. Maybe you've heard of it, 9/11.
Yeah.
7 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Coming to you from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us.
I get real confused, as you know, Bubba, about many things. But one of them that really, really confuses me is I never can figure out what country music is doing when it comes to all their specials. They have so many specials and so many awards, and then a night of country music, and then another award, and country music is great, and here's all the, and it seems all these acts, which I give them credit, they get the biggest names.
Yep.
And they'll basically they try to see how many TV shows they can do, and they go on for hours. This latest one, I think, was the CMAs. Is that right?
That is correct. How about Peyton Manning co-hosting? Huh?
I confused that with the CMTs,
Right.
and then there's
CMs.
country music's biggest night in Nashville, and
CMAs, ACMs.
Oh, I forgot about that one.
Academy of Country Music. There's that.
So there's
How does Eli feel about being cut out of the hosting here?
Who?
Eli.
Oh, probably. You talk. Well, what's that weird that kid he made up that was supposed to be a prospect?
Yeah, that was good.
What's that fifth name?
I forgot his name.
Chad.
Chad Powers.
Chad Powers. But anyway, Bubba and I and the guys, we all love the Tennessee Clogger. He is just a phenom.
I love the smile on his face.
How about them quick feet?
Oh, he's got tremendous quick feet. And Bubba and I have been talking about him for a couple of years. And I don't know if y'all seen the one, because he's a big Vols fan. I don't know if y'all seen the one where he clogs out of the tunnel.
I have not seen it.
But anyway, the CMAs or ACMs or CMTs.
The CMAs.
All right, the CMAs.
Charlie Mike Alpha.
The CMAs last night, Peyton Manning and Luke Bryan were the host, and they brought out the Tennessee Clogger. Have y'all seen this? Look, Bubba.
look at Peyton and look at Luke.
And his look on his face is what owns me about him. And the way he just keeps. I can't get enough of him clogging. I just really can't. Look at Zach Brown. Hasn't talked to us in years. One leg.
He is getting it.
And now all of a sudden, and this is where when Luke Bryan says, "Like, stop! I'm a Georgia fan. I can't handle this anymore," and made him stop.
You know I'm a Georgia boy. That was just too much for my ears.
So. But he's got videos of he'll clog anywhere.
So he's a clogging thing.
And he's clogging in jeans, too. I would think you at least need some sweatpants.
I know. You got to be true to his clogging.
Oh, yeah. Do you wish you could clog like that? Bub, I saw you ride that motorcycle earlier. I wish I could
after it. I wish I could stand right up here and clog like that.
Oh, yeah. What about clog on the
I've
road?
noticed his dance moves are very, very, well, not exactly, but they're similar to the old dance called the Smurf. Do you remember that?
I don't.
Yeah, well, it looked like that.
Yeah. It's
the Smurf.
Look, I'm sorry if y'all not hip to the groove.
Will you show us a little bit?
Smurf a little.
Yeah, what is it?
Smurf for us.
Smurf us.
I can't do it.
Oh, is that when you?
You really can't do it on carpet.
Yeah, I don't know which one's.
You got to be able to slide.
I bet if I saw it, I would know it.
Well, it looked just like that.
That like clogging?
A little bit like it without the clicking noise.
Okay, there you go.
All right.
All right. So
Adler, I'm giving you 5 Mississippi to get this up. I know you're looking.
I'm looking.
Okay. I'm going to video 5 too.
Okay.
I'm looking then.
Yeah. So
I found it.
Did you? The Smurf?
Yeah, I ain't got to it yet. Show him ads.
Yeah, gotta
Is
go
this
through.
the Smurf right here, Bubba? That's pretty cool. That's not it.
That's not the Smurf.
That's not the one I remember.
I don't even know what that is.
I don't know what the Smurf is either.
I said similar. It's not
right.
How to do the Smurf?
That's what I'm waiting to do. And, okay, here we go.
May have been a local version.
To me, clogging is a little more like the Running Man than the Smurf. You know?
Well, I'm not sure how you got that, but yeah.
You don't remember it right.
Listen, I'm not.
You don't remember.
I said it was similar. Okay. I didn't make an exact statement. I didn't know we were going to examine it for the next 30 minutes.
What it was.
There we go. Is that it?
It's close
a little
to it.
hippity
Yeah.
hop to the left and a hippity hop to the right.
He
Pretty
could be
cool.
clogging.
Pretty cool.
Huh?
I bet you
Okay,
can do
then.
that good, Bubba. I bet you can do that real good.
You know, it's a lot like the moonwalk.
Right.
I looked up a minute and thought that was jazz clogging.
How about it is kind of like the running man, though? You know, because at least you got feet moving. You know, the running man at least has feet moving.
Right. I'm telling you. It's a combination of the Smurf, the running man, and a little bit of the Cabbage Patch.
Right.
That's straight up clogging. Everybody knows about clogging.
Oh yeah, your top of your body can't even move.
That's right.
No, that's
clogging's
that,
all feet.
That's that Irish dancing.
That's the one
you
river
can't.
dance.
River dance. You can't move your upper body, can you? It's all feet.
Well, whatever he's doing is pretty impressive.
Well, it looks like he just glides around. And I like he always has that look. Same
He's
look
got
on his
that
face.
smile on his face.
Every time.
You couldn't peel that thing off with a butter
The
knife.
smile makes it.
And nice hair.
Yeah. All right. Does anybody know? Now we're going over to the Oscars, or there's something about the Oscars in March. Why is Sean Penn doing this?
That's a great question. It makes no sense.
Sean Penn went
It's
over
embarrassing.
and visited with the Ukraine president.
Who?
And
Anybody know why?
Ukraine President Zelensky, and he gave him his Oscars and said he wanted a piece of him to stay here with the president.
So he brought the Oscars he's won in the past,
Or at least one.
To Ukraine.
because the Oscars are not till March.
Correct.
The Oscars he's won in the past to Ukraine and gave them to Zelensky.
I think just one.
Zelensky, whatever his name is.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think right now, when Russia's trying to destroy you, that the Oscar
Rick, I got this Oscar about somebody who acted good.
If you're an
bring
artsy,
some ammo? What are you
How
talking
about
about?
a jet?
If
How
you're-
about a tank?
if
You
you're
have
an
ammo?
if you're an artsy fartsy type, I mean, this is all you can give. This is like the little drummer boy playing. That's all he's got. to
Should
give.
we shoot these statues out of a cannon?
He really thinks a lot of himself.
Talking about?
Yes.
All this going on over there, and he shows up with his Oscar. I'm going to let you hold this to
The level of self-importance is just staggering here.
Sean Penn, I got something for you. Have you have ammo?
Yeah, he's like, pick up a gun and go the front.
Oh, Sean.
Yes.
No,
Please.
that is yours.
No, I feel terrible outside. It's just a symbolic, silly thing.
Yes, but
if I know this is here with you, then I'll feel better and stronger for the fight.
So great to honor, but until we will.
When you win, bring it back to Malibu.
Great.
Yes.
Great. Okay.
Because I'll feel much better knowing there's a piece of me here.
Is that cookies on the table?
Oh my
Well,
goodness!
I'll tell you what.
What are we watching?
Rick, Ukraine, they've about got it covered now. Sean Penn showed
If
up,
you'll
left
not-
an Oscar. What else do they need?
He dressed up too.
Greg, if you'll notice, the other guy over there that's sitting
Yeah, look
across
on
from
He's looking like, are you kidding me?
No, I'll tell you what he's doing. He's looking at that Oscar thinking, yeah, that'd probably kill a Russian. Stab him with it.
Yeah, we throw it at him.
Yeah, should we? Wow, do you see what's in front of him there? That looks like
I wonder what
that's
movie
like the
it's for.
award that Brian Kelly won this week. So the
Yeah, it does.
That's good, Rick.
The brain.
There it is, right there.
Of course, I want to know what movie it's for.
sure.
It's the documentary, probably. No, you're saying what
Fast
that
Times
Oscar's
at Ridgemont.
for.
I'm going
Okay.
with Dead Man Walking.
I'm saying Fast Times.
Probably not. Spicoli may not have pushed him over the top.
Not.
He may have.
So do you want me to kill someone with this? I mean, I'm just like
you may be right about
Which ones
that.
did he get an Oscar for?
I don't know.
he got.
He's probably had several.
You think he got one for Dead Man Walking?
Is
He
that
got it-
documentary
he-
out yet? That he's
What
that
documentary?
That's why he and
is that why-
Zelensky
is that
are
why he's
buddies.
there?
Remember
See,
he-
y'all are making fun of him. He was over there
I'm making fun of him bringing the Oscar.
filming a documentary about the war in Russia.
Understood.
And Russian attack.
But
That's
you're-
why he's involved.
But
with
you're
it.
with us on the Oscar thing is weird.
Oh, it's weird, yeah.
And he also
But
hung out
I
with-
get
didn't
it because
he-
he was over there. They have a relationship,
I know.
all that.
Oh.
I do get that.
What was
I
it?
know-
Him and Hugo Chavez had something.
Yeah.
He's a weirdo.
He won for it looks like Milk and Mystic River.
Oh,
Ooh, Mr. Rivers
No
good.
Fast
Mystic
Times?
River is good. Mystic River is good.
Bubba, he's
Milk,
got
I
a-
didn't see Milk.
You don't want to.
He's got
Was
a
it about
space.
milk and cookies? Is
It's
it about
not.
cereal? Is it a cereal movie?
Sorry, it's not.
Cheerios? Love Cheerios.
It's not.
I do too. Rice
Okay.
Krispies. I'm on
He's
a
got a
kick right
space
now.
series, Bubba, you would love.
That's
What's the
space
name of it?
series?
About Mars.
What's the name of it?
I'll find it and give it to you in the break.
Total Recall.
That's not.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So I'm going to say that these temporary visas, that the time of the catastrophic natural disasters is over, and it's time for these people to return to their country. And then if we want to vet them out to come back at another time, and he said, and if you're bringing something to the table like we used to do, we will. But I'm not going to let them overstay the temporary, visas that we gave them to be here because of the natural disasters. It's time to go back. And he's really saying, look, why are we calling them temporaries if they're not? right? It's a temporary time you can be here. We have that program too. And when we didn't go back and say, by the way, didn't that run out? We kind of had some problems doing it. So it's a very reasonable. I don't understand anyone who thinks that people should just come and go across your border anytime they want to. I don't know how anybody thinks that's good. I don't follow that logic.
Not if you live in a house and have a door on it.
Right.
It seems a little inconsistent.
It just doesn't seem to make sense.
Well, Rick, it's a tennis update.
No, is it a tennis
It's a
update?
tennis
Hey, this is Will Ferrell, and you're listening to the Rick and Bubba.
Okay, I don't know where that came from.
Thank you, Will.
I haven't done a tennis update in so long. Let me see here.
It took a break.
I don't have it.
Or you can. There you go. John McEnroe's involved too.
Oh, that's right.
So, Rick, the professional tennis has 4 Super Bowls. I'm going to put this in football terms, okay?
Okay.
The first Super Bowl is now underway, the Australian Open. It lasts about 2 weeks. Roger Federer, the greatest ever, just completed a match. He's being interviewed on the court by Johnny Mack.
This is John McEnroe, and you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show. Bubba, God bless you.
Thank you, John. And he is interrupted by Will Ferrell. So here's the video.
Now,
and audio.
is this going to make me uncomfortable?
I was actually reading through the transcript.
No.
Just play it. It's good.
And I think it's going to make Speedy uncomfortable.
Oh, no.
1 second. I've been told that we have a special guest that wants to ask you a couple questions. Is that okay?
Look at that
His name
face.
is Will Ferrell, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Will Ferrell.
That face.
Will, say hello to Roger Federer.
In the immortal words of Ron Burgundy, it's great to be here with 2 tennis legends, Roger Federer and John McIntosh. Roger, tonight you seemed like a gazelle out there on the court. Would you describe your game as a silky gazelle?
Maybe. Maybe not. Don't they get eaten at the end?
Not if they're fast enough.
Minutes past. As we make our way back, a couple of items. Let's go to Barry. Hey, Barry. Barry's in Gadsden, Z93, and has been waiting, and so we'll go to him. Thanks for listening, buddy. Barry, what's on your mind?
All right, hey guys, a couple of questions. All right, so on the Georgia election, you know when they do mail-in ballot, we did like 2 million early mail-in ballot votes. And the second question to that is, what happens to that this special election? Do they do it again, or do they actually have to go to the vote?
Yeah, do we just start over? Do we just reset? He said,
yeah, this will be a whole new election, completely new. Everything's thrown out, a runoff.
So if you mail in all that, you either are
you have to mail in again,
and if you're back, just go vote, right?
Yep.
If I did absentee and all that, if I'm back in town, I just now,
I'm back. It's think of it this way too. The fact they're having to redo everything and throw everything out is going to make it harder to cheat.
Right. True. I'm almost to the point. Is this the end of it though? It's just whoever gets the most votes now.
Yeah.
Because I feel like that Herschel and Warnick have been running against each other forever.
I know. If you only have two candidates, somebody has to get 50 plus one. Right. So it could come down literally to one vote.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So to win, you have to have 50 plus one vote. So if they're the only two on the ballot, someone, unless they split 50-50, which would be almost impossible with how many millions of people voting in there.
Hi, this is Herschel Walker. You're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
That's for you, Greg.
Greg's fired up.
He is.
What a candidate.
What a candidate. So
I will say it did prove one thing. If you're a really good running back in your state, though, they'll vote for you no matter what.
Greg, you ever been to a stadium?
I know.
I mean,
yeah.
Greg,
maybe that's why we need to find candidates that were superstars in football.
I will say,
a lot of them have run.
I will say that football turned the South away from racism quicker than anything else.
I agree with that.
Athletics is the quickest way to do away with racism.
How about this? Somebody spiked Jim Crow.
That's right.
So, Adler, let's look. I know, Bubba, and I want you to explain this to me. Video 7.
All right.
I'll
give it a shot.
I know we can't play the whole thing because we'll get, the archive will be in trouble.
Oh.
But this dude perfect thing.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So,
they're the ones that do all the trick shots, and you've seen their big headquarters they've got. They've been. You talking about wildly successful?
Yeah.
They've made millions of dollars. They've done real good. And apparently, one of them got a seat on the Blue Origin to go to space.
Well, that's what I'm going to ask you. Have they done so well he can write a check to get on Blue Origin?
I
guess so.
They're not just trick shots and haven't been that for a while. They do live events. They do radio and television podcasts.
Don't they do tours?
My kids are obsessed with this bunch.
And so what all did they do other than trick shots?
Maddie claims that we are the dude perfect for adults.
I like that.
That's what my 10-year-old says.
But like, if you go to their tour, do they just do the trick shots live in front of you?
A little bit of that, but they have a an on-set deal where they do different things and ask different questions, and just they get loud and obnoxious for me.
Are you saying we're loud and obnoxious?
No, but I'm saying for me,
Little bit.
But kids, yeah. And I said that one time. I said, Maddie, that's too loud and obnoxious. She goes, this is what y'all do every day.
That's a good
y'all
point.
are dude perfect for adults.
Whatever.
And my 10-year-old, I was like, wow, I really don't have anything to say to that.
But I guess a 10-year-old thinking you're dude perfect is kind of awesome.
That was. Yeah.
All right, so however he got here, I guess they might just have written the old check to old Blue Origin.
It's pretty cool because they document him going through. It's about a 30-minute video, but they document him going through the training and then the launch right here. We're going to see the launch and them watching it, or where do you got it queued to?
This is I'm trying to get to the best part from what I could skim through this morning. And this is when they've just hit zero gravity. They're floating around, and he's going to turn his camera from looking inside the pod to looking to space. And I thought that was pretty wild.
That is wild.
That is cool.
All right, you ready?
Here it is.
I'm just spinning. Clint.
Oliver.
Oh, guys. All right, now take it in, guys. Look.
Wow.
Flat, clearly flat.
Clearly,
except for the
curvature.
clearly flat.
Well, no. What we're talking about is flat on the bottom, like a snow globe, and it's got a dome over it.
They make a good point.
Please don't think I haven't heard that, because I'm quoting that.
Rick, that's fine. Satellites couldn't stay in orbit around that. But anyway,
I know. Bubba.
We got to let go of that. People, we got to move on.
We got to let that.
Listen, I understand questioning everything. I don't have a problem with that. But once the facts are just so overwhelming, it's okay to go with them. You know what I mean?
All right, so
until there's till more facts come to the table and you go, aha,
so
we gotta look at this again.
So are we now going to say Dude Perfect is part of the conspiracy?
He's in on it. He's in on it.
So go back. Can you do that where you were? Will it go back to where you were?
Yes.
Notice the one guy that he must be a guest too. He's not as thrilled as Dude Perfect.
He's an older gentleman. He doesn't even get out of his chair.
He looks like he's afraid.
Yeah.
He's not really digging it, Greg. This is the kind of stuff. All right,
he's in his chair. See, he's still strapped in.
He's staring out the window. He won't get out.
They left the old guy strapped in.
Yeah, watch here in a minute. He gets real uncomfortable.
They tried to help him out, and he was like,
"Yeah,
good."
He was like, "No,
Look at him.
no, I'm staying right here. I'm not going to be doing this."
He ain't sure about all this.
Yeah. Oh man, that's wild.
If we can, Adler,
right there, watch him. Watch him when he is not moving. All right, now watch right here. Greg, look at this guy. Oh no! Did you see him over here? He was very uncomfortable. He ain't getting out.
Adler, go back to where it launches, and they're watching it from about 5 miles out, and they're like, "Is he really on that ship or not?"
That's what I would be saying.
Pretty funny.
It's what I said when you jumped that ramp a minute ago on that motorcycle. I thought, is that really Bubba? Yeah, right here. Is this it?
Yeah, can you audio up here?
Goes. Yeah.
There she is.
Greg, there's your favorite rocket.
There it goes.
Oh, wow, that really.
Hear people snickering?
Yeah, that's.
That's you snickering, Greg.
See, can you get them talking, Adler?
No way. Oh my gosh. No way. Is he really in there?
That shot is amazing, though.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, isn't it?
Greg. Science,
well,
Greg. It's science. We
Greg,
are the Dude Perfect.
Greg,
we are the Dude Perfect for adults.
We really are. Maddie's nailed it.
That design of that rocket is designed to cut through the air and get to space.
I've seen a lot of rockets. Never seen one look quite like that.
Greg, today we'll be launching Steely Dan.
And Rick, what's funny too? Their guy that's on it is screaming out how fast they're going during the whole thing.
Look, he does not like foolishness around this. Look, he doesn't.
So they're just still doing celebrity rides, basically.
They are.
Oh gosh, that's so good.
And are they really going to space? They're going to the edge of space. Oh no, that's Virgin Galactic. This is really space, right?
Yeah, they go over the line that's recognized as space. They get their astronaut pin.
Every time it blasts off, Rick Bezos, whoever he's standing beside, he goes,
I know. But so if you were keeping score, SpaceX is in first place. They've done the most. Bezos is in second place, and Virgin Galactic's in third place.
I think
is that
so.
accurate?
Yeah, they must.
As far as progression,
I would say that's fair. Yes.
And then NASA's in fourth place. Is that right, Bubba?
No, NASA's still number one.
That's not what I meant.
They landed on the moon.
Yeah, that's right. First place. They landed on the moon. That's true.
Well, their contractors did.
Right.
Right.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Quick question, Roger. You're 36 years old. You seem ageless. Are you a witch or a vampire?
Which one's better?
Yeah, exactly. I don't like those.
Probably a vampire. Now, there's a rumor in the men's locker room that you love coming to play down here in Melbourne, and your secret to fitness is you only eat wombat meat. Is that true?
That is untrue.
Have you ever tasted wombat meat?
I have not. Should I?
It is delicious. The national food of Australia. Roger, I know how much this crowd means to you. They're an amazing crowd. But does it get annoying when they just scream, "Come on, Roger! Come on, Roger!" over and over again?
They remind me of my name. It's good. At an older age, if you start forgetting your own name sometimes. It's great.
Thank you, Roger. Wonderful match.
Ladies and gentlemen,
stay classy, Melbourne.
You give it up for Will Ferrell and Roger Federer.
Okay, I was okay. I was
good.
okay.
Did you
Thanks for the heads up, though.
Did you sense that Will was going to continue to go and Macro wrapped him up?
Yes.
Oh, wait,
Yes.
what is he saying? Hold on, he's saying something else. Hold on. All right, they're shaking hands and they're both walking off. Oh, we can't hear it. Will said something else to Federer. We couldn't pick that up.
Oh, I think you were saying what you want me to do with this microphone. Maybe it just keeps you with it.
He put it in his pocket and walked off.
There it goes.
There it was. That's fine.
This is one of the tournaments, by the way, that turns my house upside down. For instance, this morning. Now I'm not exaggerating, and you can bring him in here because he's in my office right now.
Mm-hmm.
I walk in at 4:00 this morning to make me a smoothie and come up here, and he's on the couch watching the Australian Open. There's 17 hours difference, and so you have to record it or watch it as a replay. Well, he doesn't like it, so I had to force him to get into bed this morning. I don't know how long you've been.
You're talking about your son, not
Bubba.
Bubba.
My son.
Yeah,
No,
right.
not Bubba. Not Bubba. No, Braden. Serious business.
That's interesting. You think about how just what a different culture they're raised in. I can't recall being that age in Calhoun County and ever being concerned about the Australian Open.
Well, no, Rick. I
didn't even know they played one.
I didn't either.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
And as I'm putting him in his bed, he's filling me in on who has won, who has lost, which tells me you've been up a while.
Yeah. Well, he knew you wasn't going to school.
Exactly. Well, he asked me. Of course, I made that. I said, "Look, I don't care. Stay up and watch a little bit."
Right.
I didn't want you to stay up till 4.
Right. Well,
probably did.
Well-
He probably went to bed at some point in between there and got up.
I tell you, I've got a new goal for my game though: a silky gazelle. That is what I want to be.
I don't think he would describe your game as a silky gazelle. Do you?
No, I don't either. Probably not. But it's a goal, Rick. We all need goals.
Do you even play anymore much?
I haven't in a while.
Right.
Just we'll kick into coaching here like real soon.
Understood, but I mean, as far as you playing,
No, not a lot. Not last summer was the last really competitive stuff.
how'd that go?
Well, it was a state tournament, 1-1.
Yeah. How did the body feel?
Not well at all.
Bubba, God bless you.
Thank you.
Right.
But my goal now, we have another division, the 55 and over, and I'm kind of eyeing that as a comeback.
Greg? Mm-hmm.
Which is funny, even for me to say.
What do the people in the 55 and older, have they given up on their health? Are they?
No, actually, they're some of them are in real good health. It's amazing.
That's my
They're very. I'm trying to think of the word. They're very
driven.
They don't mess around when they're out there, Rick. They know what they want to do, and they're good at putting the ball where they want to put it because they don't want to waste shots or steps.
Right.
That makes sense.
I've got
very deliberate in their game.
I have people standing by that say they're ready to get you in shape to return to your former glory.
Yeah, I know.
If you're willing, they call you the unicorn.
Yeah, I know. I'd rather be called the silky gazelle.
You could be.
What about the silky hippo? Ooh,
Yeah.
their skin is silky too.
Especially if it's in the water, it's kind of shiny.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There's just a couple of issues there we got to try to work through.
Right.
When you go work through
it was just a knee. Now it's lower back too. So.
Uh-oh. Do you think those things could be tied to weight? I mean, just if I can.
Weight does not help.
Right. Minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us on this edition. Want to point you to upside.com. I know that a lot of you probably tried these loyalty programs and credit card rewards, but nobody can touch getting cash back. Nobody can touch Upside. This is a free app. You download it. 3 times the cash back you can get from these other categories that I mentioned. Check in at the business, pay as usual, and get paid. Right now, Upside, if you go and get it, download it, it's free, and then use the code BUBBA25 on your first tank of gas. We're going to get you at least 25 cents back on every gallon, and then that gets it rolling. And now you've activated the app and keep using that code BUBBA25. And then every time you buy something, as you're checking out, you're just going to see you getting money back 3 times, like I said, versus these other competitors. And people are loving it. That's why it has that 4.8 out of 5-star rating in the App Store. Did you know just last week alone, if you added up all the cash back that Upside users got, it'd be $1 million. Wow. So there you go. So go right now to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsors button. You'll find the link there, or go to upside.com and download the app and let the cash back begin. And let us know how you like it. A lot of you have. Bubba, it's here we go. I mean, you can see it. You can see it coming down the track. Here come the holidays. Here comes Thanksgiving. Here comes Christmas. Here comes the New Year. And this is that. If we're just being honest, this is the time of year, especially women, where everybody checks in and says, well, let's see how so-and-so's aging. And Dr. Melanie Petro is back, quadruple board certified and fellowship trained. She has several years of surgical training and experience, more than most facial plastic surgeons. She knows what she's doing, and she certainly it comes highly recommended by the show. The website is beyondskindeep.com. Dr. Petro, welcome back to Rick and Bubba.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
Well, it's just holidays. Here it goes. A lot of people start getting anxious right now. I thought I was going to lose that weight. Thought I was going to take care of myself. I'm about to have to see family and friends.
I said I was going to do it last January.
Yeah.
And nobody judges you like your family. I don't know, especially if you have a sister. But I do think the strain to look your best is always better and higher and stronger around holidays or when you're in your hometown around people you used to know. And everybody has that person they look at and think, what happened? And you just don't want to be that person.
You know what? That's as straightforward as you can get right there.
I know she looked right at me
what
when she
happened,
said that. What happened?
You don't want to be the person that people who've known you look at you and say, my goodness, what happened?
Well, there's a lot of stress around the holidays, but there's also been a lot of stress in the world. And so there's
That's
so
so
many
true.
things
True.
you can do to help combat that because stress ages you and anxiety makes you look older. So you can't let it just keep going.
Well, and one of the things, and you have so many non-surgical options, and I know that's the first thing that a lot of people think of. They're like, I understand what you're saying, but man, I just don't know. I don't know about surgery. I don't know. And you're saying, look, there's a lot of great options that do not require any kind of surgery.
There are, and there are options that combine minimally invasive surgery
Right.
with other things. And the more time goes on, the more those things they are. But you're only, I think a lot of times we get stuck on a name, whether it be Morpheus or Potenza, which are two great new things that we can use. But if you've got to have somebody that knows how to use them, so when you have the tools, you have to make sure that they're done well. And when they're done really well by somebody that loves doing them and spends time learning them, things that used to take you weeks to recover can now take like a day. You can have a day of redness. I mean, in the old days, those chemical peels that just, you were inside for weeks. And now you can have resurfaced shiny skin for a few days of downtime. It's really amazing how far it's
Come a long way. But you got to have somebody who knows what they're doing. I mean, if all of a sudden Bubba and I, you found out we got a hold of Morpheus, you wouldn't want us to do it. I mean,
No, what is
Hey, we got
Morpheus?
Morpheus 8, and you're like, who's going to, we'll take care of it.
Well, there's so many
We don't know
settings.
what we're doing. I mean, so you need someone with incredible expertise. No matter how good the latest technology is, the application by the doctor is still crucial.
It is, and I think the experience of the doctor having.
That's right.
So, I mean, I love that. I love Morpheus. I've had it 3 or 4 times. I can't imagine I could be as good at it as if I didn't do it to myself and I didn't know and value what it's like to look and feel your best. I just wouldn't trust somebody that didn't.
Doc, what is that? What are you even talking about?
We're talking about radio frequency microneedling. So you have tiny little needles. Basically, in order to get your skin to regenerate, you can use topical serums. They're all different ways, but you have to cause some kind of injury so that the skin regenerates. Otherwise, it stops when you're like 12. So these are all really refined ways to make the skin have a tiny injury that's small enough that it'll recover fast, but big enough that your pores are tighter, your face is tighter, and you look and feel years and years younger.
Well, and it has to look natural, though. I mean, and that's what you're talking about. That's where that expertise comes in, because I think a lot of people think, yeah, I want to attempt this, but I've seen people that attempted this, and wow, look what happened to them. Well, yeah, they probably didn't use someone with the expertise like you have.
And you only see it when it's bad.
That's right.
And then we got all these stars we see, and we think, gosh, if they can't get it done, how could I expect to? But some things are better in small towns.
That's true. We asked you in the past, how do these people sometimes with this kind of celebrity and this kind of money?
Well, why would they go to a guy that does it in their garage
Is it
in Mexico?
pride?
I mean, why would they do that?
They don't want people to know? What is it about?
I think some people just have no eye for art or aesthetic
Right.
beauty, and they think they look good. It's like, why do they sell some clothes? I mean, somebody somewhere thought it was pretty. I'm not sure who, but I think I used to go in other doctors' offices and wonder why they put that on the wall, but they think it looks good, which is really a hard pill to swallow.
Well, and there's also the dynamic of equality between men and women, but as we've said, men and women are not the same. There's a lot of difference, and it is kind of shocking, and my wife has laughed about this before. For the most part, men always think they look great, and women never do.
Right, and men think, I just don't think men have not all men have a very artistic eye. And I think I would never go to a man that didn't do anything to himself, that looked at me and said, "Here's what you need." To me, that's like the ultimate offense. Like, it just, you've got to believe it. It's got to matter to you, or you shouldn't be doing it.
But it really does affect, and you were talking about this in your marketing. True, I've seen this, especially when it comes to women. If they don't have confidence that they think they look their best, it affects everything.
Oh, it affects their relationships. It affects their marriages. They basically shrivel up and hide and don't want anybody to see them. I mean, there's an embarrassment that comes with aging because you look sick or you look tired or you look angry. And for women, it's so much more dramatic because men just age better. I mean, you just do. It's really unfortunate, and I would love to change it, but I can't. But men just age a lot better than women. And women will say, I was trying to order something, and they kept asking me why I was mad, and I'm not mad. So the lack of confidence comes also from other people, but it does make women retreat and really isolate themselves. And when you are able to restore that, and they look in a mirror and don't see the years of stress or the hard times they've had on their faces, they feel better. I mean, sometimes it works, from the outside in.
Those of you that aren't watching, you can't see this, but we have products that are out here. What's some of this stuff here?
Well, there have been a lot of counterfeit products out there. There have been a lot of people duped and even died from buying stuff that they thought was going to make their skin better, that people forget the skin is the largest organ in your body. It gets absorbed, and those kind of chemicals can be toxic. So we have our own skincare line, and it has been developed over several years, and it's pure products that you can count on, so you can read a label and know, because things that aren't medical grade pharmaceuticals don't have to go through any kind of testing. So people could just put anything in a bottle of snake oil and just sell it to you, and you would buy it thinking it was just your skin. So these are non-toxic products, and I'm sure y'all heard about the sunscreen stuff. Everything is made to where it's very safe, but also works. I mean, there are results that you can really see.
That last part is crucial, because one time somebody sold me on something that was supposed to keep mosquitoes off of me. And it wasn't dangerous, but it didn't work. So it needs to work.
It has to work.
Yeah, right. And so you're saying safer, but also does the job.
Safer and does the job well.
Yeah, because that part's important. All right, so if you want to go to the website, BeyondSkinDeep.com, and right now, if you use the promo code, there he is right there, Bubba, at checkout, you get 20% off these skincare products. And also, if you want to get e-gift cards, that means the person can get what they want.
Right, and you can save 20% with code Bubba, because we're so happy Bubba's good and healthy.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that exciting?
Bubba is.
He gave us a little scare, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah.
It was exciting month.
So BeyondSkinDeep.com, use the promo code Bubba. The skincare products we're talking about, 20% off, and e-gift cards also are available there, and you get 20% off with the code Bubba. We come back, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Some of you may have questions. I see that what some people are calling. If you have questions for Dr. Melanie Petro about what we've talked about or some of the procedures, and she can certainly answer them for you. Our number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. Ask Petro when we come back. It's a little segment that we do from time to time when Dr. Melanie Petro stops by, because she's got the expertise, you have the questions, and you certainly don't want to ask Rick and Bubba.
I'd rather see her give Speedy a shot.
And maybe she gives Speedy no. Speedy's got to go. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Right.
There's a word that, again, I'm not going to attempt this morning, but it makes it worse. It definitely makes it
right,
worse.
because you know how it is when somebody.
But I could be 100 pounds lighter. My knee's not going to have cartilage in it.
Right. No, it's too late now. But I mean these other new things. Like
but there's new techniques coming out all the time, and we try to monitor those.
I'm talking because you know how it is. Somebody's sitting there and they got a truck and they got all kinds of things they want to do with it, and you say, I don't think you got the tow package for that.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And
exactly.
Can't handle it.
Right.
You don't have the ground clearance to get over them stumps.
You might want to
knock
take
your oil pan right off.
It'll leave a puddle in the driveway.
You might want to unhook that pontoon boat. I don't think you can pull
I
it.
think it's going to be smoking by the time you get it somewhere.
Remember that.
Bubba, you realize for every 100 pounds you're overweight, that's 400 pounds of extra pressure on your knees.
Oh, I know.
I think you'd be amazed how you
feel.
feel.
At all. It's not good at all.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to go back there and just own it in 55 and over.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, everybody needs to go. Silky Gazelle.
We'll be back. Ten minutes to the top of the hour. All right, so Dr. Melanie Petro is with us. She has been reoccurring here on the program from time to time, dropping by, updating us on the latest, staring at our skin. You go to the website beyondskindeep.com, promo code Bubba at checkout, get 20% off skincare products and e-gift cards. And you were telling us, we're going to go to the phones because we do have someone standing by wanting to ask a question. You said when you have people ask questions, it's usually they don't ask that many questions about skincare products, but they ask a lot of questions about the surgeries, obviously.
No, backwards. They
backwards.
don't ask about
They
surgery.
don't
They
ask about it?
skincare because people have just been lied to so much.
Wait a
or
minute.
told
So
something worse.
I would have thought that would have been the
It's
opposite.
the opposite. They ask
Yeah.
more. People know less about skincare, and as my mom said, when you're finally to the age where you really want it, you can't read it.
Right.
So I mean, it is, and I think it's intentionally misleading. So if anybody doesn't know what they want, we spend a lot of time going over it or listening to your concerns and giving you a customized plan because it is. They have more questions about it. Blows your mind, but nobody wants to be lied to or feel duped. It's just a bad feeling.
No, you're right. There's so much of that goes on now. I think people always go, I want to talk to somebody else to be sure that these claims are accurate. You know, is there side effects? And so you're saying you guys will do consultation, not just on surgery, but also on the skincare products.
Right. And we can do it online or we can do it through pictures, but we really want skincare to be something people feel like. I want the whole world to be honest and people to be able to trust everyone. But if I can't do it for everything, I'm going to do it for skincare.
What were these drops that you gave Speedy and you
This
just
is
gave?
called Upneek. It's new.
What is this?
What's it called? It's called Upneek, and we sell them in the office, and you can buy it in all different quantities. But it basically activates a tiny little muscle in your eyelid, and it looks like you had surgery. Like it gives you an eye lift in a drop, and it lasts for 8 hours.
No.
Yeah, it does. It's great for the holidays. It's really amazing. I don't use them every day, but when I do, like you get more light. You have to turn the brightness down on your phone. Speedy's really lights up. He's gonna drive safer today.
One of the salespeople here a minute ago, Hannah, she walked over, and it was like, can you tell which eye they put the drop in? And we were like, yeah, absolutely, you can.
It jumps out.
It really opens it up. Does it take? What about redness? Does it take care of anything?
Takes all the redness goes away.
Right. And
I think it's magic. I love it.
And then your eye opens up for 8 hours to be a little more. You're a little more bright-eyed.
So when you smile, a lot of people's complaints are when they take pictures. Bubba's smiling. It's funny.
Yeah,
when they take pictures, like their eyes shut, you can't see your eyes in a picture.
Yeah,
and
that's what I do.
it's a great holiday prep drop. I love it.
Well, you want to look good for your pictures.
You do, and you never know when somebody's taking a picture. It's not like you can take it and edit it and open your eye because it may be a stranger.
All right.
So I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, you go right ahead. Ask
Did
any
they
question.
do too much of this to Biden? Is that why we got that really weird video of Biden with his wide eyes?
We did have that. Is that possible?
I don't think Upneek can keep him awake.
Okay.
I think that's a bigger problem.
Right. But he did look like they had done something to get him wired
that
for
particular time did not.
And it looks like
normal.
he's had a terrible facelift and a over aggressive brow lift.
Really?
Since you asked.
Agree.
Since you asked. So you just your observation.
And the hair could definitely be better.
Right. So if
should have gone to a small town. Great job.
All right. So I'm looking over here about if anybody has questions, and I see like Dr. Schaefer is calling.
Oh, does he have a skincare question?
I don't know. Doc, do you have a skincare problem that we didn't know about?
Yeah. First, hey guys, I haven't talked to y'all in so long. How you doing?
We're great. We're good.
So yeah, I have a big question. What happens when your boyfriend needs a face done and the girlfriend won't do it?
Well, that's a good question, Doctor.
You want to? Are y'all airing? I mean, so you're saying you're wanting a little work done, and you maybe have somebody that that does this and is an expert in the field, and you can't get them to.
I've been trying to convince him he's not perfect, but it's really difficult. If you finally got it, that's great. We will do it online. Live facelift coming up.
Yeah, I think this call. I think you may have walked into something here, Doc.
I got you.
That's okay, because
Stay tuned.
I don't want to talk about I have a little extra chin, and I need to fix that up. Like someone in that in y'all's group. I don't want to say who, but you can do it with me.
Okay, we'll all do it.
Okay, all right. So he's throwing down the gauntlet.
Yeah,
Looks like
we're gonna have to make a
they don't have a drop for that one, do they?
Right, they don't have
make the goozle go away.
So
The goozle?
well, you've talked about the goozle in the past, and this is one thing that
That is a Bubba coin term. Do you want to tell them what the goozle is?
Well, I think you pointed it out one day.
Right. So Greg
Time for turtlenecks.
No, you named it.
Right.
So we were talking about cool sculpting, and you suggested just putting a little bit of ice cream there and seeing if it would work.
That
now
sounds
that
like
we're on a
something
health
I could
kick.
do.
Right. Is that the one that Greg calls meat necklace?
That's gross. So we can cool sculpt goozles. We can operate on goozles. There are lots of options.
You know, the problem is I probably need some cool sculpting, but I don't know if the machine could hold up. You know what? I'm afraid that thing would overheat.
What
need
do you think?
Fine.
What do you think?
I think he's a great candidate for cool sculpting. I would love to do it for you.
What's your?
Now, what are we talking about here, Doc?
Are you talking
It's
about?
just free. You just put it on, and it takes 45 minutes, and it literally you can say goodbye to the goozle.
Right.
It
So
works.
I'm looking at
What
Bubba
about
right
this
now.
tire in the middle?
Well,
Cool.
that one.
It'll be
The
warm.
neck is always easier. I mean, the neck is easy. It's
That
a-
machine would overheat down here, Rick. It'd just give up.
So
It'd
you
start
got 3,
flashing
just keep
yellow.
cycling.
Calm down.
Right.
Calm
Are
down.
you saying if he came in, that would be up?
Yep.
What are we talking about, Rick?
Right
Freezing
here.
his
This right here.
Right here?
Yeah. Right there. Yeah.
Of all my problems, I don't feel like that one is the worst.
Well, but it might be the most easy to address.
Okay.
Right? Isn't that what you're saying?
You're saying like the debt
No,
snowball,
that's
Rick,
the
pay off
easy-
what you can and then go to bigger stuff.
We
It
call
is,
we
that's
call
really
it Dave
easy.
Ramsey sculpting. You pay off the small debt first. So, but you're just saying that you can get for sure.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, when you get into the other kind of cool sculpting, as far as your midriff and all that, you need to be at a certain. And this is not designed for like, hey, wow, I've got some work to do before I get down to tidying up.
It was tested on people that had a lot more weight, but what we found, and you'll end up having so many sessions. If the best thing is for you to do as good as you can. Now, the trick about the neck or the goozle is when you get rid of the fat there, people lose weight because other people come up to them and say, "Oh my gosh, you've lost weight," and then they kind of get guilted into it. It's an odd thing, but it
so
works.
there's a mental part that comes with it.
There is. It makes you feel you can see a change, and anytime you can see a change, you feel more motivated and empowered, and to actually believe something works.
No, you're
you can change
right.
Your life.
When I have dropped weight, the first thing that people say to me is, "I could really tell it in your face."
I know that's unfortunate. Well, yeah, you always lose it in your face first, but
Yeah.
we can put that back.
Yeah.
You know, one of my biggest problems, and we all suffer with this here, is that our pants don't stay up like we want to,
right.
and
yeah.
you know,
I think that's a different doctor.
Well, we. if we could take some of this and put it back here where we're sitting down, you know what I mean?
You're talking about taking things and moving around. Would that be more beneficial? Somebody's not playing the position they should play.
Right.
I don't like that. I don't think that ever looks right. And the only way to it's a free graft when people do that with fat. And the only way to make it stay there is to not sit down for weeks. And it never works.
Okay, so you're saying that's a mistake.
Well, I mean, if
I
you're,
think it's stupid.
I don't mean like overdo it. I'm not trying to look like a Kardashian, but but if you got a board and your pants are slipping down, wouldn't any little hump help a little bit?
Only this show could have this discussion.
Let's stick to the goozle.
Yeah. BeyondSkinDeep.com. Dr. Melanie Petro. Use the code Bubba. Get 20% off. Doc, always informative. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
All right, top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.